everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
COTE Sōsuke Aizen, the Poet, Chapter 75 to 91, April 5th. The campus of the Advanced Nurturing High School, illuminated by the cascading spring sun, was wrapped in the unique silence and faint exhilaration that routinely preceded a brand new academic term. With spring break steering into its final stretch, preparations for the opening ceremony and entrance ceremony scheduled for the 8th were steadily advancing inside both the student council room and the gymnasium. Over in the massive gymnasium, student council officers including Ichinos, Kiriyama, Tanakawa, and Mizawaki were fully occupied collaborating with the brass band club and faculty members to verify the venue layout. Their coordinated cues and the rhythmic, synchronized clanging of folding chairs being lined up infused the spring air with a quiet vitality. Concurrently, the core central members supporting Nagumo had congregated inside the student council room, dedicating themselves to intricate administrative paperwork and crucial system adjustments. Nagumo. The notification architecture to guide our incoming chess pieces, alongside the OAA documentation slated to manifest as the new absolute paradigm of this breeding ground, its comprehensive auditing has officially concluded. Functional validation testing for the scale known as the system has also been finalized without a microsecond of variance. Translation: the final check on the orientation packages for the new first years and the OAA briefing documents for each class is complete. The system's operational testing is absolutely flawless. Finishing the flawless processing of the massive stack of binders resting in front of me, I set them down stylishly atop the student council president's desk occupied by Nagumo. Your processing velocity remains completely monstrous, Aizen. If your flawless performance matrix sets the baseline, the hurdle for the rookies entering the council is going to skyrocket to an absurd degree. Though Nagumo let out an exasperated sigh, the corners of his mouth curled upward with a trace of satisfaction. Stepping into his absolute final year at the academy, the prickly, hyper-aggressive impatience that previously defined his demeanor had entirely evaporated, replaced by the definitive, unshakable aura of a king holding the summit through raw competence. Fufu possessing an excessively elite junior certainly inflicts complications upon the leader, doesn't it, Nagumo? However, observing Aizen's completely uninhibited operational output ensures that I am spared from absolute boredom myself. Gently crossing her magnificent legs on the sofa while scanning through a dataset, Kiryuin-senpai let out an amused, elegant chuckle. Excellent. With this, my absolute quota of operations for the day is flatly 0. There's a highly definitive calculation behind why I pulverized this workload ahead of schedule. After this, I have a mandatory pre-scheduled date with my beloved Hiyori at Kiyaki Mall. I intend to fully maximize the microfractions of remaining spring break, indulging in absolute sweet romance with her. While my internal psyche was executing a full-throttle victory dance like a golden retriever vigorously wagging its tail, the external shell of the absolute powerhouse remained completely impervious to disruption. Naturally, within the path I walk, the conceptual framework of stagnation does not exist. I suggest you to continuously thrash about atop your respective thrones to ensure you are not ruthlessly decoupled from my vanguard velocity. Leaving Nagumo and Kiryuin-senpai with an arrogant, stylish smirk, I quietly vacated the student council room. 1 hour later, a cafe inside Kiyaki Mall. Thank you for your hard work, Sōsuke. Were your operations within the student council exceptionally grueling? No, it was a matter of trivial simplicity for my existence. If anything, forcing you to endure a block of waiting time constitutes a far more severe offense. Fufu, I arrived a mere microsecond ago myself, so it is completely fine. A sweet, tranquil block of time dominated the space around Hiyori and me as we sat opposite one another at a windowside table. Resting on the table surface were 2 coffee cups alongside our respective literary selections. The gentle spring sun cascaded through the glass pane, causing Hiyori's beautiful silver hair to gleam with a radiant luster. We occasionally paused our page-turning hands to trade insights regarding our current reads, laughing together over light-hearted, casual conversation. This is absolute perfection. The fatigue engineered by the administrative paperwork inside the student council completely evaporates in an instant. Engaging in reading parallel to Hiyori is my absolute paradise. The grueling special examinations slated to manifest during our upcoming second year. I shall thoroughly savor this peaceful threshold as the absolute calm before the storm. Right as I was extracting immense therapeutic healing from the aroma of my coffee, a sudden disruption occurred. Resting atop the table, my terminal unleashed a stark, inorganic vibration sequence. Glancing at the screen, the incoming caller tag read, Ayanakuji Kiyotaka. A direct transmission from Kiyotaka is an exceptionally rare occurrence. Hiding a minor layer of internal surprise, I pressed the accept key with an inherently stylish hand movement. Directly initiating contact is highly uncharacteristic of your parameters, Kiyotaka. There is a specific parameter I desire to consult you on. Do you possess a window of available time right now? Maintaining the live connection, I directed an engineered, stylish gaze toward Hiyori sitting across from me. It appears a stray lamb explicitly desires to seek my absolute guidance. Would you object to him introducing a microfraction of noise into our sweet sanctuary? Translation: Kiyotaka needs to consult me on something real quick. Is it cool if he joins us? The moment I posed the inquiry, Hiyori nodded her head with a smile that looked like a blooming flower. So Ayanakuji-kun requires consultation with Sōsuke-kun. It is completely fine. Hiyori. Are you a literal angel? Thank you. Desperately fighting back the urge to stare at the heavens in pure appreciation of her divinity, I brought my voice back down toward the terminal. Authorization has been officially granted by my magnanimous partner. Hiyori shall be co-present, but you may proceed to our coordinates. Understood. If anything, that layout is highly optimal. Is that so? In that case, I shall preserve a premium seat for your arrival. Severing the call, I elegantly sipped my coffee while waiting for his appearance. Dozens of minutes later, apologies for the delay. Manifesting directly beside our table with his hands thrust deep into his pockets, was the man possessing inorganic eyes that rendered his internal calculations entirely unreadable. Ayanakuji Kiyotaka. Welcome to our coordinates. It appears the compass of destiny has successfully guided you to the correct structural matrix. Faced with my characteristically poetic greeting, Kiyotaka froze his movements entirely, a microtwitch rippling across his brow. Seizing the microsecond, Hiyori opened her mouth with a brilliantly radiant smile. Welcome, Ayanakuji-kun. We have been expecting you, is what he's saying. The compass of destiny, the correct structural matrix. Is he hinting that my physical movement vectors to this cafe, or perhaps even the absolute optimal solution to the complication I am currently saddled with, are already accounted for within his calculations? However, parsing it through Sheena's translation matrix makes it register as a standard welcoming greeting. No, overanalyzing his phrasing constitutes a dangerous trajectory. While continuously executing a deep search into the underlying intent of my phrasing, Kiyotaka let out a quiet breath, lowering himself onto the vacant seat. Seeking illumination from my absolute existence demonstrates a highly commendable attitude. As I gave a magnanimous nod, Kiyotaka maintained a brief pocket of silence before alternating his unfeeling gaze between Hiyori and me. Then, he articulated an entirely unfathomable inquiry. What exactly is romance? My internal persona executed a massive, full-blown comedic faceplant. Romance. That Kiyotaka is suddenly prompting an interrogation regarding romance. Wait, what? Did his adolescence finally detonate out of nowhere? Or did he somehow develop a crush on a specific girl? Entirely detached from the violent psychological turbulence occurring inside my mind, Hiyori sitting parallel to me flushed a delicate shade of crimson, her eyes wandering with a trace of bashfulness. Let's see, romance, is it? I suppose it is something profoundly blissful, that fills one's chest with absolute warmth. Where merely existing parallel to the person yields a deeply comforting sensation. Stealing a microglance toward my position, Hiyori smiled shyly. Whenever I exist parallel to Sōsuke, that is precisely what I experience. Far too adorable. My girlfriend is so lethal my cardiovascular functions are shutting down. That response is a perfect 100-point metric. Desperately suppressing the urge to literally cough up blood from pure appreciation of her sweetness, I sustained my absolute authority as the supreme powerhouse, narrowing my eyes stylishly as I faced Kiyotaka. It is the resonance of the soul. By anchoring another singular soul parallel to an already complete entity like oneself, the baseline world is successfully sublimated into a drastically superior dimension. Delivering that ultra-stylish proclamation, I gently clasped Hiyori's petite hand. Hiyori squeezed back with immense happiness. Kiyotaka observed this paradigm shift without a single blink of his eyelids, tracking the data with absolute precision. Eventually, as if deriving a definitive conclusion regarding something inside his internal database, he slowly rose from his seat. This has served as an excellent reference point. Have you extracted your target solution already? Since we preserved this seat for your existence, you are fully authorized to unwind a fraction longer. No, this is thoroughly sufficient. Obstructing the two of you beyond this threshold would be highly suboptimal. You have my gratitude. Delivering that succinct sign-off, Kiyotaka offered zero further elaboration, pivoting on his heel to exit the cafe. Gazing at Kiyotaka's retreating back, Hiyori tilted her head with a trace of mystification. I wonder what triggered Ayana-Kuji-kun's sudden shift. It didn't particularly carry the aura of someone seeking counsel for an acute romantic dilemma. Who knows? However, it is possible the arrival of spring has slightly thawed his frozen core. I intentionally masked the underlying calculation with a stylish, ambiguous phrase, transitioning back into my sweet sanctuary with Hiyori. Concurrently, walking solo after vacating the cafe, inside my brain the mind of Ayana-Kuji Kiyotaka, an intensely deep, high-temperature calculation sequence was executing at an unprecedented velocity. Aizen Sōsuke. The anomalous monster who continuously maintained the vanguard ahead of me since the White Room era has currently evolved into an entirely separate, higher-dimensional entity that completely eclipses his historical parameters. I replayed the overwhelming, absolute composure demonstrated by Sōsuke, paired with the highly focused, high-temperature gaze he directed toward Shina Hiyori. Inside the White Room, we were systematically brainwashed to view attachments or affection toward external entities as nothing more than irrational, performance-degrading noise. Yet, the physical reality layout contradicted that dataset. Rather than experiencing a degradation of raw capability through romance, Aizen Sōsuke had solidified his perfection as an unshakable, absolute powerhouse to a drastically superior degree. To bridge the gap between that man's back and myself, I must personally acquire mastery over the uncharted territory that was completely absent from the White Room curriculum. What does it truly mean to love a human being? What specific status parameters define a state where one's internal psyche is violently shifted by an external individual? Operating on that baseline, the velocity of execution should be maximized. A definitive visual profile of a specific girl was already rendered inside my mind. An entity who directed a highly rigid, unshakable matrix of emotion toward my person, and whose internal psychology I possessed a deep, comprehensive mastery over. If I utilize her as my designated textbook of romance, the learning efficiency should be maximized. As a pleasant spring breeze blew through the perimeter, I prepared to quietly unveil the curtain on an uncharted exploration, designed to expand my raw humanity and elevate my existence into the next dimension. The following day, April 6th, inside the boys' dorms wrapped in the silence of spring break, Karuizawa Kei occupied a space within my personal room. She stood with her arms crossed in a highly defensive posture, glaring at me with a distinctly displeased expression. What business could you possibly have that required calling me out to your room on a perfectly good day off like this? Faced with her interrogation, I remained seated on the edge of my bed, delivering the words quietly, yet with absolute suddenness. Will you go out with me? The statement was so violently detached from her calculated expectations, that her eyes turned perfectly round, her mouth freezing open in absolute stasis. A few seconds later, a violent crimson blush painted her features, and she shrieked in a state of absolute psychological panic. What are you suddenly blabbing about, you idiot? Going out, are you actually saying that with a straight face? If it contradicts your desires, you are fully authorized to reject the proposition. As I spoke with a perfectly calibrated, calm tone, her gaze flickered with immense bewilderment before she probed with extreme caution. Are you saying that you like me? I like Karuizawa K. Devoid of a single microsecond of hesitation, I delivered the absolute declaration. Faced with that uninhibited, direct statement, Karuizawa's cognitive processing matrix appeared to completely short-circuit. Her face flushed to an absolute limit where a comical sound effect felt mathematically mandatory, and she rapidly clamped both hands over her mouth. Wait, no way, seriously. Hold on a second. Normally, these scenarios are supposed to possess a proper atmosphere, or at least some psychological preparation. Inundated by extreme embarrassment paired with an unexpected surge of pure joy, she protested while stumbling over her words. Yet, looking up through her eyelashes, her eyes were visibly moist with an unmaskable luster of pure ecstasy. Desperately trying to mask the hypervelocity thumping of her cardiovascular system, she hurriedly took a physical step forward. Was it unpleasant? I never said it was unpleasant, did I? In that case, what is your decision? I'll go out with you, okay? As if swept up in a rapid exchange of fighting words, Karuizawa shouted out of sheer momentum. Her eyes wavered violently, her cheeks stained the deep crimson of a fully ripened apple. Does that signify that Kay possesses identical feelings of liking me in return? As I quietly pierced the absolute core of the matter, she twisted her posture out of pure bashfulness, glaring up at me through her eyelashes. Do I seriously have to articulate that specific phrase out loud? I explicitly desire to process it directly from your mouth. This was an engineered steering sequence designed to extract her concealed core truth. Yet, for Karuizawa, this precise interrogation was clearly far from an unpleasant ordeal. Taking a deep, physical breath, she began to pour out her long-hidden truth with a slightly trembling voice. I like you, okay. Ever since you saved me back then, my thoughts slowly began to anchor onto you. Before I even realized it, gradually, I fell in love with you. Her words were laced with a definitive heat, absolute trust directed toward my person, and a near-manic layer of codependency and affection. I merely observed her silently as she desperately communicated her emotions on the verge of tears. Then, extending my arm smoothly, I pulled her trembling shoulders closer, bringing her into an embrace. Kiyotaka. Burying her face against my chest, Karuizawa completely deactivated her defensive posture, relaxing into a state of absolute safety. To an external observer, that visual layout would undoubtedly register as the quintessential, beautiful milestone of a fresh pair of lovers processing mutual affection. However, inside the internal mind of the persona embracing her, zero traces of bliss, exhilaration, or the emotional baseline classified as affection existed. Occupying the absolute depths of my chest was nothing more than an infinitely clear, absolute void of silence. For the current threshold, this format is sufficient. Feeling the physical body temperature of Karuizawa, as she exhaled hot breaths against my person, I executed an exceptionally cold-blooded observation of my own internal architecture. This action constituted nothing more than an investigative exploration for the sake of independent growth. It was merely a calibrated experiment to study the parameters of romantic emotion utilizing the textbook known as Karuizawa K, growing my persona into a higher dimension. When this textbook has been completely read through, and the comprehensive curriculum finalized, what specific emotion will I harbor toward her? Will I cherish her with genuine tenderness? Or will I ruthlessly cut her loose as an exhausted tool, devoid of a single shred of emotional germination? At the current coordinates, I do not possess that data. The singular absolute certainty was that the fundamental essence governing my core architecture was not an asset that could be easily overwritten. At the absolute terminus of studying uncharted emotions, will I successfully process its true definition? Will acquiring mastery over this heat serve as the absolute key to surpassing the completed, flawless entity known as Aizen Sōsuke? Completely blind to the final conclusion of that sequence, our brand new daily life as second-year students prepared to unveil its curtain. Chapter 76, Chapter 76. 3240 words a certain day in April. Advanced Nurturing High School, Acting Chairman's Office. The room, illuminated by the cascading spring sun, was furnished with heavy, opulent decor and wrapped in a chilly, profound silence. Sinking deeply into his leather chair, Acting Chairman Tsukishiro raised his eyes from his tablet terminal, throwing a highly suspicious, greasy smile toward the two students standing directly in front of him. With this, the comprehensive data of all the second-year students has been completely uploaded into your memory architecture, correct? Faced with Tsukishiro's inquiry, the two merely gave a quiet nod, their inorganic eyes entirely devoid of any human emotion. Splendid. As expected of products from the White Room, Tsukishiro spread both hands theatrically, continuing his remarks with mock reverence. The mission parameters assigned to your persons are singular. The critical milestone is to engineer the expulsion of Ayanakuji Kiyotaka-kun before the end of April. That individual will not tolerate any further delays in the schedule. However, ensure you do not execute any overly hazardous maneuvers. Are you instructing us to refrain from high-profile actions? As one of the assassins thrown a brief, ice-cold interrogation, Tsukishiro narrowed his eyes a fraction, deepening a bottom-chilling smile. As you two may already be aware, a highly anomalous genius, who was historically purged from the White Room, Aizen Sōsuke, currently resides at this school. To speak with absolute candor, your raw capabilities render it completely impossible to match him in combat. Before your identities are tracked by him, especially now that he wields administrative power, as Student Council Vice President, ensure you definitively drive Ayanakuji-kun to expulsion. Faced with that blatant layer of warning, the two assassins displayed completely antithetical reactions. One forcefully ground their molars together out of intense hatred, and the profound humiliation of having their personal capacity completely invalidated as impossible. The other, conversely, didn't even attempt to mask an acute curiosity toward the legendary figure, letting out a synchronized, amused giggle from the depths of their throat. Furthermore, I have already audited your historical performance metrics inside the White Room. If it's you two, securing the expulsion of Ayanakuji-kun remains well within the realm of possibility. The two offered zero further verbal response. They quietly vacated the perimeter, silently ruminating on the absolute imperative assigned to their existence, the elimination of Ayanakuji Kiyotaka. Gazing at the closed door, Tsukishiro flicked a singular chess piece on the board with his finger. Now then, let us witness how the board shifts. It promises to be quite a spectacle. April 8th. The long yet brief spring break officially reached its conclusion, and the curtain finally unveiled on our brand new academic year as second-year students. Only the opening ceremony was scheduled for today, meaning no formal academic classes would be executed. It was a highly specialized day where students were dismissed by midday. Inside the pristine, brand new Class 2A classroom, the vibrant voices of classmates who had successfully survived a full year of grueling combat parallel to one another echoed dynamically. Amidst the lively environment, I sat at my designated desk, quietly surveying the altered structural layout of the classroom. Starting this school year, the historical chalk-based blackboard at the front of the room had been completely abolished, replaced by a massive, pristine whiteboard. Furthermore, the thick paper textbooks utilized up until now had also been completely eradicated. Atop every single student's desk rested a state-of-the-art tablet terminal assigned for instructional use. Whoa, are you serious? The blackboard mutated into a whiteboard, and the textbooks completely migrated onto tablets. As expected of the Advanced Nurturing High School, an institution operated using the absolute prestige of the national government. While my internal psyche was experiencing a massive surge of excitement over the state-of-the-art infrastructure, I scanned the tablet terminal on my desk with immense curiosity. Eventually, the threshold for homeroom drew close. Stepping up to the podium with the brand new whiteboard serving as her backdrop, Ichino's Hanami surveyed the entire class with a direct, clear gaze. Good morning, everyone. And congratulations from the bottom of my heart on successfully promoting to the second year. Faced with Ichino's bright, powerful voice, a spontaneous wave of applause naturally erupted across the classroom. Starting today, our brand new year as second years officially begins. During our first year, we encountered immense confusion during our inaugural special examinations, and we constantly swung between joy and anxiety over the fluctuation of class points. A massive volume of things transpired. However, by holding hands as a unified collective, we shattered every single complication that confronted us. Precisely because we did that, we are capable of welcoming this day with smiles on our faces as Class A. Hearing Ichinos' remarks, classmates including Kanzaki and Shiranami gave deep nods, focusing their serious gazes toward her. For the upcoming academic year, there are 3 specific objectives I desire to request from everyone. Raising 3 fingers, she declared the vision with a dignified smile. The first is to ensure we suffer flatly 0 expulsions. The second is to safeguard our current position as Class A until the absolute end of the timeline. And the third is for every single one of us to continuously pursue dramatic evolution, rendering today superior to yesterday, and tomorrow superior to today. An elite-tier presentation delivered by a flawless leader, completely devoid of a single shred of hesitation. While I am certain a high volume of brutal special examinations awaits our existence ahead, if it's us, we can absolutely overcome them. Let's maximize our collective efforts again for the upcoming year. Oh! Following Ichinos' address, the class morale skyrocketed to an absolute apex, and a storm of roaring cheers and thunderous applause completely engulfed the classroom grid. Ichinos! As expected, you are the absolute greatest leader possible. Sustaining my physical position at my desk, I was deeply moved internally, my tear ducts threatening to loosen from the sheer beauty of it. Ever since the inaugural orientation timeline, I calculated that your specific kindness constituted your absolute greatest power matrix, and my analytical eyes were entirely free of error. Without losing that core essence amidst a brutal school life, you have evolved into an absolute, unshakable pillar commanding Class A. Your trust parameters with the classmates have completely maxed out. With this layout, I can comfortably assign any brutal examination to your leadership. While my internal persona was executing a massive standing ovation celebrating Ichinos' unshakable convictions and magnificent leadership, the external shell remained completely impervious to disruption. A magnificent vanguard demonstration, Ichinos. The radiant light you broadcast shall serve as the absolute beacon illuminating this class. The moment I delivered that stylishly smirked statement, Ichinos beamed with a smile that looked like a blooming flower. Thank you, Aizen-kun. I shall be relying heavily upon your immense capacity again this year. The morning opening ceremony and homeroom concluded, transitioning into the afternoon. As an active officer of the student council, I remained behind inside the gymnasium, fully occupied with the final confirmation parameters for tomorrow's entrance ceremony. The sagging in the red and white ceremonial curtains has been completely recalibrated. Audio output testing for the microphones is also free of complications. Yes, excellent work. Ensure the rows of folding chairs are aligned down to the millimeter matrix. We must display the flawless, absolute order of this advanced nurturing high school to the incoming first years. Operating under the precise, tactical directives of Student Council President Nagumo, the council officers moved around with elite efficiency. Utilizing my characteristically overwhelming processing velocity, I effortlessly finalized the safety parameters for the first-year foot traffic vectors alongside the final calibration of the acoustic hardware in the blink of an eye. Phew, with this, my absolute quota of operations is complete. Though seriously, thank you universe. I am incredibly glad that the Student Council President, Nagumo, is scheduled to handle the orientation address for the incoming freshmen tomorrow. Elegantly crossing my arms behind the rows of folding chairs, I internally breathed a massive sigh of pure relief. Had the architecture been structured where I was assigned to deliver the address, I would have undoubtedly spun a stylish poem like, "Welcome, fresh nestlings, to the miniature garden of absolute despair," causing the incoming rookies to completely recoil in horror like, "What is up with that unhinged senior?" That was an incredibly close deployment. Assigning standard public addresses to Nagumo remains the absolute optimal strategy. Completely masking that internal wave of relief, I directed an arrogant smile toward Nagumo. A flawless configuration of the board. I shall gladly yield the primary spotlight of the initiation ritual to you, the king. I intend to merely monitor this absolute order from the shadows. As arrogant as ever, Aizen. Well, whatever. Tomorrow, I'll completely paralyze those fresh rookies with a flawless, elite presentation. Nagumo wore a smile saturated with absolute confidence, and the preparation phase for the gymnasium concluded under perfect parameters. The following day, Friday, April 9th. Amidst a cascading descent of cherry blossom petals, the entrance ceremony of the Advanced Nurturing High School was solemnly executed. While the incoming first years harboring a mixture of immense anticipation and acute anxiety inside their chests lined up inside the gymnasium, Nagumo Miyabi stepped up to deliver the fresh student orientation address. Freshmen, congratulations on your admission. This institution is a universe where raw competence constitutes the absolute entirety of reality. However, you harbor zero reasons to fear. For those who believe in their independent capacity and possess an unshakable will to continuously target the summit, this location shall manifest as the absolute greatest breeding ground for learning. Faced with Nagumo's commanding, majestic presentation, the freshmen were completely overwhelmed, yet their eyes gleamed with intense focus as they absorbed his words. Excellent, excellent. He is delivering an exceptionally standard, magnificent address. Today, I merely executed my role as an invisible backstage operative, monitoring the lighting and audio matrices. Remaining entirely unindexed by anyone's eyes, I successfully finalized the entrance ceremony without a single complication. Absolute victory. Devoid of high-profile exposure, I successfully brought the entrance ceremony to a smooth conclusion strictly as an elite backstage asset of the Student Council. Then, following the weekend threshold, Monday, April 12th arrived. The designated date when formal academic classes as second-year students would officially initiate. Simultaneous with the morning homeroom bell sequence, the classroom door slid open, and our homeroom instructor, Hoshinomiya Chie-sensei, manifested inside the room. Hi, good morning everyone. Were you able to relax smoothly over the weekend threshold? Hoshinomiya-sensei delivered her greeting with her signature, slightly elongated drawl. Today, however, a highly specialized, serious light as a professional educator resided within the absolute depths of her eyes, completely detached from her standard baseline. Stepping up to the podium, she lightly hoisted the tablet terminal resting in her hand. Now then. While our formal second-year classes officially launched today, prior to that deployment, Sensei has a highly critical announcement to broadcast. Following that specific shift in Hoshinomiya-sensei's tone matrix, the atmospheric tension inside the room instantly tightened. I am now going to execute an explanation regarding the brand new system officially integrated into the Advanced Nurturing High School starting this academic year, known as OAA, Overall Ability. This is an ultra-critical fresh system that will drastically dictate your daily student life and the absolute victory or defeat conditions of the classes moving forward, so ensure you pay absolute attention, okay? First, everyone, boot up the tablet terminals on your desks and download the specialized application from the official school homepage. Complying with the instructor's directive, the classmates initiated simultaneous operations on their respective terminals. I smoothly flicked my finger across my screen with a cool expression, launching the application. This OAA app takes your historical academic performance metrics and daily behavioral parameters up to this point, converting them into precise numerical values so anyone can evaluate your capacity at a singular glance. Furthermore, through this application, the historical data of not just yourself, but every single student across all your levels can be searched and viewed by anyone at any time. For your information, the evaluation metrics are scheduled to refresh on the first day of every month. Following that statement, a violent commotion erupted across the classroom layout. We can view the data of every single student. The tracked parameters comprise for specific categories. Combined with overall ability, there are 5 distinct indicators displayed on the screen, so track my explanation visually while you listen. Hoshinomiya-sensei projected the breakdown of each category onto the whiteboard surface. Academic ability, calculated primarily utilizing scores extracted from written examination matrices. Physical ability, calculated utilizing evaluation data from physical education classes, performance inside club activities, and contributions during special examinations. Adaptability, calculated by demanding social integration parameters, including communication capacity anchored on friend volume/positioning, alongside situational agility/application capacity. Social contribution, calculated utilizing a diverse matrix of elements, including classroom demeanor, lateness/absence logs, presence of problematic behavior, and structural contributions to the school via student council integration. Overall ability, the mathematical mean of the prior four metrics, with the caveat that social contribution is calculated at half weight. The OAA architecture has officially launched full throttle, I see. As an active student council officer, I had already received a comprehensive briefing regarding these exact parameters several days ahead of schedule, and my independent OAA metrics were already verified. Consequently, while the surrounding environment was experiencing acute panic, I merely gazed elegantly at the screen without a shred of agitation. Since I already possess my independent data, that's fine. Excellent, let us immediately audit Hiyori's dataset. Sustaining the external shell of the absolute powerhouse, I internally accessed Hiyori's OAA profile with immense joy. Class 2A, Shina Hiyori Academic Ability, A, 90, Physical Ability, D, 35, Adaptability, B+, 80. Social Contribution, A, 88, Overall Ability, B, 71, yes, yes. Her academic ability was already inherently exceptional, but since we constantly execute study sessions together inside my room, her metrics are skyrocketing continuously. Her adaptability has also secured an elite evaluation since she currently possesses a massive network of friends. The premium tracking on her social contribution is undoubtedly an evaluation of her naturally polite, gentle demeanor parallel to her dedicated, affectionate support as assistant to myself, the student council vice president. Her physical ability rests at AD, but since I personally witness her maximizing her effort during physical education classes, that parameter is guaranteed to optimize over time. Phew, is it mathematically possible for my girlfriend to be this perfect? Gazing at the lovely profile photograph and exceptional stat parameters displayed on the screen, I formulated a thoroughly doting, ultra-sweet internal evaluation, completely satisfied with the data. Amidst the environment, Hashinomiya-sensei clapped her hands together sharply. For now, everyone examine your independent data. This deployment means everyone's raw capacity has been completely stripped bare. Complying with the instruction, the students tracked their personal datasets. Instantly, anxious murmurs began leaking from various coordinates across the room. Up until last year, the combat was executed strictly on a class unit basis, but does this mean individual capacity competition becomes the primary matrix starting this year? Expulsion conditions might also turn significantly more individual-centric based on these personal metrics. The explicit visualization of individual superiority and inferiority. Faced with the cold-blooded reality it brought to the table, the atmospheric density inside the class grew slightly heavy. However, completely obliterating that anxious aura, Ichino's raised a brilliantly bright voice. Everyone, it is completely fine. Rising to her feet, Ichino's smiled powerfully at the entire class. While it is an absolute reality that individual evaluations are now visibly quantified via numbers, our fundamental strategy as Class 2A, collaborating as a unified collective remains entirely unaltered. If anything, because everyone's distinct strengths and weaknesses are mathematically clear, we can cover for one another to a significantly superior degree than before. Therefore, you harbor absolutely zero reasons to be afraid. Ichino's. You're right, that's exactly it. Yeah, if it's our Class A, we are guaranteed to be completely fine. Utilizing Ichino's flawless supportive intervention and inherent charisma, the class anxiety dissolved in the blink of an eye, mutating into a proactive, unified bond. It is exactly as Ichino's states. Though seriously, Aizen. Out of nowhere, Kanzaki sitting at the adjacent desk looked toward my position, letting out a deep sigh of pure admiration. Your OAA numerical values genuinely leave room for nothing short of absolute awe. Drawn by Kanzaki's words, the classmates initiated simultaneous searches for my OAA profile on their terminals. Class 2A, Aizen Sōsuke, Academic Ability, A+, 100. Physical ability, A+, 100, adaptability, B, 72, social contribution, A, 87, overall ability, A, 90, immediately following the data rendering, startled shrieks of "Whoa, and are you kidding me?" erupted across the room. Aizen-kun's metrics are completely demonic. His academic and physical abilities are literally maxed out at the absolute cap. Wait, it's Aizen we're talking about. If anything, this is merely the logical baseline. Yeah, if anything it actually brings a weird sense of relief. It wouldn't be Aizen-kun if his stats weren't at this level. The initial shock rapidly transitioned into a strange sense of universal acceptance. Well, it is Aizen-kun, after all. Up at the podium, Hashinomiya-sensei was also nodding her head happily. Ahaha, it looks like everyone is completely blown away. The reality is, across the entire second-year generation, Aizen-kun holds the absolute number 1 slot in overall ability by a monumental landslide. As expected of the student council vice president who stands as the pride of our class A. The rest of you better maximize your effort to catch up to Aizen-kun. While the unified respect and sheer awe of the entire class converged directly onto my position, I elegantly set my terminal down, maintaining a fearless smirk. As the entity occupying the absolute summit, this evaluation constitutes a mere logical baseline. I shall continuously await your arrival from an incredibly high altitude. I suggest you all continuously thrash about upon this board to ensure you do not lose sight of my retreating back. Securing such a magnificent evaluation during this cycle is by no means a reflection of my independent capacity, but rather the absolute fruit of everyone in this class maximizing their daily efforts to support my existence. Moving forward, I shall continuously stand at the absolute vanguard to pull everyone forward with maximum velocity, so let us construct the absolute greatest class together. Is what he's saying. Directly from her adjacent seat, our Class 2A's absolute angel Hiyori translated my declaration into a flawless, profoundly moving speech accompanied by a smile like a blooming flower. Thank you for the absolute perfection of that translation. Detached from my internal waves of gratitude, the classmates having processed Hiyori's flawless translation matrix deepened their collective unity even further, shouting, "Oh," and as expected of Aizen-kun. However, the homeroom sequence currently dominated by the shockwave of the OAA system was far from its absolute conclusion. Hi, thank you as always for the standard translation, Shina-san. Alright everyone, quiet down. While the explanation for OAA concludes here, the reality is there is another ultra-critical announcement scheduled for broadcast. Following those words from Hashinomiya-sensei at the podium, the atmospheric tension snapped back to a razor-sharp state. A brand new academic year. A brand new paradigm of rules. And the invisible shadow of assassins. Behind the curtain of the sweet, tranquil sanctuary shared by Hiyori and me, the board for the next phase of combat had already quietly, yet definitively, initiated its construction. Chapter 77, 3780 words. While the residual shockwaves from the new OAA system had far from settled, Hashinomiya-sensei stood at the podium, tapping her fingers rhythmically against the tablet in her hand. Hi, quiet down, everyone. While our explanation of the OAA is over, we actually have another super important announcement to make. With those words, the tension in the room instantly snapped back. I am now going to explain the very first special examination of this school year. In stark contrast to Hashinomiya-sensei's cheerful tone, a wave of intense anxiety rippled across the faces of my classmates. This test is called the Partner Written Examination. To put it simply, it's a massive, cross-grade event where a first-year and a second-year student pair up to compete using their combined scores. The teacher projected the details of the exam from her tablet straight onto the whiteboard. Partner Written Examination, Rules Pairing System, 1 first-year student and 1 second-year student must team up. Their total combined score will be their final result. Application process, pair requests must be sent through the OAA app. Students can only send a proposal to a target student once a day. Acceptance and rejection. If a proposal is accepted, the partnership is established. If rejected, the applicant can send a new proposal to someone else the following day after midnight. No take-backs. Once a partnership is established, it is locked. It cannot be cancelled or changed for any reason. Anonymous pairs. Once a pair is locked, both students will see their status update to partner established on the OAA app at 8 o'clock the next morning. From then on, they cannot receive any more proposals. However, who they paired with remains hidden from the public. Note, you can still send a proposal to someone whose status is locked during the midnight window between 2400 hours and 8 o'clock. Leftover students. Anyone who fails to find a partner by the morning of the exam will be randomly assigned one by the system at 8 o'clock on test day. However, they will face a harsh 5% penalty deducted from their total score. The student deficit. Currently, the second-year class has exactly 2 fewer students than the first-year class. Because of this, any first-year student left without a partner due to the shortage will have their individual score doubled, but will still suffer the baseline 5% deduction penalty. Schedule and test details. Timeline. CARE registration opens on April 12th. The actual exam will take place in late April, and the final results will be announced on May 1st. Subjects. The exam covers 5 core academic subjects. Each subject is worth a maximum of 100 points, meaning an individual can score up to 500 points. Individual rewards. The top 5 highest scoring pairs in the school will receive 100,000 private points. Pairs who finish in the top 30% will get 10,000 private points. Class points. The class that takes first place will receive 50 class points. Second place gets 30, third gets 10, and fourth place gets absolutely nothing. Second years. If a pair's total score drops to 500 points or below, the second-year student faces immediate expulsion from the school. First years. If a pair's total score drops to 500 points or below, the first-year student will have their private point allowance suspended for 3 months. Cheating and sabotage. Any form of score manipulation like intentionally getting answers wrong or threatening someone to force them to score low will result in immediate expulsion if caught. Expulsion. If our total score is 500 or below. The rule says 500 points or below, not strictly under 500, huh? Keeping my cool, I quickly started running the numbers in my head. If there's an assassin among the first years sent to get Kiyotaka expelled, these rules are perfectly tailored for it. Even if Kiyotaka gets a flawless, perfect 500 across all subjects, if his first-year partner gets a deliberate 0, their total lands exactly at 500 points. Which means Kiyotaka gets expelled. Tsukishiro clearly rigged these rules. Well, if it's Kiyotaka, he'll find a way out of it easily. Everyone calm down. Yes, there's an expulsion penalty, and yes, this test is expected to be the hardest exam in the history of the school. But that's only if you are aiming for a perfect 100 on every subject. With that, the teacher pulled up a new chart on the whiteboard, projected score by academic tier E, 150 to 200 points, academic tier D, 200 to 250 points, academic tier C, 250 to 300 points. Academic tier B, 350 points, academic tier A, 400 points. As you can see, to make sure even students who struggle with studying can still score points, the test includes a ton of very simple questions. If you study normally and get a decent partner, dropping to 500 points or below is mathematically almost impossible. However, because the test really is tough, it's highly likely that even our elite Aizen-kun won't be able to get a perfect score this time. The teacher gave me a teasing wink. The very instant she did, my mouth moved entirely on its own, completely ignoring my filters. Watching someone desperately struggle to turn back the clock is quite a tragic comedy. Even if a decaying flower pretends to be a fresh bud, it cannot hide its age rings, Hashinomiya. No. Why did I just pick a fight with our homeroom teacher? My mouth. Please tell me no one understood that. While my internal self was clutching its head in absolute psychological horror, cold sweat running down my spine, Hiyori beamed with a bright, angelic smile. Watching someone behave like a delicate young girl at your age is painful to look at, Hashinomiya-sensei, is what he's trying to say. Hiyori-seian. WHYYYYYY. Why are you translating that so perfectly with the smile of a literal angel? That was a category red statement that absolutely needed to be ignored, you know. Woo. Aizen-kun. Just so you know, Sensei is still barely in her late 20s, okay. Hashinomiya-sensei kept her smile, but a very visible, throbbing vein appeared on her temple. Aya, she is completely furious. That's not right, Sensei. My mouth just reacted on autopilot. I am deeply sorry, deeply sorry. While my inner self was frantically bowing and apologizing on repeat, a heavy, awkward tension gripped the room. Ah ha ha ha. Everyone, it's just like Sensei said. Sensing the dangerous mood, Ichino's quickly stood up. Using her signature smile to calm the class, she stepped in to save the day. As long as we prepare properly, work together, and find good partners among the first years, we won't have to worry about expulsion at all. Let's get through this school year together without losing a single classmate. Reassured by Ichino's powerful, comforting words, our classmates nodded deeply, and the anxiety in the room finally melted away. Lunch break inside the Class 2A classroom, which was bathed in the gentle spring sunshine, a small group consisting of myself, Hiyori, Ichino's, and Kanzaki pushed our desks together to eat lunch. Honestly, Aizen-kun. No matter the reason, you really shouldn't say things like that to Hashinomiya-sensei. Opening her homemade bento, Ichino's puffed out her cheeks slightly, giving me a gentle scolding. Right next to her, Hiyori, the actual mastermind behind the brutal translation from earlier, let out a cheerful chuckle, showing absolutely no remorse. I am so sorry. It's not like I wanted to say that out loud. The moment someone tries to provoke me, my mouth automatically launches a high-speed counterattack. While my inner self was weeping tears of blood and begging for forgiveness, my outer shell remained completely unshakable. I simply let a confident, fearless smirk cross my face. Truth can be cruel sometimes. Falsehood simply does not exist in my vocabulary. Well, I guess that's just how Aizen-kun is. Letting out a tired, wry smile, Ichino's expression turned serious as she switched to the main topic. Hey, about the rules for this special exam. To make sure none of us get expelled, and to protect the first years from penalties. I want to send a mass message to all the first years after school today. I'll invite anyone who is worried about the exam to meet us in the gym for an exchange assembly. What do you think of this plan? A proposal that sounds exactly like you, Ichino's. Stopping his chopsticks, Kanzaki responded in a calm, analytical tone. However, winning this exam depends entirely on how many smart first years our class can recruit. Shouldn't we use our massive point reserves and the prestige of Class A to lock down the top first-year students first? It was a perfectly rational, efficient point of view, classic Kanzaki. It's true that if we're only aiming for a guaranteed victory, that would be the safest bet. Acknowledging Kanzaki's point, Ichino still stood her ground. However, even if a class places dead last in this exam, there are no class point deductions. On the flip side, winning first place only gives 50 class points. With that in mind, rather than burning through our valuable point reserves now, building real trust with the first years will give us a much bigger strategic advantage in the long run. Plus, even if we focus on helping the struggling students, Class A's natural academic strength is more than enough to take third place, and if we play our cards right, we can easily aim for second. Both of your points make a lot of sense. Holding her thermos of warm tea with both hands, Hiyori quietly joined the conversation. However, it is highly likely that Ryuan-kun from Class C and Horikita-san from Class D will form an alliance this year. If they do, the chances of Class A falling to last place become dangerously real. An alliance, you think? Kanzaki's eyes widened in realization. Hiyori nodded. With the class point gap being this wide, both Ryuan-kun and Horikita-san know they can't beat Class A or Class B on their own. While we can't predict their exact moves just yet, we absolutely need to stay vigilant. Hiyori's prediction is flawless. Without a doubt, those two are going to team up. In fact, they probably finalized the details over spring break. Elegantly eating my sandwich, I quickly calculated the outcomes in my mind. Ichinos and Kanzaki are both right in their own ways. If we only cared about winning right now, using our points to buy out the elite first years would guarantee victory. Wasting a massive amount of points for a tiny reward of 50 class points is a terrible trade. Just like last year's deserted island and cruise ship exams, brutal, high-stakes tests with massive point payouts are bound to happen over the summer. Knowing that, saving our points while building a foundation of trust with the first years, just like Hanami says, is the absolute best path. Reaching my conclusion, I slowly stood up, looking down at Kanzaki and Ichinos with a confident smile. In a game of chess, a player who only focuses on taking the immediate pieces will eventually lose. A true king does not rely on temporary mercenaries, but builds an unshakable fortress out of invisible bonds. Your path is the right one, Ichinos. The very millisecond I finished that stylish speech, Hiyori spoke up with a bright smile. I understand Kanzaki-kun's logic, but wasting our points for a small reward of 50 class points is highly inefficient. Since a major exam with massive points on the line is bound to happen during the summer, saving our points while building trust with the first years, exactly as Honami-chan says, is the best strategy, is what he's trying to say. Hyo-ri-thi-i-thi-i. Your translation is perfect. You understood my exact thoughts, and your angelic smile is giving me life. While my inner joy was hidden behind a calm face, Kanzaki let out a quiet breath, and nodded after hearing Hiyori's simplified translation. It's true that a massive amount of points changed hands last summer. As Aizen says, wasting our points here would be a bad move. But should I pretend to join the bidding war? I thought a step further. If I bluff and drop hints that Class A is ready to spend big to buy up the best students, I can bait Sakayanaji of Class B into wasting her own points to compete. No, if it's Sakayanaji, she'll see right through it. Running risky schemes could ruin the trust that makes Ichinos so strong. I will leave the tactical command of this operation to you, Ichinos. As I gave an approving nod, Ichinos' face lit up with joy. Thank you, Aizen-kun. Thank you too, Hiyori-chan and Kanzaki-kun, for thinking so deeply for the sake of the class. Smiling happily, Ichinos immediately pulled out her phone. No time like the present. I'll contact the student council and the teachers right now to book the gym for after school. The curtain had officially risen on a brand new special exam. While assassins moved in the shadows and each class plotted their own moves, we quietly began our march toward the next battle. After school, inside the gym, the exchange assembly officially began, and a massive crowd of first and second years gathered together. Aside from a few classmates busy with club activities, almost all of Class 2A was present. And just as we hoped, a steady stream of first-year students poured into the room. Opening my phone, I quietly watched the incoming freshmen, checking their faces against the OAA data cloud. While I haven't checked everyone yet, the number of students with high academic ratings is visibly low. Suddenly noticing a strange pattern in the data, I scanned the room. Not a single student from Class 1D is here. Could it be that so soon after orientation, someone has already taken total control of that class and forced everyone to fall in line? A second of suspicion flashed through my mind, but I quickly refocused. Well, that changes nothing for our plan. Talk to the first years here, build trust, and clear the exam without wasting class points. As long as we hit that goal, the mission is a success. Sōsuke-kun. Not a single student from Class 1D seems to be in the room. Standing right next to me, Hiyori whispered softly, having clearly noticed the exact same anomaly. As expected of Hiyori. Incredible observation skills. While my inner self was cheering at her brilliance, I kept a perfectly cool smile, looking down at her. Finding the truth from such a tiny detail, your analytical skills are truly magnificent. I highly respect your deep mind, which refuses to miss a single strange detail in a beautiful picture. The moment I delivered that stylish compliment, Hiyori smiled a bit shyly, her face filled with pure happiness. First years, thank you all for coming today. I hope everyone can get to know each other across grades, and have a wonderful time together. Using her signature gentle tone and welcoming smile, Ichino's kicked off her speech, and the exchange assembly officially launched into full gear. The students of Class A were incredibly good at communication, actively reaching out to the first years who were initially defensive and intimidated. They broke the ice in the blink of an eye. My classmates' social skills are seriously amazing. Watching the warm, friendly atmosphere fill the gym, I was genuinely impressed from the bottom of my heart. Amidst the crowd, I noticed that the first-year students were constantly looking over in my direction. Is that Aizen-senpai? He was recruited into the student council as a vice president directly during his first year, right? Look at his OAA stats. His academic and physical abilities are literally at a flat, perfect 100 max cap. That is completely insane. A wave of awed, intimidated whispers rippled across the freshmen like a tidal wave. Seeing her chance, Ichino's walked over to me with light steps. Everyone, listen up. Our class's Aizen-kun is genuinely extraordinary. Within a single month of starting here, he was directly headhunted by the student council, and every single exam he has taken so far has been a perfect 100. Ichino's proudly began listing my past achievements to the listening freshmen. Being hyped up like this is a bit embarrassing. While scratching my head mentally, I quickly realized what Ichino's was doing. Ichino's move is brilliant, though. To these fresh rookies, the intimidating aura naturally radiating from me must be terrifying. By translating my achievements into simple, impressive facts, she's turning their raw fear into pure respect, easily lowering their guard. It's true. Sōsuke's abilities are deeply extraordinary. Furthermore, Hiyori backed her up, her face filled with immense pride. My actual plan for this assembly was to stay completely quiet, so I wouldn't accidentally terrify the first years. However, being showered with praise by my closest allies while being stared at with envy by the entire freshman crowd, my inner self got a bit carried away. My mouth, which was supposed to stay locked, began smoothly speaking on its own. I am honored by your praise. However, the view my eyes are always fixed upon is strictly from a very high altitude. Taking a slow, deliberate step forward, I looked out over the completely silent crowd of first years. You have no reason to cry over your own limitations. Simply follow in my footsteps. For the path I walk is the absolute, unshakable truth. Now then, let us move forward. To the very edge of all possibilities. I completely went too far. I literally just decided that staying quiet was the best plan. The freshmen are going to be absolutely terrified now. My inner self panicked instantly. A heavy, stone-cold silence fell over the gym floor. The freshmen visibly flinched, completely losing their ability to speak. It made sense. Faced with the pressure of my intense presence and arrogant vocabulary, their minds were totally overwhelmed. They were frozen in a mix of absolute awe and fascination. Breaking that tense silence was the soft, quiet laughter of Hiyori. Sōsuke talks a bit uniquely, but what he really means is, let's give it our all together to reach the absolute top as a united group. Since he is an incredibly reliable senior, please feel free to ask him for help with any problems you have. Hiyori's angelic, perfect translation echoed beautifully through the gym. The moment the freshmen processed those words, a look of profound relief and newfound hope lit up their faces. Aizen-senpai, please lead and guide us. I want to follow you, senpai. Hiyori-thai. Thank you for the greatest translation in the universe. Mentally throwing myself to the ground, I wept tears of pure gratitude. Aizen-kun uses a slightly unique way of speaking, but he is genuinely a very kind person who puts his friends first, so please don't worry. With a wry smile, Ichino smoothly brought the room back to a comfortable level. Thanks to their help, the assembly picked up energy, and several partnerships were successfully locked down right then and there. Tsukishiro's main target is definitely Kiyotaka, but there's still a chance he placed an assassin among the first years to get rid of me since I'm a major obstacle. I need to be extremely careful before picking a partner. While quietly analyzing the crowd amidst the noisy gym, a single male student stepped out from the group. He walked over to me with intense, unshakable determination in his steps. Aizen-senpai. I was deeply moved by your speech and your incredible presence. The path of absolute righteousness you walk. Please, let me follow your lead. Would you do me the honor of pairing up with me? Staring at me with quiet, fanatical intensity as if literally worshipping a god, he bowed deeply in total submission. I quietly checked the OAA data he pulled up on his phone. Class 1A, Tosen can aim, academic ability, A91. Physical ability, A88, adaptability, D+, 38, social contribution, B+, 77, overall ability, B, 73, W8, isn't his name a bit crazy? The sound is an exact match for Tosen can aim. His face looks different, but what is with this intense loyalty and deep reverence? His academic ability is an A, which is perfect, but completely aside from that, this guy looks like he would absolutely never betray me. Honestly, if I somehow got betrayed by someone with this exact name, and got expelled, I think I could leave the school in peaceful acceptance. While my inner self was running a massive, comedic commentary, my outer face stayed perfectly serious, staring down at him without moving a muscle. While I was trying to stay on high alert for Tsukishiro's traps, facing someone with this perfect name combo, and such a direct, honest look makes it completely impossible to say no. Let's trust him. Slowly reaching out, I placed my hand firmly on Tosen's shoulder. Very well. I accept your loyalty. On the path I walk, your abilities will be a valuable asset. This is the greatest honor of my life, Aizen-senpai. Tosen's voice shook slightly with emotion, and he lowered his head even deeper into his bow. Excellent, a perfect partnership is officially locked down for now. But seriously, to think a literal understudy of Tosen would show up as my junior. While my inner self was celebrating getting a pure, fiercely loyal right-hand man, I walked over to Ichino's, who was running the event. Ichino's. I've officially formed a pair with Tosen from Class 1A, Aizen-kun. Yes, congratulations on finding your partner. The moment his exceptional mind connects with my path, taking the absolute top spot becomes an absolute certainty. The rewards gained from that victory will be turned into the very foundation that secures our throne. We will make our dominance on this board completely permanent. The exact millisecond I finished that stylish speech, Hiyori standing right beside me smiled radiantly and turned to Ichino's. Since a pair consisting of a smart student like him and myself is guaranteed to take first place individually, the entire 100,000 private point reward will be given straight to the class treasury. This plan is meant to make our class's lead completely unshakable, is what he's trying to say. Hearing Hiyori's flawless translation, Ichino's entire face lit up with joy. Are you really sure that's okay? Thank you, Aizen-kun. That helps us out so much. While still keeping my guard up against Tsukishiro's hidden traps, I had managed to find an incredibly reliable junior named Tosen can aim, perfectly completing my first move for this special examination. Chapter 78, 3,911 words after school on the same day. The gymnasium was filled with an unprecedented surge of heat and noise, crowded with a chaotic mix of first and second-year students. A short distance from the entrance, tucked away in a blind spot, two figures quietly observed the scene inside. They were Horikita Suzune, the leader of second-year Class D, and the inconspicuous male student standing right behind her, Ayanakuji Kiyotaka. So this is the answer Class A and Ichino-san came up with. Horikita crossed her arms and narrowed her sharp eyes, analyzing the situation in the gymnasium. Looking where she was staring, students from Class A were utilizing their natural charm and communication skills to break the ice with the guarded first years, winning them over one after another. Led by Ichino's, the entire class projected a gentle aura, building genuine connections with their juniors without causing a single shred of intimidation. As expected of Ichino-san, she is maximizing her greatest strength. Instead of using points to aggressively buy out high-tier academic assets, she is choosing to build an invisible fortune through human connection. That strategy is something only Ichino's could pull off. Ayana agreed quietly, simply stating the facts. This strategy was only possible because of Ichino's Honami's bottomless kindness and charisma, backed by the rock-solid bond of Class A, who united under their absolute trust in her. If another class tried to copy it on the surface, it would inevitably fall apart. Class points won't shift drastically in this special exam anyway. So she decided to give up on winning right now, prioritize building relationships of trust with the first years, and preserve their capital in private points. Ayana accurately read Class A's true intentions in his mind. Attempting to monopolize the smart first years would inevitably trigger a bidding war between classes. Ichino's and her group had decided to step off that battlefield entirely. Looking at the long-term timeline, they likely calculated that establishing a solid foundation with their juniors would yield a greater strategic advantage in future exams rather than wasting capital here. Let's go, Ayana-kun. Now that we know their strategy, there's no point in staying any longer. Ryuan-kun has already contacted me. We are having a strategy meeting at the karaoke place after this. Understood. Ayana silently followed Horikita, as she turned on her heel. While the agendas of each class intersected beneath the surface, they also had to make their next move to ensure their survival. The karaoke box in Kiyaki Mall. Opening the door to a dim, soundproofed private room, they found that their guests had already arrived. Sitting deep in the sofa with a fearless smirk and his legs crossed was Ryuan Kakeru, the leader of second-year Class C. Right beside him was his strategist, Kaneda, who was staring coldly at his phone screen. You're finally here. Ryuan tilted his glass on the table, welcoming Horikita and Ayana as they walked in. Sorry to keep you waiting. Horikita sat directly across from Ryuan without showing any fear, and Ayana took a seat right next to her. The enclosed space of the private room made the air surrounding their secret negotiation feel even more strained. How was Class A's assembly? Kaneda looked up from his screen, asking in a businesslike tone. It was a strategy characteristic of Ichino-san. She brilliantly won over the first years. Building relationships with sincerity instead of capital, it's something we could never copy, Horikita stated plainly. She wasn't trying to compete or look down on them, it was a completely objective evaluation. But the kids gathered there are mostly idiots who lack confidence in their academics, right? Anyone with a decent brain wouldn't play those friendship games, they'd sell themselves to the highest bidder. In short, Ichino's and her group completely gave up on targeting an absolute victory this time. Ryuan let out a snort, striking right at the heart of the matter. That's true. But we still need to make a move, given our baseline academic deficit. Just because Class A backed down doesn't mean we automatically land a top spot, Ayana added quietly. I know that. Ryuan shot a sharp gaze straight at Ayana. We'll need to spend a fair amount of private points. But Class B will definitely aim for a definitive win here. Now that Ichino's has stepped away, they'll try to sweep up the top first years with money. Given the gap in capital and overall academic capacity, we can't beat Class B in a straight bidding war. Class B was highly strategic and possessed massive point reserves. Going head-to-head against them in a money game would only bleed them dry. Yes, I agree. Horikita nodded, stating her own plan. The ideal scenario is for our class to target second and third place without heavily draining our meager funds. That's why I'm planning to construct a class-wide alliance with first-year Class D. Rather than baiting individual students with money, she would negotiate with Class D as a collective, partnering for mutual benefit. That was the optimal solution Horikita had calculated. Ryuan let out an amused chuckle. So you team up with Class D to make sure no one gets expelled, and you let our Class C take second place. Our class simply doesn't have the funds to compete with Class B or your class to begin with. Furthermore, unlike your class, it's realistically difficult for us to use dictatorial methods to force points out of our classmates. Horikita's words carried a sharp edge, but Ryuan didn't care at all. You're damn right. That's a trick a teacher's pet like you could never pull off. Very well. We'll play the money game and drain Class B's capital as much as possible. We won't let them think this exam was easy. The alliance between the two classes settled into place. However, as Ayanakuji listened to the exchange in silence, a completely separate thought swirled in his mind. Horikita's strategy isn't bad. However, at Class A's assembly just now, not a single student from first-year Class D was present. That is completely unnatural. It's highly probable that someone has already taken absolute control over first-year Class D. Horikita's plan for a class-wide negotiation will likely run into a wall. Even if it succeeds, she might prevent expulsions, but beating Class A with their high baseline academic capacity will still be a brutal challenge. On top of that, Ayanakuji had another major concern. The assassin hidden among the first years, deployed by Tsukishiro to engineer my expulsion. I'll have to prioritize that variable over the class victory this time. In a situation where he couldn't identify the enemy, a single slip-up wouldn't just mean losing a special exam, it would mean being cast out of the school entirely. This exam doesn't really allow us to fully utilize our alliance, Horikita sighed, looking slightly dissatisfied. Guess so. Ryuan stood up, draining the rest of his drink in one gulp. But it'll be a different story when a special exam with a massive class point shift comes along. When that happens, we will definitively drag Class A and Class B down. Right now, this is nothing more than the setup phase. With ambition burning in his dark eyes, Ryuan flashed a cruel smirk. At the same time, inside a quiet, relaxed cafe in Kiyaki Mall, the core members of second-year Class B sat around a table, quietly holding their strategy meeting. Surrounding Sakayanagi Arisu, who was elegantly sipping her tea, were Katsuragi, Kamuro, Sanada, and Kidu. What's our move this time? Since this exam heavily relies on academic ability, I believe we should definitively target an absolute victory. Katsuragi opened the discussion in his usual steady tone, crossing his arms. Yes, that is the plan. Sakayanagi placed her cup onto its saucer, letting out a soft chuckle. However, we need accurate data first. Right now, I have Hashimoto-kun scouting the assembly hosted by Ichino-san. Once he returns, we will finalize our course of action. A short while later, the bell at the cafe entrance chimed, and Hashimoto Masayoshi walked over with light steps. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hashimoto sat down in an empty chair, scanned his surroundings, and lowered his voice to report. Just as we thought, the majority of the first years at that assembly were students who aren't confident in their academics. Thanks to Ichino's skills, the mood was incredibly relaxed, and a fair number of pairs have already been locked down. Oh, and for some reason, that Aizen locked down his pair incredibly early too. Sakayanagi nodded with satisfaction. So Class A really has abandoned the idea of going for a win in this exam. Frankly, if it turned into a bidding war driven by raw capital, even our Class B would struggle to compete against them. Since there is barely any difference in our baseline academic capacities, it would have been a difficult battle if Class A came at us with everything they had. Then with Class A backing down, this is our perfect opportunity, Katsuragi said, leaning forward with a serious expression. We need to secure the elite first years, even if it means investing a fair amount of capital. Sakayanagi agreed. Ichino-san chose to preserve her funds, and use her greatest weapon, her personality, to build relationships of trust with the first years. However, we will trade with the elite first years by utilizing our capital. Selling them a favor now could work heavily in our favor in future exams. Since Class D has no money, they aren't an issue, but I wonder how Ryuan-kun from Class C will move. As Sanada calmly raised his concern, Kamuro rested her cheek in her hand with a bored look, letting out a snort. Even if those guys spend their points, Class C's academic capacity means they can't beat us anyway, right? You are exactly right, Masumi-san. Sakayanagi lightly adjusted her grip on her cane. That's why we don't need to waste a massive amount of points ourselves. Ryuan-kun will likely initiate a petty bidding war just to drain our funds, but we have absolutely no reason to play along with him seriously. A solid strategy, Katsuragi nodded deeply. While class points won't shift drastically in this special exam, we should close the gap with Class A wherever we can. However, just like last year's deserted island exam, a special exam with massive class points on the line is bound to happen during the summer. Spending too much capital here carries a high risk, so we must negotiate smart with the first years. Listening to Sakayanagi's seamless instructions, Kamuro let out a massive sigh. So in the end, Hashimoto and I are just going to be errand boys running around negotiating with first years. I apologize for always giving you the tedious tasks, but I'm counting on you. Sakayanagi smiled without a shred of remorse before adding a final note. Furthermore, though it won't matter much for this exam, Class C and Class D will likely form an alliance, or perhaps they already have. However, Class D is far from a united front. While we should stay vigilant, they aren't a dangerous threat at this stage. With that, Sakayanagi flashed a cold, beautiful smile. In a landscape left wide open by Class A, Class B was steadily setting up their pieces for victory. The following day, during lunch break, the second-year floor of the Advanced Nurturing High School was filled with students walking back and forth, enveloped in its usual peaceful atmosphere. In the Class A classroom, I sat elegantly at my desk, enjoying a quiet moment with a foreign book in hand. Right next to me, Hiyori was also reading. Bathed in the gentle spring sunlight, the space around the two of us felt perfectly serene, as if cut away from the rest of the world. Sōsuke. This book is the sequel to the mystery novel we talked about before, and the plot is getting incredibly interesting. That sounds fascinating. If you praise it that much, it must contain an exceptional mystery. Would you let me read it when you're finished? Yes, I'd love to. Hiyori smiled happily. It was a peaceful, ordinary day. However, that silence was shattered in an instant. You're just a first year, don't get cocky with me. Housen-kun, please stop provoking them. An incredibly violent shout, and a calm voice echoed from the hallway. Instantly, the students outside began to buzz, and a crowd of onlookers quickly started to form. What's going on? My eyebrow twitched slightly as I closed the foreign book I was reading. Beside me, Hiyori tilted her head in confusion. Standing up and looking down the hallway, I saw the center of the commotion was just outside the Class 2D classroom. There, standing in front of Horikita, Sudu, and the rest of the Class D students, was an incredibly massive first-year male student. His heavily muscular frame looked entirely abnormal for a high school student. Standing beside him was a first-year girl who carried a somewhat cold beauty. Hey, freshman. What do you think you're doing? Ishizaki from Class C, sensing the dangerous air, shouted as he tried to step in and stop the massive first year. Who the hell are you? Back off, you underling. The giant glared at Ishizaki with pure irritation, radiating a murderous pressure, as if he was about to throw a punch any second. Drop it, Ishizaki. Having caught wind of the commotion, Ryuan Kakeru, the leader of Class C, stepped forward calmly, accompanied by Albert. Ryuan-san. But this guy suddenly walked onto our floor and... I told you to back off. At Ryuan's words, Ishizaki stepped down obediently, though he looked incredibly frustrated. Meanwhile, the moment the massive freshman heard the name Ryuan, he stopped in his tracks. His mouth twisted into a disgusting laugh. The guy stared at Ryuan with the eyes of a predator spotting its prey. Ryuan, I've heard your name more times than I can count. I never expected you to have such a scrawny frame. I wanted to beat you to death when I went on trips back in middle school. Were you hiding because you were terrified of me? It was a blatant provocation. However, instead of backing down, Ryuan's twisted smirk deepened as he fired right back. If you had run into me back in middle school, you wouldn't be standing there acting so tough right now, you know. Though they had never met face to face, both had made their names famous in the delinquent underworld of the same region. The tyrants who had never crossed paths were now clashing directly for the first time in the unique environment of this school. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A first year just marched onto the second year floor and started a fight. And it's an encounter between delinquents from the same hometown. What are you guys doing? Aren't you a bit too hot-headed? My inner self panicked completely at the unexpected trouble. And now Ryuan's group is involved. This is one step away from a full-blown brawl. While breaking into a cold sweat internally, my outer face remained perfectly calm. Behind my cool eyes, I quickly analyzed the situation and calculated my options. I am the vice president of the student council. It's my job to maintain the school's public morals and order. I can't just ignore a massive fight happening in broad daylight like this. To preserve the status of the student council, and more importantly, to prevent the situation from escalating and dragging me into a massive hassle, I steeled my resolve to move. Sōsuke. That first-year boy. Hiyori quietly leaned in beside me, holding up her phone to show me the OAA screen. His name is Housen Kazuomi from first-year Class D. His physical ability rating is exceptionally high. The girl with him is Nanace Tsubasa, also from first-year Class D. Hiyori is seriously too efficient. Providing the data instantly without me even asking, what an incredible girlfriend. While crying tears of gratitude internally over Hiyori's brilliance, I let a stylish smile cross my face. Thank you, Hiyori. I appreciate the precise data. The air out there is a bit savage. Would you mind waiting in the classroom? As I spoke in a gentlemanly, authoritative tone, Hiyori's eyes wavered with worry, but she nodded. Please be careful. Leaving Hiyori in a safe spot, I marched toward the center of the commotion. With every step I took, the onlookers noticed my extraordinary presence and naturally parted to clear a path. Every eye in the hallway focused directly on me as I approached. Ryuan, Housen, and the Class D students all held their breath, watching my position. What are you doing? My voice was quiet, yet it carried a deep, cold resonance that echoed down the entire hallway. I stepped right between Housen and Ryuan, who looked ready to trade blows, and cast a downward gaze toward them. I cannot overlook any further barbarism. I delivered the line with absolute style, wrapped in the complete confidence of a powerhouse. As if reacting to my words, Kanji from Class D suddenly jumped out from the crowd of onlookers. Lord Aizen. This foul, murderous aura released by a lower beast within your absolute domain, is completely unforgivable. There is no need to trouble your noble hands. I, your first apostle, shall banish this insect into the abyss of nothingness right now. I covered half his face with one hand, striking a unique pose that embodied the absolute peak of Chinibu nonsense as he dashed right in front of Housen. Aiki. You're getting worse and worse, aren't you? I did teach you martial arts a few times, but you can't beat a gorilla like this guy yet, so stop right there. You're going to get hurt. While a violent storm of internal commentary and panic raged inside my mind, my expression didn't change a single bit. I simply spoke in a calm, stylish voice. Step down. Lord Aizen. Please forgive my forwardness. I bowed deeply at a perfect right angle before quickly shifting straight back behind me. Faced with the sudden intervention of an unknown second year, and his bizarre follower, Housen's face twisted with pure irritation. Who the hell are you guys? Get out of my way or I'll kill you. Housen released a vicious, murderous intent. An ordinary student would have shrunk back from his sheer size and roaring voice. However, my face didn't move a millimeter. As if nothing more than a gentle breeze had blown past, I looked down at him, completely unbothered. Don't use such strong words. I blinked slowly, casting a pitying gaze toward Housen. It makes you look weak. How many times have I said this line now? The students in this school love strong words way too much. Despite my internal commentary, my voice carried an absolute weight of authority. In that exact instant, a crushing pressure descended upon Housen, as if an invisible, massive boulder had been placed directly onto his shoulders. My tone wasn't loud. I hadn't raised my voice. It was just a quiet warning. Yet, the bottomless intimidation radiating from me giving the illusion of standing before a monster from a completely different dimension made every hair on Housen's body stand on end. What the hell is this guy? Even Hausen, who had ruled over others through violence and terror and remained undefeated in his hometown, felt an instinctive premonition of death. Cold sweat poured down his spine. This guy was different from Ryuan. The man standing before him was decisively separate from the random delinquents he had dealt with up until now. A single wrong move meant being crushed completely. He could feel that absolute dimensional gap with his own skin. However, Hausen's twisted pride wouldn't allow him to back down here. Forcing his anger to drown out his instincts, he gritted his teeth and tried to force a step forward when Nanase, standing behind him, stopped him with a sharp voice. Please wait, Hausen-kun. That person is Aizen Sōsuke-senpai. He is the vice president of the school's student council. If you commit any further violence right in front of Vice President Aizen-senpai, it could lead to immediate expulsion in the worst-case scenario. Our goal here was strictly negotiation. Faced with Nanase's flawless logic and the crushing pressure radiating from the monster before him, Hausen realized the situation was completely against him. He ground his teeth in frustration. Remember this, you guys. Hausen glared at the surrounding crowd to intimidate them, before turning on his heel and walking away. There is no requirement for you to remember me, Hausen Kazuomi. I aimed a high-tier, cold parting poem straight at his retreating back. Those who crawl upon the earth cannot see the stars in the heavens. The next time you face me, make sure you don't strain your neck looking up. I heard him violently grind his teeth, but Hausen kept walking without looking back. Nanase gave me a quick bow before rushing to follow after him. Ryuan let out a bored snort and turned back into his own classroom. Left in the quiet hallway after the storm had passed, I let out a quiet breath. Thank goodness. I threw out that parting poem at the end, so I thought he might charge at me, but he actually backed down. That was a massive lifesaver. Seriously, what was that guy thinking? Staging a brawl right in the middle of a hallway lined with security cameras, does he not understand the consequences? If he had actually thrown a punch right in front of me, I would have used my absolute student council authority to get him expelled on the spot. Seeing that the situation had cleared, I turned around as if nothing had happened. Ignoring the onlookers entirely, I walked elegantly back into my classroom. The moment I entered, Hiyori, who was waiting near my desk, lit up with joy and jogged over to me. Sōsuke-kun. Are you all right? You aren't hurt, are you? Looking up at me with worry, her presence felt like it completely purified the harsh air from moments ago. Erasing the heavy pressure from before, I let my usual stylish, gentle smile manifest across my features. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I merely showed the path to a few lost sheep. Inflicting an injury upon my person would be more difficult than grasping the sky itself, after all. As I let out a confident chuckle and brushed my hair back, Hiyori let out a relieved laugh. As expected of Sōsuke-kun. While wrapping up the scene with a stylish line, my internal persona let out a deep sigh of relief. Seriously, thank goodness that ended safely. The lingering tension left by a rough outlier like Hausen was likely just the opening act of the chaos to come. With the arrival of the first years, new sparks of trouble were being scattered across the school. Tsukishiro's hidden assassin, and the uncontrollable pieces disrupting the board. Feeling the clear presence of a conspiracy moving beneath the quiet surface, I returned to my seat and reopened my foreign book alongside the smiling Hiyori. No matter how noisy the outsiders became, I had zero intention of letting anyone disrupt this sweet, peaceful time with her. Chapter 79, 3058 words. Friday, April 16th. A few days had passed since we advanced to the second year, and the new special exam, the partner written exam, was announced. Our second-year Class A, powered by our innate, overwhelming unity and Ichino's swift leadership, had completed our pairings with the first years at an exceptionally early stage, far ahead of the other classes. Our objectives were crystal clear: ensure not a single student gets expelled. Do not drain the class's precious point reserves. Build genuine relationships of trust with the first years. Instead of rushing to buy out elite first years with fat stacks of points, we relied strictly on dialogue and sincerity to forge bonds. As a result, classes successfully finalized every single pair without losing a single private point. Currently, we were using the classroom after school to host daily joint study sessions with the first years. The core mentors were students with high academic ratings on the OAA, such as Ichinos, myself, and Hiyori. Seeing upperclassmen thoroughly guiding their juniors from foundational concepts to advanced applications was truly the portrait of an ideal academy. Sorry, everyone. I have student council business to attend to now, so Aizen-kun and I will have to slip out for a bit. We'll come right back if the work finishes early. Hiyori-chan, could I leave things in your hands until then? Yes, please leave it to me. Good luck with your student council duties, you too. As Hiyori nodded with a smile, the first years participating in the study session chimed in one after another with words of gratitude. Thank you very much, senpai. Rest well. Among them, one student stood up with a sudden burst of energy, bowing deeply while raising his voice above the rest. It was the first year, Tosen can aim. Aizen-senpai. This Tosen shall never forget, for the rest of my life, how you sacrificed your own precious time to bestow supreme knowledge upon immature specimens like us. I literally just taught you basic math formulas. Though it's a great thing that you're tackling your studies so seriously. While delivering a fierce mental retort, I maintained my characteristically cool facade and flashed a stylish smile. Quenching your parched intellectual curiosity is simply the duty of one who stands at the top. Make sure you carve those formulas deep into your brainstem by the time I return. I am deeply unworthy of such grace. Sent off by our reliable juniors and Hiyori waving with a smile, Ichinos and I walk side by side toward the student council room. Everything is going so smoothly, Aizen-kun. The first years are tackling their studies so earnestly. At this rate, absolutely no one will face expulsion. With the unity of Class A that you've built, no exam will ever be enough to shake us. Exchanging pleasant conversations, we opened the door to the student council room. There, already seated elegantly at the center desk, Student Council President Nagumo Miyabi was reviewing documents. Sorry to keep you waiting, Nagumo. I'm so sorry for being late, Nagumo-senpai. Now that you're both here. Aizen, Ichinos. The reason I called you today is none other than the matter of the new first years joining the student council. Nagumo set his documents aside and flashed a daring smirk at us. Currently, 3 applicants from the freshman class have expressed a desire to join the student council. Freshman applicants, huh? While maintaining a stylish, expressionless face, I calmly analyzed the situation in my mind. Nagumo's policy is basically, never refuse a newcomer. He advocates meritocracy, but eagerly absorbs anyone with drive. Letting them in is fine, but honestly, even if we increase the head count, is there even enough work to go around in the student council? As it stands, Kiryuin-senpai and I are already processing the clerical work at literal hyperspeed. Even if freshmen join, I feel like the only thing left for them to do is pour tea. While I was harboring such blunt thoughts internally, Nagumo crossed his arms and spoke. It will reduce the burden on you executives, so an increase in hands shouldn't be an issue, right? Aizen, just like how you joined at an early stage in your first year, entering the student council carries massive benefits in understanding the school's underlying systems. Well, that's true. Thanks to joining the student council, I secured a massive information advantage, and above all, I grew tremendously as a human being. Fostering the next generation is indeed an upperclassman's duty. Nodding deeply in my mind, I let an arrogant smile surface on my lips. I don't mind. If a new wind is to blow upon this chessboard, it is the duty of those above to possess the magnanimity to accept it. Let us observe just how far they can entertain me. I'm perfectly fine with it too. I'm incredibly happy to have juniors joining us, so I'll support them with everything I've got. Ichinos agreed with a radiant smile. Good, it's settled then. Nagumo nodded with satisfaction, operated his tablet device, and projected the OAA data onto the wall monitor. For now, their official induction will be approved in May, right after the joint special exam between the first and second years concludes. We'll have a formal introduction then. The members joining this time are these three. 3 profile screens materialized on the monitor. First year Class B, Yagami Takuya, First year Class C, Hatano Kakeru, First year Class A, Tosin Kaname, Kanami. The moment I saw the last name and face photograph, I scored a massive internal victory pose. I mean, I absolutely knew he'd follow me into the student council. As expected of my fanatical, no, highly capable junior. With an A in academic ability, he's sharp as a tack, and will undoubtedly handle student council tasks flawlessly. Having a reliable junior I can keep close by is genuinely something to celebrate. Concealing my inner jubilation perfectly, I quietly and stylishly curled the corner of my mouth. I see, a rather intriguing set of chess pieces has assembled. Finishing our brief student council briefing and duties at the speed of light, Ichino's, and I made our way back to the classroom where Hiyori and the others remained. When I quietly slid the door open to look inside, the vast majority of the first years had already gone home. Hiyori, Ninomiya, Hamaguchi, and Kanzaki were the only ones left, organizing printouts and straightening the desks. However, looking closer, for some reason the first-year Tosin Kaname was mixed in with them. As the curtain of twilight falls, your devotion to sharing the light known as knowledge was magnificent. Thank you for your hard work with the cleanup. As I stepped into the classroom and offered stylish words of appreciation, Hiyori spun around with an adorable smile that bloomed like a flower. Ah, Sōsuke-kun. Honami-chan too. Thank you for your hard work at the student council. The same goes to you, Hiyori. You guarded this chessboard beautifully in my absence. Fufu, it's only because of the teachings you left behind, Sōsuke-kun. Hiyori. Are you seriously an angel? That smile and absolute validation soak incredibly deep into my exhausted body. While desperately fighting the urge to look up to the heavens at her sheer holiness, Kaname suddenly snapped into a rigid, attention-starved posture and faced me. Aizen-senpai, thank you for your hard work. I absolutely wanted to greet you in person before leaving, so I took the liberty of assisting your classmates with the cleanup. You stayed behind solely to greet me. But helping them clean up makes you an incredibly good boy. Suppressing my internal commentary, I nodded magnanimously. Your loyalty has been thoroughly received. Tosin-kun and everyone else, thank you for staying so late. We'll help finish up the rest. Ichino's called out brightly, and with everyone including myself cooperating, we wrapped up the remaining chores in no time. Well, we'll be taking our leave now. Aizen-kun, Hiyori-chan, enjoy your date tonight. Ah, thank you very much. Kanzaki-kun, Hamaguchi-kun, Ninomiya-san, I'm sorry for keeping you so late. See you tomorrow. Hiyori smiled bashfully at our classmates' warm teasing. Escorted by Kanami's exaggerated, ultra-respectful salute, the two of us headed out toward the evening sunset of Kiyaki Mall. Now then, let's go grocery shopping. What shall we make tonight? I'm really looking forward to your cooking again today, Sōsuke-kun. As we walked side by side, our hands naturally slipped together. Hiyori's slightly cool, soft hand fit perfectly inside my palm. Selecting fresh vegetables and meat at the supermarket, we discussed the dinner menu while pushing the cart. It's a bit chilly today, so how about a warm stew? It was during this peaceful shopping excursion that a voice called out. Found you. Suddenly, an energetic, somewhat devilish voice rang out from behind us. Turning around, an unfamiliar female student was standing there. She had reddish hair tied into twin tails, sporting a provocative yet charming smile. So you're the rumored student council vice president. Intercepting our path, she clasped her hands behind her back and peered intently into my face. Nice to meet you. I'm Amasawa Ichika from first-year Class A. Look forward to working with you, senpai. Her eyes were friendly, almost like a cat's, yet beneath them flickered an inexplicable glint. Nice to meet you, Amasawa-san. I'm Hiyori Shina from second-year Class A. Hayori introduced herself politely with a graceful bow. I intended to return a normal introduction myself. But tragically, whenever I faced a junior, my mouth automatically switched into final boss mode. If you already know my name, introductions are redundant. Do you comprehend the weight of standing before me within this miniature garden? Aha, just greet her normally, you stupid mouth. Why are you radiating final boss energy to a first year you literally just met for the first time? Ignoring my internal crisis, Hayori smiled warmly right next to me. He means, nice to meet you, Amasawa-san. I'm glad you reached out to us. Let's do our best together at this school from now on. What is that? That's hilarious. Hearing Hayori's flawless translation, Amasawa clutched her stomach and burst into a fit of giggles. Wow, I've heard the rumors, but Aizen-senpai really is an entertaining person. Oh, more importantly. Amasawa snapped out of her laughter instantly, dropping her gaze down to our intertwined hands. Are you two dating? It was a teasing, curiosity-laden question fired straight at us. Oh, going straight for the jugular, are we? Well, hiding it or getting flustered here would violate my personal aesthetic. Let's confirm it with absolute, undeniable style. She is the solitary moon that illuminates my lonely night sky. Relinquishing that light is an absolute impossibility. As I delivered the line with peak sophistication, Hayori let out a soft chuckle, her cheeks dusting a soft cherry blossom pink as she smiled happily. He means, yes, we are currently in a relationship. Hayori, your blushing face is way too cute. Wow, how romantic. Then, since when have you been dating? Hearing my words, Amasawa's eyes sparkled with even greater interest as she leaned forward. Since the day the sacred night's falling snow aligned the hands of our clocks for eternity. She means, since Christmas of last year. Fufu, Hayori translated, acting bashful but unable to hide the sheer happiness radiating from her eyes. Christmas, huh? Must be nice. Then, who confessed to whom? Amasawa pushed further. She was the one who cast aside fear, and displayed precious courage. I merely allowed myself to be guided by that innocent light, shattering my own cowardly illusions. With her face burning bright red, Hayori looked down slightly and squeezed my hand tightly with an expression of pure bliss. Hayori smiling so happily while blushing is genuinely too cute. My rationality is about to evaporate. While I was melting internally, Amasawa, who had enjoyed a front-row seat to our sweet exchange, nodded with immense satisfaction. Ahaha, Shina-senpai is so cute. To instantly recognize Hayori's overwhelming cuteness. What a highly perceptive, excellent junior. As I heaped praise upon her internally, Amasawa flashed a mischievous grin. I'm completely satisfied getting to hear all of that. Well, it'd be bad to keep ruining your lovey-dovey date, so I'll take off now. See ya, Aizen-senpai, Shina-senpai. With that, Amasawa waved her hand and vanished like a whirlwind. Like a sudden whirlwind manifest upon a tranquil water surface. Her trajectory is unreadable, a terribly elusive existence. It really is. She was a mysterious child, just like a storm. Hayori giggled, squeezing my hand back. Afterward, we successfully finished our shopping and returned to my room. Now then, allow me to cook with every ounce of my skill. Wow, I can't wait. I'll help you out too. Standing in the kitchen, I handled the knife with practiced efficiency. Beside me, Hayori, adorned in an apron, diligently prepared the plates and bowls. Sitting together around the dining table, savoring the home-cooked meal I provided, we chatted about the trivial events of the day. The shadow of invisible enemies, the pressure of harsh special exams, none of that existed inside this room. Only a profoundly peaceful, blissful time flowed between us. Meanwhile, around the same time, a room in the first-year dormitory. Having returned to her room, Amasawa Ichika dove face first onto her bed. Staring up at the ceiling, a fearless smirk spread across her lips. Ah, what a surprise. The voice leaking from her mouth was completely detached from her previous friendly, devilish tone. It was cold, trembling slightly with a twisted sort of euphoria. The White Room. In the facility where she was raised, there existed an individual treated as an anomalous legend, Aizen Sōsuke. During her days there, no matter what scores anyone achieved, they were constantly told, Ayanokuji Kiyotaka was superior. When she actually witnessed Ayanokuji Kiyotaka executing the brutal curriculum through a one-way mirror as easily as breathing, her fellow fifth-generation peer harbored a violent hatred, whereas Omisawa developed a fanatical worship. Then one day, a staff member had quietly muttered, if only Aizen-kun had stayed, he would have been the masterpiece. Another staff member immediately shut him up, panicked, saying, if Professor Ayanokuji hears that, it'll be a massive problem, but the words had reached Omisawa's ears loud and clear. Later, out of sheer curiosity, she questioned that staff member and learned the truth. A genius who shattered the very concept of the facility's ideology, artificially manufacturing geniuses from its foundation, had once existed. And the monster's name was Aizen Sōsuke. In early April, the words delivered by acting director Tsukishiro in the director's office flashed through her mind. To put it bluntly, with your current capabilities, it is impossible for you to contend with him. Faced with that blatant warning, the other assassin had ground their teeth in raw hatred, feeling their own abilities insulted. But Omisawa was different. She simply couldn't stop her curiosity regarding the past legend from throbbing. My worshipped Ayanokuji-senpai seems to be hiding his strength desperately to avoid standing out in this school, but Aizen-senpai doesn't seem to have any intention of hiding it at all, does he? Omisawa laughed from the back of her throat. Meeting Aizen Sōsuke directly for the first time today, she understood all too well why Tsukishiro declared that they could absolutely never win. It's not a basic level like not being able to win. The moment I stood in front of that man, my instincts, every single one of my cells, screamed at me, do not oppose him. An absolutely overwhelming aura of a powerhouse. That is a monster masquerading in human skin. Accepting even the terror as a pleasant stimulation, Omisawa rolled over on her bed. Then, recalling the overly sweet scene from Kiyaki Mall, her lips twisted into a smirk. To think that legendary Aizen-senpai is completely head over heels for such an ordinary girl. I just teased him a little, and he delivered those sickeningly sweet poems like Solitary Moon, and Clock Hands Aligned for Eternity, with a completely straight face. Shina-senpai looked incredibly happy too. Visualizing the two of them, a sadistic urge reared its head. If I were to completely break that Shina-senpai into pieces. I wonder what kind of face Aizen-senpai would make. However, Omisawa immediately shivered exaggeratedly, banishing the thought on the spot. Never mind. Let's absolutely drop that idea. No matter how you look at it, Aizen-senpai's feelings for Shina-senpai are the real deal. Incurring that monster's wrath, and making him genuinely snap, even I value my life too much for that. If she dared to steal that solitary moon, what would become of her? Her instincts were blaring a maximum alarm. It's different from the long-standing hatred directed toward Ayanokuji-senpai, but since is currently throwing a tantrum out of humiliation from being dismissed by Tsukishiro-san, I should probably warn him just in case. Omisawa visualized the face of the boy sent alongside her as a fellow assassin. Has immense pride. Out of a desperate desire to prove his own strength, if he ever, by some catastrophic miracle, harms Shina-senpai, it won't end with something as simple as expulsion. If my precious classmate gets literally erased from this world, even I would find it a bit sad. Let sleeping dogs lie. It was wisest to leave that anomalous monster alone and restrict herself to observing from a safe distance. In the first place, the mission assigned to the assassins by Tsukishiro wasn't the elimination of Aizen Sōsuke, but rather engineering the expulsion of the masterpiece of the White Room, Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. However, shifting her consciousness to her original objective, Omisawa snorted with boredom. An order to expel Ayanokuji-senpai. There's no way I ever intended to carry that out seriously from the beginning. I just want to sit in the absolute best seat in the house, and watch what kind of strength my worshipped Ayanokuji-senpai possesses, and what kind of life he leads in this school. Letting out an ecstatic sigh, Amasawa reached her hand out toward the ceiling. Fufufu, but still. Ayanokuji-senpai and Aizen-senpai. If those two clashed with everything they had, I wonder which one would truly be stronger. A girl's innocent yet cruel laughter echoed throughout the quiet room. The sparks of a new conflict were definitively, and quietly, beginning to spread across the board. Chapter 80, Chapter 84,596 words. April 26th. The morning of the actual special exam had finally arrived. Ever since our pairings were entirely finalized, second-year Class A had thrown the classroom doors wide open after school, hosting daily joint study sessions for the first years. Under the thorough guidance of our academically elite members, our bonds with the freshmen deepened, and their academic performance reliably improved. At the same time, we second years spared no effort in polishing our own scholastic abilities, leading everyone to greet this day with faces full of confidence. Morning, everyone. Just before homeroom started, Ichino stood at the front of the classroom, calling out to the entire class with a brilliantly bright smile. Today is finally the day of the exam. I think everyone has worked incredibly hard over the past week. Teaching the first years late into the evening, conquering your own weak subjects, all that effort will absolutely not betray you. At Ichino's powerful voice, the atmosphere in the classroom grew sharp, yet warmly unified. This exam carries the scary penalty of expulsion, but with how we are now, we will absolutely be fine. We've built a solid foundation of trust with the freshmen, and above all, we have the bond of second-year Class A. So let's relax today, and give it 100% of our power. Just like Ichino said. Let's get through this together, no matter what. Our classmates responded one after another, and with our morale and solidarity at an all-time high, we advanced to the exam. And so, the 5-subject exam spanning several hours came to an end. Calling it difficult is an understatement, there were blatantly several questions never meant to be solved sprinkled in there. As the answer sheets were being collected, I set my pen down with peak sophistication, calmly analyzing the structure of the exam in my mind. Roughly 10% of the entire test consisted of hyper-difficult questions requiring university-level knowledge or unique flashes of inspiration. However, to compensate, plenty of simple, foundational questions were arranged throughout. It's a generous setup where, unless one of the partners intentionally tanks their score, a normal performance wouldn't drop below 500 points. In short, given the difficulty of this exam, the chances of anyone being expelled from our class are less than 1 in 10,000. I exhaled slowly and looked up at the blue sky beyond the window. Well, regardless of the ultra-hard questions mixed in, it's mere child's play before the Aizen spec. A perfect score of 100 across all subjects is guaranteed once again. The only question left is how Kiyotaka handled the assassin deployed by Tsukishiro. The month turned, and it was now May 1st. The day the results of the special exam were to be announced. During morning homeroom, Hashinomiya-sensei stood at the podium with an unusually serious expression, projecting her tablet screen onto the whiteboard. All right, morning everyone. Let's get right to it and announce the class-by-class results for the partner-written exam held in April. The results are as follows. With a momentum that felt like it should have been accompanied by a loud thudding sound effect, each class's rank and modified class points were displayed. Partner written exam results: first place, Class B Sakayanaji, plus 50 CL second place, Class C Ryuan, plus 30 CL third place, Class A Ichinos, plus 10 CL fourth place, Class D Horikita, 0 CL. May latest class points: Class A Ichinos 1378 1388 CP, Class B Sakayanaji 1155 1205 CP, Class C Ryuan 506 536 CP, Class D Horikita 116 116 CP, and so, our class came in third place. Of course, we have 0 expulsions. Excellent work, everyone. At Hashinomiya-sensei's words, sighs of relief rippled through the room, glad to have escaped the worst-case scenario of expulsion. However, at the same time, several downcast voices murmured, third place, ha. And we couldn't beat Class B or Class C after all. Sensing the slightly sinking atmosphere, Ichino's clapped her hands together loudly. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Ichino stood up, offering a strong, warm smile to the entire class. We did come in third, but this outcome was entirely within our expectations from the start. For this exam, we chose a strategy to preserve our class funds, completely refusing to play the money game of buying freshmen with points like Class B and Class C did. More than anything, this is the result of putting saving the first years as our absolute highest priority, so it can't be helped. Ichino's. We might have only gained a mere 10 points, but getting through this without anyone getting hurt or spending a single point is amazing. Preserving our funds here could very well work heavily to our advantage in the brutal exams ahead. So let's not look down, and let's switch our mindsets. At Ichino's positive and logical encouragement, light once again returned to our classmates' faces. It was right then. Precisely. Kanzaki stood up smoothly, running a hand through his bangs while somehow letting a faint, cold sneer surface on his lips. A temporary setback is nothing more than a blinking margin of error to those of us who live through eternity. Every chess piece upon the board is aligned. From here on out begins the true counterattack of our Class A. Kanzaki-kun. Ichino's eyes widened in pure shock as she immediately cut him off. You've been so normal lately. Those weird words are coming out again. Stung by Ichino's spot-on retort, Kanzaki snapped out of it and cleared his throat awkwardly. My apologies. It seems even I could not completely conceal my frustration as well as I thought. Kanzaki-kun is hilarious. He's having another episode. Thanks to Kanzaki's blunder, the classroom burst into a roar of laughter, completely blowing away the heavy atmosphere from moments before. Setting Kanzaki aside, taking third place without spending a single point is a splendid result. Watching the lively classroom, I calmly analyzed the outcome in my mind. It looks like Class D cooperated on a class-wide level with first-year Class D. Well, that makes sense. That class has no funds to begin with. Since they adopted a similar zero-spending strategy, it's only natural that our class, possessing superior baseline strength, would beat Class D. As if interrupting my train of thought, Hashinomiya-sensei turned toward me with a beaming smile. Oh, by the way. Aizen-kun was truly amazing this time too. Even though there were so many difficult questions, you pulled off a perfect score of 100 in every single subject again. Teacher was practically startled. Aizen really is a monster. Amid the gazes of absolute reverence pouring from the entire class, I stood up elegantly, letting an unyielding smirk grace my lips. It is nothing to be surprised by. Trivial riddles left at the bottom of the abyss are insufficient to even serve as a boredom killer for one who sits at the apex of the heavens. The outcome was already set the absolute moment I picked up my pen. He means, it is only natural for me. You all did a wonderful job working hard as well. As usual, Hiyori translated my sophisticated poem with an angelic smile. Ahaha, so typical of Aizen-kun. Smiling, Sensei manipulated the screen further. By the way, looking at the total paired scores, the pair of Aizen-kun and first-year Class A's Tosen-kun took first place overall. So the individual reward of 100,000 private points will be deposited to Aizen-kun's pair. Right after that. Wait a minute. D class's Ayanakuji got a perfect score across all subjects for 500 points too. A student reviewing the overall performance data on their tablet suddenly let out a completely flabbergasted shout. At those words, the classroom instantly broke into a frantic buzz. 500 points on a test that difficult. I mean, Aizen-kun is Aizen-kun, so I get it, but based on his OAA rating, that's completely impossible, right? Does that mean he's been slacking off this entire time? But what's the reason for showing his true colors now? Kiyotaka finally unleashed his true power. While the class descended into chaos, I was secretly rejoicing internally. Now that the assassin sent by Tsukishiro has shown up, he has to display a certain level of strength, otherwise his options for maneuvering when things hit the fan would shrink. However, with this, Ryuan's Class C, who gained a powerful brain, and Horikita's Class D alliance will become existences we absolutely cannot underestimate. This is getting interesting. Everyone, calm down. It's certainly surprising, but for us to gossip about another class's students' grades is... Ichinos frantically tried to soothe the class, but facing a dark horse who hammered out a perfect score equal to Aizen on an exam with such unreasonably difficult questions, our classmates' agitation and suspicion wouldn't die down easily. At this rate, Kiyotaka will draw way too much unnecessary scrutiny and attention. Guess I'll throw him a lifeline. I took a slow breath, letting out an absolute aura of intimidation that instantly silenced the clamor of the classroom before speaking. It is nothing worth causing a commotion over. Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. He is one of the few worthy rivals recognized by none other than myself. He means, Ayanokuji-kun is a student possessing magnificent strength, enough for me to acknowledge him as a rival. Hiyori immediately grasped my true intent flawlessly, translating with an angelic smile. Hearing that, our classmates looked at one another. If Aizen-kun views him as a rival, well, if he has the kind of power that Aizen recognizes, it's not weird for him to get a perfect score. Right, if he's Aizen-kun's rival, that makes total sense. Thus, the suspicion-shrouding Ayanokuji transformed into a forced yet incredibly smooth air of acceptance. If Aizen recognizes him, then that's just how it is. Alright, that's it for the special exam results. Tomorrow we finally enter Golden Week, but please make sure not to go overboard. If you cause any trouble, those hard-earned class points might end up dropping. With Hoshinomiya-sensei's bright warning, the turbulent month of April came to a close. Meanwhile, the Class D classroom, where the results of the partner exam, their very first special exam as second years had just been announced, was enveloped in an extraordinary uproar and utter confusion. And it was no wonder. Ayanokuji Kiyotaka had single-handedly smashed out an out-of-this-world figure of a perfect 500 points, on a test widely deemed to have the highest difficulty in the school's history. What on earth is the meaning of this? Yukimura, who had been tutoring him as a member of the Ayanokuji group, marched up to Ayanokuji's desk with a face full of betrayal. Ayanokuji, come with me for a moment. Just as Ayanokuji was about to speak, their homeroom teacher, Chabashira, stuck her head into the classroom and called him out to the hallway. The moment Ayanokuji silently left the room, the floodgates opened and voices of dissatisfaction and suspicion exploded among the remaining students. What is up with that score? Did that guy cheat or something? Shinohara was the first to screech, her words threatening to tilt the classroom's atmosphere into something even uglier. Hey, Shinohara. Don't say stuff like that when he's not even here. Sudu stood up immediately, offering a shield to reprimand Shinohara. The past him might have been the first to jump on the bandwagon and make a scene, but the current Sudu had grown tremendously on a mental level. But come on, Sudu. With his usual grades, is there any way other than cheating? Don't tell me he was just slacking off this entire time. Honda tilted his head in deep confusion. If that's the case, it's even worse. If he had been trying from the very beginning, we could have gotten way more class points by now. Shinohara cried out hysterically, and the surrounding students began to chime in with agreements of true. But wait, doesn't this mean Ayanokuji-kun is actually a total genius? That's kind of hilarious, so cool. Cutting through the hostile atmosphere, Karuizawa spoke up in an intentionally airhead tone. Shut up, Karuizawa. This is a problem for the whole class. Yukimura snapped back, his voice raised. Come on, Yukimu, calm down. Kayapon wouldn't do something bad like that. Yeah, Kiyotaka-kun wouldn't cheat. Hasabi and Sakura desperately tried to soothe him, but Yukimura's anger refused to subside. How foolish, you common casuals. To be beguiled by a mere illusion known as numbers produced by another. Suddenly, Ike, who had remained silent until now, ran a hand through his bangs and shook his head with a sigh of absolute pity. Pathetic. Do you lots truly possess the luxury to waste time attempting to expose another's depth? Right now, you should solely obsess over peering into the abyss of the soul sleeping within yourselves and unleashing its radiance. What are you seriously talking about? Faced with this sudden, painfully cringeworthy poem, Shinohara let out a thoroughly repulsed voice. Kanji. You're probably saying something good, but I beg you, speak normally. Suda held his head, letting out a tragic cry at his best friend's severely worsened case of 8th grade syndrome. I think Aikun is trying to say, instead of worrying about others, we should focus on raising our own abilities first, right? Matsushita, who had secretly picked up on Ayanokuji's true capabilities, stepped in with a strained laugh to pacify the room. Besides, even if he was holding back, isn't it great if he's going to try for real from now on? At the very least, Ayanokuji-kun has never pulled the class down before. I think blaming him is completely off the mark. Silenced by Matsushita's flawless logic and entirely drained of their venom by Ike's painfully edgy behavior, Shinohara and Yukimura found themselves completely at a loss for words. You lots may remain here and continue your shallow debates. As for me, to reach even greater heights, I shall depart for a solitary battle to polish my own soul. No sooner had he spoken than Ike made an exaggerated motion, as if whipping back an invisible cape, leaving the classroom entirely by himself in a dashing manner. However, though utterly dumbfounded by Ike's storm-like exit, the students who still couldn't digest their suspicion and discontent toward Ayanokuji remained in the heavy-aired classroom, waiting to confront him directly. Several tens of minutes later, when Ayanokuji returned to the classroom, the sharp gazes of the many classmates who had naturally stayed behind pierced him all at once. Kiyotaka. Explain it without dodging. Have you been deceiving us this whole time? Yukimura, who had been waiting in ambush, closed the distance to Ayanokuji once again. I will explain. Before Ayanokuji could open his mouth, the one who stood up was Horikita. Back off, Horikita. I'm asking Kiyotaka. But I am the one who holds the answer to that. Yukimura, along with the rest of the class, was left entirely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend her meaning. Horikita looked across everyone with a dignified posture, speaking in a flat, composed tone. Right after entering this school, I realized Ayanokuji-kun was a genius with academic abilities higher than anyone else. And I intentionally instructed him to hold back. For what reason? Shinohara yelled, unable to believe her ears. Think about our class's situation up until last year. In that fragmented, defenseless state, what do you think would have happened if the other classes found out we had such an outstanding student? At Horikita's question, Hirata, the class coordinator, let out a soft gasp as if realizing something. It's true that if he stood out at that point, there's a high probability he would have been targeted and thoroughly crushed by Aizen-kun or Sakayanagi-san. Exactly, Hirata-kun. That is precisely why I had him hide his power and intentionally avoid the spotlight. Making a careless move could have dealt a fatal blow to the entire class. If that's the case, why show his true colors now of all times? Faced with Shinohara's pursuit, Horikita answered with an unwavering gaze. Over the past year, we have sufficiently grasped the rules of this school. Our class points may have plummeted, but from here on out, there is still a chance for a reversal. Furthermore, starting this year, we successfully formed an alliance with Ryuin-kun's Class C. The preparations for our counterattack are complete. We are seriously aiming for a reversal against the upper classes starting this year. That's why Ayanokuji-kun is unleashing his true strength at this exact timing, right? At Hirata's flawless backup, Horikita gave a small nod. Amazing. As expected of Horikita-san, you were thinking so far ahead. And Ayanokuji-kun was so good for holding back all this time. Karuizawa immediately chimed in with a bright voice, expertly steering the classroom's atmosphere. Before that seamless coordination and highly plausible reasoning, Shinohara and the others gradually began to show expressions of acceptance, murmuring. If that's how it is. For an improvisation, she wrapped it up rather nicely. If one thinks about it deeply, there are plenty of holes, but with Hirata and Karuizawa guiding the room, things should settle down for now. Ayanokuji exhaled quietly, silently turning his thoughts toward the fierce battles awaiting them ahead. While each class displayed mixed emotions of joy and sorrow over the special exam results, the day's classes concluded in the blink of an eye, and the after-school chime echoed through the halls. Kiyotaka must be dealing with a massive uproar in his class right about now. Well, a guy like him will handle it just fine. Harboring such thoughts internally, I stood up from my seat. Today was the day the first years would officially join the student council, just as student council president Nagumo had mentioned the other day. Ichinos and I walked together toward the student council room. Opening the heavy doors, we found the new and old members already assembled. Everyone's here. Well then, let's begin the induction ceremony, or rather, the initial meeting for the new first years. Nagumo, seated at the center desk, nodded magnanimously and took control of the room. First, we existing members were to introduce ourselves in order. 3-year Class A, Student Council President Nagumo Miyabi. Look forward to working with you. 3-year Class B, Vice President Kiriyama. 3-year Class B, Kiryu and Fuka. Well, let's skip the stiff greetings. 3-year Class A, Tanakawa. Nice to meet you. 3-year Class A, Mizawaki. 2nd year Class A, Ichinos Hanami. I'm serving as the secretary. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anything. And then, it was my turn. 2nd year Class A, Student Council Vice President Aizen Sōsuke. Just how far you all can entertain me within this miniature garden? I look forward to finding out. At my introduction, which radiated its usual sophisticated pressure, the first years straightened their postures with slightly tense expressions. Next, the first years began their introductions. 1st year Class B, Yagami Takuya. I will put forth my utmost effort to live up to the name of the student council. Seniors, I look forward to your guidance and leadership. Yagami delivered a crisp greeting with an approachable smile. 1st year Class C, Hatano Kakeru. I am proficient in clerical work, so I will do my best to become an immediate asset. Hatano pushed up his glasses, bowing respectfully with a serious demeanor. And finally, it was the turn of the boy who had paired up with me and brilliantly secured first place overall. 1st year Class A, Tosen Kan-aim. Aizen Senpai. Witnessing your overwhelming intellect during the recent exam has only served to deepen my absolute loyalty. Even here within the student council, I am fully prepared to dedicate my everything to the righteous path you walk. Tosen bent deeply at a perfect right angle toward me, greeting the room with a voice laced with fanatical devotion. You've got quite a passionate junior there, Aizen. Nagumo let out a slightly dumbfounded, wry laugh. Loyalty running deep is a fine thing. While nodding with peak sophistication, I was screaming internally, Kanami. That's not an introduction anymore, it's a straight-up confession of faith to me. After the introductions concluded, we provided the first years with a basic lecture on clerical tasks. Since it's the first day, let's call it a wrap on work. I'm treating everyone to a welcome party. The usual yakiniku place. At Nagumo's definitive declaration, we moved to a high-end yakiniku restaurant located in Kiyaki Mall. When it came to student council yakiniku, I had consistently established an absolute status as the yakiniku master. The exquisite control of the fire, flipping the meat at the flawless timing my handling of the tongs had truly reached the realm of art. The absolute moment I picked up the tongs to elegantly grill the meat today please wait, Aizen-senpai. With terrifying speed, Tosen attempted to snatch the tongs right out of my hand. To allow a supreme existence such as yourself to grill meat personally, this Tosen would deserve 10,000 deaths. Please, leave the management of this gridiron entirely to me. Though nearly overwhelmed by his sheer intensity, I kept my sophisticated smile intact, quietly declining the offer. No, it is fine. Kan-aim. I said it is fine. Please forgive my insolence. Tosen bowed deeply at a perfect right angle, then swiftly snapped back into a rigid posture. I don't care if it's you, Kanami. I am absolutely not giving up the seat of Yakiniku master. There's no way I'm letting anyone disrupt my perfectly calculated routine of heat control. While I re-anchored my grip on the tongs with burning obsession, Ichinos's eyes went wide right beside me. We're just grilling meat, so why is the atmosphere turning into this heavy lord and servant relationship? More to the point, Aizen-kun, you're really not yielding to your junior there. That said, my hands alone are insufficient to satisfy the stomachs of this many people. Kan-aim, I shall entrust the opposite grill to you. I shall grill with my entire body and soul to satisfy your palate, Aizen-senpai. Ah, right. I don't really get what's happening, but good luck to you both. Receiving Ichinos's exasperated retort, the arrangement was split between two grills managed by myself and Tosen, firmly establishing a twin yakiniku master system with my fanatical devotee. As the welcome party proceeded in a harmonious atmosphere, with everyone stuffing their faces with meat dash. The third year, Kiryuin-senpai, swirled the oolong tea in her glass, letting out a slightly dissatisfied sigh. Having 3 boys as the new recruits is a bit dry. Currently, the only female students in the student council are Ichinos and myself. With this, a glamorous girls' night out will hardly catch fire. At those words, Ichinos let out a slightly strained, awkward laugh. Nagumo immediately fired a spot-on retort. You don't even engage in normal girls' talk to begin with. Don't put on airs in front of the juniors. What was that? Even I indulge in a romantic topic or two on occasion, don't lie. I know for a fact that the other day, you trapped Ichinos and passionately lectured her on how to efficiently train muscles until she was completely at a loss. Muscles are beautiful. It cannot be helped. Seeing Kiryuin-senpai look away, laughter broke out across the table. Staring at Tosen, who was reverently placing a flawlessly grilled piece of premium short rib onto my plate, I fell into quiet contemplation. Even though it's only been a few weeks since we met, I can feel Kanami's loyalty to me skyrocketing by the day. He will undoubtedly become a reliable junior in the student council. Even name-wise, our compatibility is supreme. Suddenly, an ominous memory flashed through my mind. The end of Tosen Kan-aim, it was that, wasn't it? No, 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 no. I shivered violently inside, frantically shaking away the bad omen. This is a school. There's absolutely no way a horrific development, where I cause him to explode, would ever happen here. Yes, he's just an excellent, slightly intense junior. I shall raise him with care. Concealing my internal conflict perfectly, the welcome party proceeded in a warm mood from start to finish, allowing us to deepen our camaraderie. After finishing the welcome party, I returned to my room in the dormitory, took a shower, and sank deeply into the sofa. Golden Week finally starts tomorrow, huh? I murmured softly, staring at the calendar. During this long holiday, I had promised to go on plenty of dates with Hiyori. Watching movies at Kiyaki Mall, visiting cafes, and reading books in my room. Just thinking about the schedule brought a loose smile to my face. But as those sweet plans crossed my mind, a certain major dilemma began to swell like a foggy mist within my chest. It has already been a little over 4 months since Hiyori and I officially started dating. Last Christmas. From the day she warmly and courageously confessed her feelings to me, our relationship had transformed drastically. Holding hands had become second nature, we had hugged numerous times, and the amount of time we spent together in my room had shot up exponentially. To an outsider, we were likely the picture-perfect, ideal couple. A definitive piece was missing. By now, a kiss, if I don't do it soon, it's bad, right? Alone in the quiet room, I buried my face in both hands. It's not just a matter of having to do it, I want to do it too. I absolutely want to. But the moment I become conscious of it, Hiyori's face is at arm's length, and she's so angelically cute. I just can't look straight at her, and I end up getting completely embarrassed. The soul of Aizen Sōsuke, who was supposed to be an absolute powerhouse, was completely losing to the innocence of a high school boy his age. I can't keep going like this. On that Christmas day, Hiyori was the one who stepped up and conveyed her love. Despite that, if I just sit around waiting for Hiyori to initiate a kiss too, that is completely unacceptable. As a man, this was the moment where I needed to execute flawlessly. I've decided. During this golden week, I will absolutely kiss Hiyori first. Let's make this my and only my goal for a special exam. Having solidified my resolve, I stood up from the sofa and began pacing around the room. But what kind of situation is best? In the darkness of a movie theater? A bench in the park at twilight? No, it'd be embarrassing if someone saw us. As expected, when the two of us are completely alone in this room is the most natural, right? But how do I set the mood? Suddenly wrap my arm around her shoulder, tilt her chin up with my finger. No, no, no. That's way too smooth. The overwhelming intellect that governed victories and defeats upon the board, and even saw through the conspiracies of invisible enemies, was completely useless tonight. I held my head, collapsing face first onto the bed in sheer agony. Seriously? Figuring out the timing for a kiss is hundreds of times harder than seeing through Tsukishiro's traps. A new school year, invisible assassins, and a fierce clash of points between classes. While a brutal survival game continued in the outside world, my head tonight was entirely occupied by a single, silver-haired angel. Chapter 81, 3,433 words. The eagerly awaited first day of Golden Week. True to our promise, Hiyori and I had made our way to a quiet, cozy cafe inside Kiyaki Mall. Soft background music flowed through the shop. Seated across from each other on a prime sofa enveloped in the rich aroma of coffee and tea, we were enjoying a peaceful time reading. However, my gaze continuously slipped past the printed text, lifting time, and again to be drawn toward the silver-haired angel sitting right in front of me. She is so incredibly cute. Perhaps reaching the climax of her story, Hiyori was staring at the pages with a serious expression, her brow slightly furrowed. Occasionally, her eyes would widen in surprise, or she would let out a soft, tiny breath. Watching her face shift through a myriad of expressions, as she immersed herself completely in the world of the book was so endearing I could hardly contain myself. To ensure I didn't disturb her focus, I slowly turned my own pages, simply savoring every drop of this comfortable silence and sweet time we shared. After thoroughly enjoying a few hours of relaxed cafe time, we went together to the supermarket to shop for dinner ingredients. You're making pasta today, right? I'm so excited. I promise you an exquisite dish that will transcend your expectations. Returning to my room, I stood in the kitchen. Handily heating garlic and chili peppers in olive oil, I flambéed fresh seafood and tossed it with tomato sauce, finishing an authentic pescatori. This is absolutely delicious. Sitting opposite me, Hiyori took a bite of the pasta, her face blooming into a radiant smile. Within the perfect harmony I have derived, only one final element was missing. Your lovely smile is the supreme secret ingredient that brings this dish to true perfection. While delivering a peak sophisticated response, I mentally pumped my fist, yes. Massive success. I secured Hiyori's smile. And then, the moment of truth arrived. Post-dinner tea time. Sitting side by side on the sofa, we idly watched a variety show playing on the TV, while enjoying the fragrance of warm Darjeeling tea. Our shoulders were close enough to touch. The faintly sweet scent of Hiyori's shampoo tickled my nose. Is it now? Setting my teacup on the table, my heart began beating like a racing alarm. I feel like the mood is incredibly good right now. If I gently wrap my arm around her shoulder and pull her face close. Wait, hold on. The absolute moment I tried to transition into action, an intense wave of embarrassment surged through my entire body. I can't look straight at Hiyori's face. If our eyes lock, I feel like I'm going to explode. Wait, what is this? Am I being way too self-conscious? What do I do? Do I lean in from the right? What kind of expression am I even supposed to make as I get closer? As I sat there completely frozen in a solitary internal panic, Hiyori tilted her head in pure curiosity. Sōsuke-kun. Is something the matter? Your face is a little red. Her defenseless, lovely eyes peered intently into mine. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Too close. And she's way too cute. Unleashing an unprecedented internal panic, I mobilized every ounce of my sophisticated exterior to offer a perfectly elegant smile in return. There is no need to concern yourself. It simply appears that the warmth of the tea you brewed has made me a bit passionate. Revealing none of my inner franticness, I smoothly dropped the line, barely managing to coast past the moment. Ultimately, having completely lost the timing that day, I escorted Hiyori back to the front of her room, and we wrapped up the date. Well then, see you the day after tomorrow. Good night, Sōsuke-kun. Sweet dreams, Hiyori. Waving her off with an elegant smile, I returned to my room, dove face first onto the bed, and buried my face into the pillow in utter agony. I am such a pathetic coward. Being a coward with this face and voice is the absolute worst combination. What am I doing, you idiot? I managed to keep my exterior flawless, but seeing Hiyori up close was so cute, I just couldn't look straight at her. Sandwiched between self-loathing and absolute adoration for her, the first day of my golden week came to a miserable close. The next day. Since Hiyori had plans to hang out with the Chinos and the other girls from the class today, my schedule was unusually wide open. Thinking it would be a waste to shut myself in my room all day during a long holiday, I headed out to Kiyaki Mall for a casual stroll. However, my brain was carrying over the heavy baggage from last night, completely dominated by the Hiyori kiss dilemma. What should I do? I absolutely want to execute it after our movie date tomorrow, but when the time comes, is my cowardly chicken heart going to trigger all over again? With my brow furrowed, I walked through the mall corridors, entirely locked in agonizing contemplation. However, I had overlooked one critical fact. The reality was that when someone standing 186 centimeters tall with sharp, refined features walks around with a deep frown and a dead serious expression, to an objective onlooker, he looks like nothing less than an unbelievably furious, terrifying demon king. Hey, look. It's Student Council Vice President Aizen. Oh crap, is he in a terrible mood? His aura is insane. Don't lock eyes with him, you'll get obliterated. Due to the staggering pressure I was unconsciously radiating, the surrounding students frantically cleared a path, veering far away from me. However, trapped completely within the labyrinth of my own thoughts, I was utterly oblivious to the reactions around me. Aizen-kun. What's up? Suddenly, a somewhat listless, uniquely toned voice called me to a halt. Lifting my gaze, my second-year Class A classmate, Himino Yuki, was standing there. You're radiating an even crazier aura than usual, you know. Everyone is terrified. You startled me. I didn't notice you at all. Was I seriously leaking an aura that dangerous? Panicking massively inside, I perfectly regulated my facial muscles, turning around slowly to offer a fearless smirk. A striking coincidence, Himino. To think our paths would cross within this inorganic miniature garden. As usual, that's a wild way of phrasing things. More to the point, you definitely just tried to change the subject. Himino pierced straight through to my true nature with a deadpan stare. Are you stressing over something? For Aizen-kun to walk around looking that flustered, it must be something pretty serious. I mean, yes, I am agonizing over something. But there's no way I can look you in the eye with this exterior and say, I can't find the timing to kiss my girlfriend because she's too cute, and it embarrasses me. That's way too humiliating. It is a groundless worry. An event capable of troubling me does not exist upon this chessboard. I averted my gaze with a cool expression, attempting to play the role of the absolute strongest to the very end. However, Himino let out a single sigh, striking directly at the bullseye. You have an unexpectedly cowardly side to you, Aizen-kun. Let me guess, it's something about Shina-san. Woaha. You are way too sharp. Wait, am I actually that easy to read from an outside perspective? Or is Himino just a psychic? A massive earthquake was rocking my internal world. But at the same time, a thought crossed my mind. Himino possesses an objective, cool perspective. On top of that, she keeps her mouth shut. If it's her, she might actually give me some serious advice. Steeling my resolve, I maintained my composure as an unshakable ruler, and slowly turned back to face Himino. If you have seen through me to that extent, hiding it would be boorish. The truth of the matter is... Exhalating a short breath just once, I launched into a sophisticated phrasing. Inconceivable as it is for someone like myself, I find myself unable to measure how I should close the distance to the moon that illuminates me. Facing that dazzling brilliance, even my steps, one who sits at the apex of the heavens, clumsily falter. I shall confess. I cannot see the absolute best moment to lock lips with Hiyori at all. A few seconds of absolute silence ensued. Himino blinked a couple of times with wide eyes and then... Pft, ahahaha. Ahaha, pft, ahahaha. She literally clutched her stomach, breaking into roaring laughter. It was a boisterous laugh completely unimaginable from her usual listless self. Pray tell, what part of my words managed to strike a chord within you? Himino, oh. Why are you laughing that hard? I feel like I'm going to die of sheer embarrassment here. I mean... Aren't you way too much of a coward? You always walk around acting like a smug demon king, but long story short, you're just saying, my girlfriend is too cute, so I'm blushing and don't know when to kiss her, right? On the inside, you're literally a middle school boy going through puberty. I can't even argue back. But Himino is entirely right. I'm the one suffering the most from this gap between my character and my true self. After laughing her fill, Himino wiped a tear from the corner of her eye with her finger, finally catching her breath. Ah, that was hilarious. I've never seen such a human side to you, Aizen-kun. If you have finished laughing, perhaps you could bestow some beneficial enlightenment upon my ignorant self. Faced with my unwavering top-down attitude, Himino let out an exasperated yet gentle sigh, speaking in a firm tone. Look, Shina-san absolutely loves you too, so you don't need to overthink it so much. I do not doubt her emotions. However, it is not my intention to create a boorish atmosphere unbefitting of our sweet time through a careless advancement. I know that, but it's just too embarrassing. The moment I try to bring my face close, she's so cute my mind goes completely blank. What kind of mood, what kind of timing is the correct answer? Someone give me a manual. As if sensing the tragic cry I kept swallowed, Himino gave a light shrug. You can just create the timing yourself. This is an artificial island surrounded by the sea, so you're not strapped for locations. For example, how about at night, when the two of you are taking a walk along the coast? The coast. You say. A quiet place where you can only hear the sound of the waves, and you stop to look out at the sea. Then, the conversation naturally pauses, and the moment she looks up at you, don't just dive straight in. First, gently place your hand on her cheek or hair. That gives a girl time to prepare herself mentally. After that, you just slowly follow the flow. I see. The sea at night. That is incredibly romantic. Consulting Himino was definitely the right move. For someone like Himino to rattle off such a classic, textbook scenario so smoothly. Could it be that she's unexpectedly a romanticist herself? For a split second, the thought of teasing her about the gap in her personality crossed my mind, but I immediately shot it down. No, let's not. She gave me such serious advice. I should show honest gratitude here. Completely reeling in the ominous aura that had been leaking out, I smiled at Himino with sophisticated yet heartfelt appreciation. You have my gratitude for the beneficial counsel, Himino. Your words have cleared the fog obscuring my vision. Thanks to you, I can see the best move on the board. When I delivered the words straight to her, Himino relaxed her usual listless expression just a fraction, offering a soft smile. Sure, as redundant and grandiose as always. Well, all girls harbor a bit of admiration for those cliché scenarios. Just steel your resolve and lead her with total confidence, Aizen-kun. Naturally. Don't worry, it'll absolutely go well. Good luck. With Himino gently yet firmly pushing me forward, my hesitation was completely blown away. All right, it's decided. Tomorrow. After our movie date tomorrow, I'll invite her to the shore at night and absolutely lock it in. Await the good news. As I responded with a voice overflowing with confidence, Himino walked away with an exasperated smile, murmuring, Sure, I'll keep my expectations low while I wait. Heading into tomorrow's date, my heart was wrapped in an unprecedented level of determination and a slight, comfortable tension. The following day. Under a comfortable blanket of pouring sunlight, we met up in the lobby of the dormitory just before noon, and headed together toward Kiyaki Mall. After wrapping up lunch at our usual cafe, we made our way to the theater as planned. While Hiyori had arranged the tickets this time, looking at the title, I found it a bit unexpected. For someone who usually favors complex mysteries, this is quite a sweet choice. As I inquired elegantly, Hiyori blushed slightly, dropping her gaze down to the pamphlet in her hands. I just thought that occasionally, something like this might be nice. A blushing Hiyori is way too cute. But wait, a romance movie means she's definitely conscious of it too, right? Though my chest swelled with anticipation, the moment the movie started, my brain was entirely hijacked by tonight's mission. What do I do? What timing should I use to invite her? What if there are people at the shore? No, it'll be fine, if I just follow Himino's advice. The dramatic developments unfolding on the screen didn't register in my mind at all. I spent the entire duration sitting in the darkness with a furiously pounding heart, simply watching the time tick away. Once the movie ended, we moved back to my room. While spending time reading our respective books until dinner was prepared was a classic routine of ours, currently, I couldn't even manage to track the printed text. Fidgety beyond help, I flipped pages meaninglessly, drifting through a fluffy sea of thoughts. Then Hiyori, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, snapped her book shut. Sōsuke-kun. What is the matter today? During the movie as well, you seemed a bit spaced out, as if your mind was elsewhere. And right now, it looks like you can't focus on your book either. Peering into my face, she lowered her brows with a look of concern. I am so sorry. Hiyori went out of her way to invite me to a movie, and I'm ruining it like this. Assailed by intense self-loathing, I slowly set my book down, blending sincerity and sophistication as I spoke. Forgive me. Facing a beautiful existence such as yourself, it appears I wandered a bit into my own internal world. I deeply apologize for neglecting our precious time together. No, it's not that I want an apology. I was just worried that perhaps you were facing some anxiety or trouble. Hiyori. Too kind. And I am seriously the absolute worst. Making her worry is the number one thing a boyfriend should never do. I can't show her such a pathetic side anymore. Mentally giving myself a double slap across the face, I steeled my resolve. I appreciate your concern, Hiyori. My mind was experiencing a bit of a ripple, but I am perfectly fine now. Tell you what, after dinner, shall we go catch a bit of the night breeze? There is a path I wish to walk with you. After dinner. Holding hands, we walked along the promenade circling the outer edge of the artificial island right by the sea. Using only my gaze to confirm there was no sign of anyone else around, we advanced with the quiet night sea at our flank. It was the perfect location, exactly as Himino had advised. Shall we enjoy this view for a moment? Announcing it in a sweet, sophisticated voice, I came to a stop. The night view of the opposite shore blinked in the depths of the darkness. Soft moonlight shimmered upon the water's surface. Only the quiet sound of the waves lapping back and forth filled the space between us. Foo, it's incredibly beautiful. With her silver hair fluttering softly in the night sea breeze, Hiyori narrowed her eyes in enchantment as she gazed at the night view. All right here. If I don't lock it in now, I'm not a man. Depend on you, my rationality and courage. Taking a massive breath inside my heart, I slowly turned toward her. And at the exact moment the conversation naturally paused. Allowing it to blend into the sound of the waves, I gently placed my hand against her white, soft cheek, as if touching a fragile work of art. Hiyori's shoulders gave a small, surprised flinch, but she locked her gaze straight back into my eyes. Illuminated by the moonlight, her eyes sparkled like damp amethysts. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Within the silence of the night, the faint, sweet scent drifting from her violently shook my rationality. Desperately suppressing the sound of my heart beating like a racing alarm, I brought my face closer slowly, truly slowly. After showing a fleetingly bewildered expression for just a second, Hiyori's long eyelashes trembled and, as if entrusting everything to me, she quietly closed her eyes. Our lips met. It was a kiss as light as a feather, so gentle it felt as though it would melt away at a mere touch. However, a definitive warmth resided there. Their mutual body temperatures transferred through their lips, creating a sweet, dense illusion that caused even the sound of the waves to recede from the world. It lasted for a span of a few seconds. After that moment, which felt like an eternity, I endured the lingering attachment and slowly parted my lips from hers. However, as Hiyori quietly opened her eyes, a single, clean tear spilled down her cheek. My mind went entirely blank. Was it too early after all? Did I force her? Falling into a massive internal panic, I instantly donned a thick veil of sophistication, weaving words with a voice that perfectly concealed my franticness. Forgive me. It appears my self-centered passion forced your pure heart into something it wasn't ready for. I should not have touched you yet. Rather than witness your tears, I would see my own foolishness. That's not it, Sōsuke. Interrupting my apology, Hiyori offered a lovely smile. Even though tears were still overflowing from her eyes without stop. Please don't apologize. These tears. I didn't shed them because I am sad. I am just so happy. That Sōsuke touched me. It conveyed so clearly just how deeply you cherish me, that my heart is simply overflowing. With her cheeks dusted a soft pink, Hiyori tightly grasped the sleeve of my clothes. Hiyori. I love you so much. What is up with this archangel? She is the cutest being in the universe. Marshalling and calming the emotions that threatened to cause a big bang of relief and joy, I wiped her tears with a handkerchief, treating her with the utmost gentleness, as if handling the most precious thing in the world. Then, beneath the moonlight, I spoke with the most beautiful resonance I could muster. Your tears are more precious than any gemstone, and they tightly wring my heart. I promise you, Hiyori. From this moment on, the drops overflowing from your eyes shall be of joy alone. I will love you through to the end with everything I have. As I whispered sweetly, Hiyori boiled up bright red to her absolute limits. With an expression mixing happiness and bashfulness, she buried her face into my chest, snuggling close as she gave a soft nod. Wait, I just spouted an incredibly sophisticated, embarrassing declaration of love again. Confirming the small, slightly trembling warmth and soft sensation of her fitting perfectly inside my arms, I hugged her back tightly, as if protecting a vital treasure. If Hiyori is smiling this happily, then everything is completely okay. By the night shoreline, only the gentle sound of the waves and the synchronized heartbeats of two individuals continued to echo softly for a long time to come. Chapter 82, 4,365 words, May 5th, Tuesday. The final day of Golden Week, a time to heal from the fatigue of a turbulent new school term. On this day, rather than going out, Hiyori and I planned to spend a relaxed time reading together in my room. Waking up in the morning, I remained in bed, operating my terminal to type out a message to a certain classmate. The recipient was Yuki Himino, the benefactor, who had recently given me precise advice for my pathetic romantic troubles. Thanks to your counsel, I was able to safely capture the moon. You have my gratitude for showing me the best move, Himino. Not even a few minutes after hitting send, a brief reply arrived from her. You did pretty well for a coward, Aizen-kun. Good for you. Himino. As always, your response is way too salty. But I am truly grateful to you for pushing me forward. A smile breaking across my face in the solitude of my room, I got out of bed. A short while later, Hiyori came over to my room. The aroma of warm Darjeeling tea, which she brewed with a practiced touch, filled the space. Sitting side by side on the sofa, we opened our respective books and entered a peaceful reading time. The gentle early summer sunlight spilled through the gaps in the curtains, making Hiyori's silver hair sparkle brilliantly right next to me. Though my eyes were supposed to be tracing the printed text, the plot of the mystery novel in front of me wasn't registering in my brain at all. I'm way too conscious of her. The faint body heat radiating from Hiyori right beside me. The slight rustle of fabric whenever she turned a page. And the sweet, gentle fragrance of her shampoo. The first kiss I had exchanged with Hiyori. The astonishing softness of her lips when they touched mine, and her startled, yet deeply happy, moist eyes flashed through my mind over and over like a recurring loop. This is bad, my heart is beating way too fast. All the characters in this book look like squiggly worms crawling across the page. Desperately trying to feign composure, I attempted to force my eyes back to the text, but concentration was entirely impossible. Suddenly, feeling a fixed gaze from the side, I turned my head. Hiyori had lifted her face from her book, and was stealing glances at me. The moment our eyes met, her shoulders gave a small start, and her cheeks flushed a soft cherry blossom pink. Sōsuke-kun. It seems you haven't moved past the exact same page for a while now. I was simply deep in contemplation regarding a separate, profound phenomenon. As I tried to make a sophisticated excuse, Hiyori partially hid the lower half of her face behind her book, letting out an ee-hee as a bashful, shy smile graced her lips. To tell you the truth, so am I. I've been thinking about yesterday the entire time, and the words just won't enter my head. Woaha. She is way too cute. What is this destructive power? Relaying that honestly while being that embarrassed is a total foul. Are you trying to make my heart stop from sweetness? Screaming frantically inside, I mobilized every ounce of my sophisticated exterior, barely managing to return an elegant smile. Is that so? In that case, for just a bit longer, let us enjoy our time together rather than the printed word. Afterward, lunchtime rolled around, and we shared a simple midday meal I prepared right there in the room. While the two of us were sweetly enjoying a post-dinner tea time, my terminal suddenly vibrated. A message. Checking the screen, the sender was Kiyotaka Ayanakuji. There's something I want to talk about. If it's convenient, would it be alright if I brought Horikita to your room right now? It's from Kiyotaka. It seems he wants to come to this room with Horikita right now. Hiyori, do you mind? Yes, that's completely fine. I was just about to brew a fresh pot of tea anyway. Since Hiyori readily nodded, I sent a message of agreement back to Kiyotaka. Yes, I shall be waiting. About 10 minutes later. The room's chime rang. When I opened the door, there stood Kiyotaka, possessing an expressionless face that made it impossible to read what he was thinking as always, alongside a dignified Susan Horikita. Sorry for bothering you on a holiday afternoon. Excuse us. Forgive the sudden intrusion. There was something I absolutely wanted to convey to you. Think nothing of it. Come, step inside. As I guided the two to the living room table, Hiyori deftly prepared and served tea for the four of us. Thank you, Shina-san. Not at all, please take your time. With the teacups distributed, I locked my gaze onto Kiyotaka sitting across from me, letting a sophisticated, arrogant smirk surface on my lips. It appears the dragon lurking in the abyss has finally opened its eyes. Having displayed your true capabilities upon the board, I look forward to seeing what kind of trajectory you will trace from here on out, Kiyotaka. It was a sophisticated praise regarding his recent special exam, result of a perfect 500 points across 5 subjects. Since I caught the drift of the situation, I didn't pry for tedious reasons, conveying only pure anticipation. Right on cue, Hiyori sitting beside me offered a bright smile, slipping in the translation. He means, I am happy that Ayana Kujikun has finally shown his true strength. I am looking forward to your future successes very much. Hearing Hayori's perfect translation, Kiyotaka relaxed his shoulders just a fraction, replying flatly. Don't expect too much. It's simply that the situation forced my hand. So, are you acting as Kiyotaka's escort today, Horikita? As I shifted my gaze, Horikita stared straight back into my eyes. No, the one who has business here is me. Aizen-kun. I intend to join the student council. At those words, the air in the room tightened slightly. Once the holidays officially conclude, I am going to make a direct appeal to Student Council President Nagumo. However, I wanted to bring the matter to you first, the person my brother acknowledged above anyone else in this school. Internally, I let out a massive gasp of admiration. She's tracing Manabu-senpai's footsteps. In her eyes right now dwells a powerful flame of resolve and intent to walk the path her brother took with her own 2 feet, and one day surpass him. She has grown past recognition. While secretly rejoicing over her growth, the words that escaped my mouth were, naturally, those of an absolute, sophisticated powerhouse. Following the trajectory of a hawk soaring through the sky is an easy task, but do you possess the resolve to unleash a new storm with your own wings? The board known as the Student Council is not a lenient place where a mere copycat can survive. She means, you aren't just imitating your older brother, but you possess the resolve to carve out a new path using your own strength. I am highly anticipating your powerful determination. Flawless. From my slightly arrogant phrasing, she beautifully extracted only my true feeling of support and conveyed it. Is my girlfriend not way too competent? Wait a minute. Suddenly, my past interactions with Horikita flashed through my mind. Come to think of it, our usual conversations up until now consisted of me baiting her with arrogant, sophisticated poems, and Hayori lacing her translation with a lethal dose of venom as a follow-up attack. Yet, look at this. Hayori's words this time lacked even a fraction of toxicity. It had become a 100% pure, warm cheer. Why didn't she add venom this time? Could it be that because Horikita displayed undeniable growth, I myself unconsciously stopped feeling the need to bait her? That's why the thorns had already vanished from my poem itself. And Hayori perfectly read that shift in my subconscious mind, something even I hadn't explicitly realized, and intentionally extracted the poison from her translation to match it. If that was the case, her insight was terrifying. I found myself shivering in solitary awe at the bottomless level of understanding possessed by the lovely girl smiling beside me. Utterly oblivious to the commotion inside my mind, Horikita let a soft, gentle smile surface on her lips upon hearing Hayori's translation. Of course. I have no intention of stepping into that room with half-hearted feelings. Thank you for the strict words. Horikita nodded as if reconfirming her own resolve. Witnessing her splendid growth, my internal evaluation of her skyrocketed even further. With the main business concluded and the atmosphere thawing out, Hayori clapped her hands together. Since the 4 of us are gathered here, why don't we play a little game? A game? Horikita placed a hand on her chin, falling into contemplation. I suppose so. Through a game, I might be able to understand a bit of Aizen-kun's cognitive habits and way of thinking. I will join. Horikita, ever serious, viewed it strictly as an opportunity for analysis. However, hearing the proposal, Kiyotaka grimaced slightly, smoothly averting his eyes. Sorry, but please avoid fighting games. Being subjected to a corner infinite combo by Sōsuke over and over left me a bit traumatized. Kiyotaka AAA. You were that shocked by it? I'm so sorry. Seeing Kiyotaka's utterly drained state, Hayori giggled as she put forth a suggestion. Fufu, in that case, let's play a game where luck plays a massive role alongside player skill. I have just the thing. How about Momotatsu? Momotatsu, huh? That brings back memories. The other day, when Ichino's Kanzaki, Hayori, and I played, Hayori absolutely demolished us all without mercy. Kanzaki couldn't stop spouting sophisticated poems halfway through the game out of despair. Despite being such an angel normally, Hiyori turns into a cold-blooded demon only when playing this game. While secretly breaking into a cold sweat inside, I maintained my relaxed smile on the surface. Very well. A game that governs wealth and destiny upon the board. I shall accept the challenge. As I agreed with sophistication, Horikita gave a small nod. I have no intention of losing. Thus, using the map of Japan projected onto my room's TV screen as the stage, the brutal dice-rolling journey of the elites from second-year Class A and Class D commenced. The setting was set to 5 years. A perfect duration to start on an early summer afternoon. Now, upon this board governed by the absurd destiny known as dice, just how far can you all entertain me? With the controller in one hand, I threw out the line while radiating an absolute, sophisticated sense of power. Just a few months into the game, in-game time. Upon this board, there stood one man who had been completely abandoned by God. One again, huh? Kiyotaka muttered softly, entirely devoid of emotion and expressionless. His luck with the dice was nothing short of apocalyptic. He displayed a miraculous streak of misfortune, rolling a 1 3 times in a row and beautifully landing squarely on red squares continuously. To make matters worse, he was also the very first one to be possessed by the god of poverty, Binbagami. Kiyotaka AAA. The masterpiece of the White Room is being utterly thrashed by a mere random number generator. It's getting painful just watching you, so please, for the love of God, roll a better number. While fiercely sympathizing with him inside, I let a cool sneer surface on the outside. What is the matter, Kiyotaka? Your steps appear exceptionally heavy. Have you given up on even resisting the invisible hand known as destiny? I haven't given up. It's simply that probability theory is rejecting me. Kiyotaka quietly stared into the distance. A sorrow beyond description radiated from his back. On the flip side, in stark contrast to this miserable man, there existed a presence wielding godlike luck and absolute dominance over the board. I arrived at the destination again. I'll be going on ahead, everyone. The one sitting beside me was my angel, Hiyori. Her luck with the dice was completely glitched out. As if controlling the numbers at will, she continuously landed perfectly on the destinations back-to-back. To top it off, whenever she landed on a blue square, she always pulled the maximum monetary reward, and landing on yellow squares yielded powerful cards one after another. I will prioritize monopolizing high-yield properties here, and turn the tables all at once during the next financial closing. Horikita glared at the screen with a serious expression, steadily building up assets through solid play, and attempting to grasp a foothold for a counterattack with a magnificent strategy. Horikita is incredibly into this. Is she unexpectedly the type to enjoy these kinds of games seriously? Turning around from her serious face from earlier, she completely has the eyes of a gamer. Witnessing an unexpected side of Horikita, I felt a bit heartened inside. However, the hammer of a merciless angel descended upon her. Horikita-san. I shall be using this Devil Dispatch card. With her usual fluffy, full-faced smile, Hiyori activated a brutal card that dispatches a swarm of vicious devils to another player, forcibly stripping them of their funds every single month. What? Hold on, Shina-san. A massive horde of devils is gathering on my piece. My funds are being aggressively chipped away. Wow, the devils are flying all over the screen, how cute. They are not cute. My financial closing plan is... While trembling with indignation, Horikita was unable to bring herself to express genuine anger before Hiyori's utterly innocent and joyful smile, leaving her with no choice but to bite her lip. She is crushing her with a full-faced smile. This merciless playstyle that triggers exclusively during Momotatsu is seriously terrifying. I, too, utilized every ounce of my tactical wit to increase my assets and barely managed to stay on Hiyori's heels, but before her absurdly golden luck and ruthless card management, I found myself constantly eating her dust. And just as the game entered its third year, a dramatic shift arrived. It happened when Hiyori, who had been charging ahead with overwhelming luck, used a Batobi card to close the distance to the destination. Flying to a random location via helicopter, Hiyori landed incredibly directly on top of the square occupied by Kiyotaka. It overlapped with Ayanakuji-kun. As a result, the god of poverty that had been clinging to Kiyotaka for the longest time transferred over to Hiyori. Finally, the chance to turn the tables on Shina-sen has arrived. Horikita, who had been suffering under Hiyori's absurd luck until now, beamed with absolute delight at this golden opportunity. However, the very next month, Binbagami-san is quite a handful, isn't he? I have one more Batobi card, so I'll try using it. Taking to the skies once more, Hiyori landed of all places squarely on top of the exact square occupied by Horikita. Binbagami-san transferred over to Horikita-san. I'm sorry. You've got to be kidding me. Landing precisely on top of me with a random teleport card, what kind of probability is that? Horikita's delight was plunged straight into despair in the span of a single turn. Furthermore, on the following turn, Hiyori utilized a linear card to leisurely shake Horikita off, successfully dumping the god of poverty onto her completely. And the true hell for Horikita began from here. Fufu, the turn into a king. Card I obtained earlier. I shall be using it here. With a full-faced smile, Hiyori activated an ultra-brutal card that forcibly transforms the god of poverty attached to someone into its worst possible iteration, King Bonbi. What? Ominous smoke billowed across the screen, and the god of poverty attached to Horikita shifted its form into the massive, malicious King Bonbi. I am King Bonbi, come from the world of Bonbiras. My assets are. Left to her fate, Horikita watched as King Bonbi's absurdly evil antics forced her to liquidate the excellent properties she had joyfully and meticulously accumulated one after another, plunging her net worth into the negatives within the blink of an eye. Holding her head, Horikita glared at the monitor with an expression of pure despair. Right after dumping the god of poverty onto Horikita, she forces it to evolve with a turn into a king. Card to completely shatter her spirit, what kind of demonic combo is that? Seeing her utterly deflated, I thought I would offer a small bit of consolation. No matter if it's just a game, hitting someone who was enjoying it that much with King Bonbi is a bit pitiful. All right, I shall bestow a word of encouragement here. The heavens never distribute absolute equality. If you lack the wings to soar through the sky, you have no choice but to advance even if you must crawl along the earth. For that is the destiny of those who stand upon the board. As I spun the encouraging poem while nodding magnanimously, Hiyori beside me adjusted her posture, offering a translation with a slightly sympathetic, yet crystal-clear voice. He means, no matter how absurdly everything is stolen from you, since that is the destiny of the have-nots, give up gracefully and steadily pay back your debt. Sōsuke is cheering you on from the bottom of his heart as well. Fufu, starting over from the negatives, let's do our best together, Horikita-san. Hold on a minute, Hiyori. I know you picked up on my encouraging intent, and I know you're saying it out of pure goodwill. But that innocence is turning it into an exquisite taunt instead. On top of that, Hiyori, who is currently running away with the top spot in total assets, saying, let's do our best together, is the number one thing you shouldn't say right now. At that exact moment, the sound of something snapping echoed inside Horikita. However, even she couldn't direct her anger at Hiyori's genuinely pure smile. Horikita slowly turned her neck toward me, glaring at me alone with a terrifying, demon-like expression. Aizen Sōsuke. You certainly have a way with words. This debt, I am absolutely going to dump it onto you. Clear murderous intent was ignited within Horikita's eyes. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me, Horikita-san. The one who pushed the god of poverty onto you, and the one who evolved it into King Bonbi, was entirely Hiyori. Why is all the aggro concentrating solely on me? While breaking into a waterfall of cold sweat inside, I couldn't break my sophisticated exterior, responding with a line that practically begged for more hate. Come at me. But the turn of the merciless angel governing the board was not over yet. And also Sōsuke. I shall try using this card called Jubu card, snail pace card, as well. The moment Hiyori activated the card with a full-faced smile, A massive herd of cows surrounded my train on the screen, and alongside a heavy visual effect, a terrifying curse was unleashed. It was an atrocious delay card that forced my piece to advance only a single square at a time for a while. With this, Sōsuke can slowly enjoy the scenery for a while too. Hiyori II. You are way too merciless. The destination is incredibly far away, you know. Horikita radiating murderous intent at the bottom of despair, Kiyotaka staring into the distance having been abandoned right from the start, and me, reduced to moving only one square at a time. Across the board that had transformed into a gruesome depiction of hell, Hiyori alone charged ahead effortlessly while maintaining her angelic smile. As this battlefield continued to unfold, the game reached its final phase in the 5th year. Suddenly, a miracle descended upon Kiyotaka, who had been crawling along the earth this entire time. What Kiyotaka pulled from a yellow square was none other than the Itochi Onuka card, stand out from the crowd card. An ultra-powerful comeback card that grants the user an amount of cash equal to the currently wealthiest player's funds, with a few 100 million yen tacked on top. I shall be using this. As Kiyotaka activated the card flatly, he instantly bypassed Hiyori's massive horde of cash, who had been holding an absolute lead and surged straight into first place. It seems luck has finally turned my way as well. Even for someone like Kiyotaka, perhaps out of relief from being liberated from his absurdly continuous misfortune, he exhaled softly with a relieved expression. As expected of Kiyotaka, his draw power when it counts is something else. With this, the outcome of the match is completely up in the air all over again. I, too, was getting pumped up inside by the white-hot development. Perhaps noticing our gazes, Kiyotaka kept his eyes locked on the screen, delivering a flat line with his bottomless eyes. The process does not matter. As long as I am the one winning at the very end, that is all that satisfies. He just dropped an incredibly cool winning line. As expected of Kiyotaka. He intends to dominate from here and secure the victory in one go. However, the god of Momotetsu was ruthless to Kiyotaka to the very end. On the very next turn after Kiyotaka took the lead, and dropped his quote. Landing on a blue square to further increase his assets, a familiar, despised character cut into his screen alongside a lively shamisen background track. A president shouldn't be walking around carrying that much cash. Kiyotaka's eyes widened just a fraction. A total pickpocket event by Sliden Jinji the pickpocket. The billions of yen in immense cash he had just acquired through his comeback card vanished down to literally zero, in the span of a single turn. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? Getting pickpocketed for the full amount on the exact turn after dropping a cool line. Kiyotaka a. Internally, I screamed while crying tears of blood. He finally surged to the top from the absolute bottom using the strongest card, and even dropped a defining quote, only to have Jinji take every single cent immediately after. What kind of star was he born under? Watching this is giving me a psychosomatic stomach ache. Staring at the monitor, Kiyotaka no longer uttered a single word. He sat there silently, his eyes entirely reduced to an empty, soul-extracted void. And so came the final year. From there on out, it was nothing short of a merciless slaughter by Hiyori. Fufu, let's all enjoy this together. Flaunting an angelic smile, she monopolized high-value properties at a furious pace, dragging the three of us into a swamp of debt with her relentless offensive cards. My sophisticated remarks, Horikita's furious pursuit, and Kiyotaka who had lost his entire fortune and continuously rolled a hollow dice were all utterly powerless before her overwhelming violence. Before we knew it, it had grown completely dark outside the window, and the curtain of night had fallen. Okay, 5 years have passed. Time for the final results. Alongside Hiyori's cheerful voice, the final standings were displayed on the monitor. First place, Hiyori Shina, an absolute landslide with overwhelming total assets. Second place, Sōsuke Aizen in debt. Third place, Susan Horikita, in heavy debt. Fourth place, Kiyotaka Ayanokuji, in even heavier debt. Fufu, that was incredibly fun. Hiyori, the sole individual to accumulate assets on a completely different order of magnitude, smiled with heartfelt satisfaction. Truly, it was a meaningful time in various ways. Shina-san was incredible of course, but Aizen-kun, steel yourself, because the next time we play, I am absolutely going to crush you. Though her face was exhausted, Horikita glared at me with eyes full of fighting spirit, looking somewhat refreshed. Despite being thoroughly thrashed and submerged in a sea of debt, it appeared she had genuinely enjoyed the game. I don't want to see a dice again for a while. Kiyotaka, who had been stripped of his short-lived massive fortune and failed to surface from dead hell, remained sunk deeply into the sofa with a face that looked like his soul had departed. A magnificent dominance over the board, Hiyori. To think a day would come where I would bow once more before your overwhelming radiance. Occasionally remembering the taste of defeat is not a bad thing. Despite being a loser, I wrapped up the game with a sophisticated smirk, maintaining an air of composure on the surface. Every single person besides Hiyori is trapped in dead hell. As expected, Hiyori's dice luck and ruthless card play are way too broken. I am absolutely never playing Momotatsu with this lineup again. My stomach can't take it. While firmly swearing that vow while crying tears of blood internally the moment my eyes caught Hiyori's innocent face as she smiled with genuine happiness, I felt the toxicity naturally drain out of me. Sōsuke-kun. Is something the matter? Noticing my fixed gaze, Hiyori tilted her head in curiosity, peering up at me. I was simply thinking that seeing you have fun is better than anything else. Foo-foo, yes. Being able to play with everyone was so wonderful. Let's absolutely do it again. Do it again? I literally just vowed 3 seconds ago that I would never do it again. While my spine chilled for a fraction of a second at the terrifying thought of returning to dead hell, the sight of her tightly grasping my sleeve and looking up at me with eyes full of anticipation was just way too cute. Well, if Hiyori enjoys herself this much, I suppose it's fine. Whenever you wish, I shall accompany you. I'm so happy. It's a promise. Before that blooming smile, my dignity as a powerhouse sitting at the apex of the heavens and my frustration over defeat crumbled away with utmost ease. In the end, when it came to this adorable girlfriend of mine, I was completely powerless to resist spoiling her. Chapter 83, 3354 words. Golden Week concluded, and the usual daily routine returned once more to the Advanced Nurturing High School. It was after school on a refreshing early summer day in May. I was leaning deep into a leather sofa, the premium seat, so to speak, inside the student council room, elegantly savoring the aroma of my black tea. In the center of this serene space, standing perfectly straight with a rigid posture right before student council president Nagumo's desk, was a single female student. Second year Class D, Susan Horikita. Exactly as she had declared in my room during the consecutive holidays, she had come to knock on the gates of the student council with her own 2 feet. For Horikita-senpai's younger sister to make a direct appeal to join the student council of her own volition. President Nagumo raised the corners of his lips in amusement, locking his gaze onto Horikita. To Nagumo, who respected former student council president Manabu Horikita above anyone else while simultaneously viewing him as his ultimate rival, the addition of his younger sister was bound to be an intriguing spice thrown onto a boring board. Very well. I accept your entry. Thank you very much, Student Council President Nagumo. Horikita bowed deeply. In her dignified bearing, there wasn't a single shred of the fragility from her first year, back when she was completely trapped by her brother's phantom. Leaning deeply back into his chair, Nagumo spoke up as if a thought had suddenly struck him. However, I have one condition, or rather, a proposal. Calling you Horikita without an honorific doesn't sit right with me. I don't feel like casually throwing around the same surname as the senior I respect. I'll call you Susan. At those words, Horikita quietly nodded without showing even a hint of agitation. I do not mind. A fine answer. Tracing Horikita-senpai's footsteps, is it? Nagumo laughed joyfully, then abruptly shifted his gaze toward me. But Susan. The next student council president after me is pretty much set to be Aizen, sitting over there, you know. He's been contributing immensely to this student council as vice president since his first year, and his overwhelming capability is acknowledged by everyone, myself included. With Nagumo's words, the gazes of everyone present in the room converged upon me. I quietly placed my teacup onto its saucer, letting a fearless, sophisticated smirk surface on my lips. You think too highly of me, Nagumo. There is always but a single throne that reaches the apex of the sky. As for who shall inherit it, that is merely a trivial consequence guided by the destiny upon the board. While tossing back a poem wrapped in the absolute composure of a powerhouse, my inner self was grappling with a slightly complex conflict. I mean, looking at the flow of things, it really is tracking toward me becoming the student council president. I wouldn't mind handing it over if Horikita says she wants to do it. But I also have a non-trivial desire to succeed Manabu-senpai, who pulled me into this place, and Nagumo, who has grown like this. Well, it's still a ways off, so when the time comes, I'll just make the most sophisticated choice. While I was nodding along to myself internally, Horikita locked her eyes straight onto me, declaring powerfully, I am aware. I believe I understand all too well just how high of a wall Aizen-kun is. However, I have no intention of losing either. Within those eyes dwelt a firm, powerful flame of resolve and intent to chase the back of her respected brother, and one day surpass him. Look who's talking big now. Let us see that determination of yours. As I gave a magnanimous nod, Fuka Kiryu in the third year, who was sitting across the sofa with her long legs crossed, let out a delighted, giggling laugh. Finally, another girl besides Ichino's has entered. With this, the stuffy air in here will thin out a bit, and we can make the girls' talk blossom. At her joking words, Ichino's, who was organizing documents right next to her, let out a strained smile. Kiryuin-senpai, you don't really do girls' talk normally anyway, do you? While snapping back with that retort, Ichino's turned a bright, blooming smile toward Horikita. I look forward to working with you, Horikita-san. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anything. Yes, thank you, Ichino-san. I look forward to working with you as well. The two exchanged words in a natural tone. All right, it's settled then. Nagumo clapped his hands together to wrap up the meeting. Starting tomorrow, have Ichino's teach you the specific duties right away. Once the work is finished, we'll hold a welcome party for Susan. The following day after school. Inside the student council room, true to his word, Ichino's had spread out reference materials, meticulously lecturing Horikita on the operational contents of the council. This part is the tallying of the point fluctuations for each class, and this file over here is the budget applications for club activities. This processing has a different format depending on the month. Yes, exactly. As expected of Horikita-san, you're a fast learner. With a serious expression, Horikita took detailed notes, absorbing Ichino's explanations like a sponge. Her potential was inherently high to begin with. It would only be a matter of time before she grew accustomed to the practical work. Ichino's is really good at teaching. And Horikita is serious and excellent. If this reduces my paperwork even a little bit, it's an absolute win. Sitting at my own desk, elegantly gliding my fountain pen across documents to sign them, I watched over the two of them with an internally smug face. Eventually, the scheduled duties came to an end and Nagumo stood up. All right, that's enough work for today. Let's go, you guys. At the usual high-end yakiniku restaurant located in the Kiyaki Mall. We had taken up residence in a spacious private room, holding a welcome party to celebrate Susan Horikita's entry into the student council. Now, savor it to your heart's content. The supreme blessing, elevated to its absolute limit by my hands. While spinning a sophisticated poem, I distributed premium meat grilled to absolute perfection onto the plates of the council officers one after another. Just then, Kaname Tozen the first year, who had been entrusted with the other grill, offered a single piece of meat to my plate with reverent hands. Aizen-senpai. I have grilled this with every ounce of my strength. How is it? Having successfully joined the student council following the previous special exam, he was radiating an abnormal level of respect and a fanatical aura toward me as always. I brought the meat to my mouth, quietly closing my eyes as I chewed. This is genuinely delicious. The grilling is spot on. While giving it a high evaluation internally, I slowly opened my eyes, looking down at him with a smirk befitting an arrogant king. However, there is still hesitation in your blade. The fleeting moment when the fat drips from the meat, the slight impatience that arises there, it blurs the contours of the flavor. Trust your own flame more, can aim. What precise and merciful guidance. I, Tozen, while deeply ashamed of my own immaturity, am honored to draw one step closer to your profound heights, senpai. Bro, we are literally talking about yakiniku. Why are you matching the tension of a swordsmanship apprenticeship? While taken aback by this overly dramatic, passionate master-servant dynamic and the mysterious poetic space, Horikita accepted the meat distributed by me and elegantly brought it to her mouth. Oh, Suzun can really hold her own. Aizen, don't just spend all your time grilling, eat more. Nagumo offered in high spirits, but I let a sophisticated smirk surface, shaking my head. You have my gratitude. However, my stomach is already fulfilled. Watching you all contend and devour one another is, above all, the ultimate dinner for me. Translation: I'm already pretty full, and grilling is fun, so you guys go ahead and eat it all. As I smartly yielded the meat using a sophisticated poem, Kaname gasped once more, his voice trembling as if overcome with emotion. To think you would sacrifice your own sustenance to intentionally watch over our growth. That bottomless mercy of yours seeps into my very core. His loyalty to me is completely glitched out as always. I'm literally just full. But he gives off an absolute sense of security that he'll never betray me, so it's fine. While throwing out fierce comebacks internally, I maintained an entirely cool composure on the outside. Watching our interaction, Kiryuin with a glass of oolong tea in one hand began to tease Horikita with a smirk. How do you like it, newcomer? This peculiar atmosphere of the student council. You're a bit too serious. Relax your shoulders more. Kiryuin-senpai. Approaching things seriously shouldn't be a bad thing. Fufu, stiff as a board. Well fine, you'll be corrupted by it soon enough whether you like it or not. Geez, Kiryuin-senpai. You're making Horikita-san uncomfortable. Ichinos immediately jumped in to back her up, and Nagumo laughed it off joyfully. The atmosphere of this student council really is great. While quietly sipping my oolong tea, I narrowed my eyes at the harmonious sight unfolding before me. Even after the absolute existence known as Manabu-senpai departed, this student council maintained its own firm, distinct shape centered around Nagumo. With the newly added pieces of Horikita, and the first year, I wondered what kind of chemical reaction would take place from here on out. The welcome party wrapped up, and we dispersed in front of the restaurant. Walking alone down the night path leading back to the dorms, I suddenly looked up at the night sky. The night breeze comfortably brushed against my slightly flushed cheeks. The turbulent April and the sweet golden week had passed, and a peaceful daily routine had returned to the school once more. However, beneath the surface, each class and the invisible assassins were quietly sharpening their fangs for the next battle. And so, as the quiet motives beneath the surface intersected, time advanced a fraction. On this day, I was welcoming a special milestone. None other than Sōsuke Aizen's birthday. In the morning, just as I was about to enter the Class A classroom, two male students were standing in my way as if they had been waiting for me. Kaname Tozen, the first year who assists me in the student council, and Kanji Ike from second year Class D. The moment the two caught sight of my face, they stepped forward reverently, presenting a beautifully wrapped gift with both hands as if offering a sacrifice to a deity. Aizen-senpai. Today is the grand festival of justice celebrating the day you were brought into this corrupt world. From my immature self, I have brought a modest offering. From me too. For this fated day, I squeezed out my very life force, the jet black spiritual particle private points, to its absolute limit to forge this offering. Please accept it. The heat levels right from the morning are way too intense. But Kaname is a junior, and as for Ike, he's constantly broken Class D, yet he cut into his living expenses to buy me a gift. I feel genuinely bad. While alternating between intense mental comebacks and worry, I accepted the gifts from the two with a serene smile. The light known as loyalty reflected in your eyes, I have certainly scooped it up. Continue to illuminate the endless path I walk with that heat of yours. Such unworthy words. Oh. Lord Aizen's spoken words resonate to the deepest depths of my soul. Kan-Aim shed tears of gratitude at my sophisticated words of thanks, while Ike held his right arm in pure ecstasy as the two departed like a storm. Afterward, the classmates who arrived at school one after another gathered at my seat, handing over light gifts along with words of blessing. Happy birthday. Thanks for always working hard for the class, Aizen-kun. This is from all of us. In our class, there was a heartwarming custom where, if a student had a birthday, volunteers would pool points together to present a modest gift. Everyone. And Kan-Aim and Ike who celebrated right from the start of the morning. Thank you. I'm truly glad I came to this school. Thanks to everyone, this is shaping up to be the best birthday ever. While throwing a massive storm of gratitude and crying tears of joy internally, my exterior remains strictly that of an absolute powerhouse and the embodiment of sophistication. A festival of stardust looking up from the bottom of the abyss, is it? Your loyalty offered to the apex of this sky, I shall certainly accept it. I elegantly accepted the presented gifts, conveying my gratitude with a sophisticated poem. The classmates responded with smiles, saying, as arrogant as always, but he looks happy. It was the peaceful daily life of Class A. Eventually, the chime signaling the end of the morning classes rang out. Lunch break. It happened just as Hiyori and I pushed our desks together, about to open our lunchboxes. This grand festival, allow me to join at the lowest seat as well. A cool, yet somewhat stiff voice resonated from the entrance of the classroom. Standing there was Takedo from Class C. It's Takedo. It's been since the mixed training camp. According to rumors, Takedo is also a bit influenced by me, though not as much as Ike. Is he going to be okay? As I braced myself slightly internal, Takedo slowly approached me, casting his eyes down as he spoke. Allow me to celebrate the birth of my elder brother, K. Upon my pride, I have prepared a magnificent gift. Elder brother. What is up with that form of address? Which 6th Division captain are you supposed to be? Why did my influence cause you to end up like this? Suffering a sophisticated direct hit from an completely unexpected angle, my inner self fell into a massive panic. However, with no way of noticing my intense agitation, Takedo cast a somewhat proud gaze toward me. To think even you would go out of your way to celebrate my birth. You have my thanks, Takedo. Between us, cheap words like thanks are unnecessary. I am leaving. Leaving only those words behind, Takedo turned on his heel, and departed so dashingly that one could almost see an illusion of cherry blossom petals fluttering around him. While the surrounding Class A students watched him leave blankly, Hiyori sitting next to me watched over happily with a smile. Fufu. Sōsuke, it's wonderful how much everyone adores you. What was up with that guy? Thus, leaving behind a storm-like aftertaste, time shifted to after school. I had notified Nagumo in advance, saying, today, I shall be taking leave due to private matters, and secured a break from my duties. Nagumo had sent me off readily, saying, a birthday date, huh? Go stretch your wings for once. As I waited at the entrance of the Kiyaki Mall, a slightly dressed-up Hiyori came jogging over. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sōsuke. Today you are even more lovely than usual. Thank you very much. I put together the date plan for today, so leave it to me. Escorted by a softly smiling Hiyori, our special after-school time began. First, we went to our favorite cafe. Sitting in our usual premium seats, listening to the calming background music, we enjoyed reading and conversation alongside delicious black tea. A quiet, fulfilling time spent sensing each other's presence. Afterward, we made our way to the massive bookstore inside the mall. Since it's your birthday, why don't we choose a recommended book for each other? Taking up Hayori's wonderful suggestion, we walked among the bookshelves, selecting one book each. As we headed to the register, Hayori smoothly pulled out her student ID card. Since today is Sōsuke's birthday, I'll pay for everything. No. No matter if it's my birthday, there's no way I can let my cute girlfriend foot the entire bill on a date. Let me act cool here. While fiercely shaking my head internally, I gently restrained Hayori's hand, tapping my own student ID against the terminal. With just those warm feelings of yours, my heart is already fulfilled. What I ought to receive from you is not something as uncouth as money. Besides, gifting a book that suits you is my privilege. Sōsuke. Geez, that's cheating. While puffing her cheeks out slightly, Hayori narrowed her eyes happily. A sophisticated checkout complete success. After leaving the bookstore, we went to a slightly upscale, high-end restaurant inside the mall. Inside the restaurant, bathed in calm lighting and flowing with quiet classical music, we smacked our lips over an exquisite course meal. Thank you as always, Hayori. Because a moon like you is beside me, I am able to shine upon this board. Having finished the main dish, I once again conveyed my feelings and gratitude to her with sophistication. Then, as if timing it perfectly, a waiter pushed a wagon over to our table. Happy birthday. Placed upon it was a brilliantly decorated birthday cake. On the plate were the words, Happy birthday Sōsuke. Whoa! A surprise cake is here. Seriously? Hayori went out of her way to make such wonderful arrangements. You are the absolute best. Internally, I was on the verge of crying tears of joy and dancing around from pure happiness, but my face remained completely cool. Not a bad touch. I am always amazed by your magic. As I smiled with sophistication, Hayori completely sensing my internal delight let an angelic smile blossom. Fufu, I'm truly glad you're happy. Finishing our meal and leaving the restaurant, we directed our steps toward the promenade along the night sea. The comfortable early summer night breeze brought with it the scent of the tide. We walked side by side down the dark path, where only the sound of the waves quietly resonated. Walking along this seaside path brings back memories of that night I first kissed Hayori. As I walked, I felt my chest throbbing. Stealing a glance at her profile, I felt Hayori's face looked a bit red as well. Was she remembering the same thing? Suddenly, Hayori stopped her steps, turning around to face me with the shoreline at her back. Her silver hair, illuminated by the moonlight, swayed in the night breeze. She looked up at me with slightly moist eyes, gripping both her hands tightly in front of her chest. Sōsuke. Once again, happy birthday. Am truly happy to be by Sōsuke's side. I love you. Alongside those straightforward words, Hayori softly stood on her tiptoes, overlapping her lips with mine. A soft, sweet kiss filled with deep affection. Hayori, I love you too. While letting out a roar of the soul internally, I softly wrapped my hand around her waist, gently drawing her slender body close. As our lips softly parted, Hayori presented a small box to me with a bright red face. Is a birthday present from me. If you'd like, please use it. Accepting it and opening the box, inside was a beautifully crafted bookmark shining in silver a color resembling Hayori's hair. Thank you. I shall insert you an eternal bookmark into my life. As I expressed my joy with the ultimate sophisticated poem, Hayori buried her face into my chest bashfully. Afterward, I escorted Hayori back to the front of her room at the girls' dorm, parting ways after exchanging gentle good-night wishes. Returning to my own room and becoming alone. I lay down on the sofa, holding the bookmark I received from Hayori up to the light as I exhaled a deep breath. That was the absolute best birthday ever. The blessings from my classmates and above all, the straightforward affection from Hayori. Immersed strictly in this warm, fulfilling aftertaste, I quietly let shed tears of deep emotion. Chapter 84, 3,790 words. A supremely happy birthday, wrapped in the heartwarming blessings of my classmates and the irreplaceable affection from an adorable angel named Hayori. That warm, sweet aftertaste deeply fulfilled my heart, serving as a reliable life force to survive the harsh daily routine ahead. However, in the unique environment of the advanced nurturing high school, moments of tranquility never last long. It was merely a fleeting illusion, like the calm before a storm. The day after I welcomed my absolute best birthday. For us second and third years, it was a peaceful day of standard classes, but beneath the surface, a violent tempest was raging. On this day, the second special exam, aimed at the first years, was being conducted. For those who had entered the school a mere 2 months ago, special exams arriving on a monthly basis must bring an immeasurable amount of pressure. They overcame the previous partner-written exam by tagging up with a second year's, but this time, it was reportedly an exam for the first years alone. While the specific contents of the exam had not been disclosed to us, rumors that a massive, unimaginable earthquake had struck the first years behind the scenes of that afternoon exam began faintly drifting into the second-year floor by the time after school arrived. After school, I was walking down my daily routine path to the student council room alongside Hiyori and Ichino's. Well then, Sōsuke-kun, Honami-chan. I will head off here. Good luck with your student council work. Arriving in front of the tea ceremony club room, Hiyori stopped, letting an angelic smile softly surface on her lips. Enjoy your club activities as well. Yep, see you tomorrow, Hiyori-chan. Parting ways with Hiyori, Ichino's, and I headed straight toward the student council room together. Outside the window, as May drew to its close, the sun gradually taking on the traces of summer was leaning into the western sky. The orange evening light cast long shadows across the hallway, appearing almost like an omen of the dark clouds to come. Standing before the heavy door of the student council room, I knocked twice. Excuse me. Thank you for your hard work. Accompanied by my sophisticated, calm voice and Ichino's bright tone, we opened the door and stepped inside. Several officers had already gathered there. Naguma was looking through documents at his desk, and beside him, Susan Horikita, who had recently joined the council, was organizing practical reference materials with a serious gaze. Kiriyama and the other third-year officers were also reviewing paperwork. Over by the window, Fuka Kiryuin, a third year, was elegantly crossing her legs on the sofa, savoring black tea while holding a tablet. Up to this point, it was the usual sight inside the student council room lately. However, my gaze was immediately drawn to the 2 first-year officers waiting in a corner of the room. The first was Takuya Yagami from first-year Class B. He normally never let his friendly, refreshing smile fade, but right now, he was staring down with an unusually, deeply sunken expression. The second was Kan-Aim Tozen from first-year Class A. The moment I entered the room, his face snapped up, and he bowed deeply to me with eyes carrying a fanatical heat, as if worshipping an absolute deity. He, at least, was operating completely as normal. What's wrong, you two? You look incredibly gloomy. Ichino's, who entered with me, noticed their extraordinary demeanor, and called out to them worriedly. After letting his gaze wander slightly in hesitation, Yagami opened his heavy mouth. Ichino's senpai. Actually, in today's special exam, an expulsion has occurred in our school year. An expulsion? Ichino's gasped softly. I stopped my steps as well, shifting my gaze toward Yagami. An expulsion occurring less than 2 months after entering isn't inherently rare in this school. The issue, however, was who had been expelled. Hatano-kun from first-year Class C. Following the results of today's exam, he has to leave the school. The moment those words dropped, the air in the student council room froze slightly. Hatano was expelled. Internally, I couldn't conceal my massive surprise. He was also one of the first years who had just recently joined this student council as an officer following the previous special exam. We haven't spent much time doing student council work together yet, but he was serious, and his processing ability should have been fairly excellent. His academic ability wasn't low either. And yet, he gets expelled out of nowhere on the second exam. He wasn't the kind of student to drop out simply due to a lack of ability. It was obvious that some kind of irregular situation had occurred. I slowly walked up to Tozen, looking down at him as I spoke. Kan-Aim. Aizen-senpai. Just by me calling his name, Tozen straightened his posture with immense emotion, standing completely at attention. Hatano's expulsion. While it is merely a trivial pawn missing from the board, it is the disappearance of someone belonging to our domain. Could you explain exactly what happened? I questioned him with a voice that remained strictly sophisticated, yet carried a cold resonance. Tozen furrowed his brow in frustration, gritting his back teeth tightly. I am deeply sorry, Aizen-senpai. Even I do not know the detailed truth. We were notified by the school that he engaged in a grave act of misconduct during the exam, but what specific act that was has not been disclosed to us at all. However, Tozen paused, directing a sharp glare into the air. Looking at Hatano's attitude when he was taken away, he was violently shaken and pleading his innocence. He was cleverly framed by someone's hand. Framed, huh? As I muttered softly, Yagami quietly added a supplement from the side. The leading students of Class C suspected Hosen-kun from Class D. Hosen-kun regularly exhibits bad behavior, and has targeted students from other classes before. The truth is unknown. But because of this incident, an unsettling atmosphere has fallen over the first years, where no one can trust anyone. The possibility of Hosen being involved isn't zero. Behind my cold eyes, I process the information at high speed, constructing the most probable hypothesis. Even if the time spent together was short, a fellow student council member was expelled, huh? But as expected, since the school year is different, there's nothing I can do directly. Still, to frame Hatano without leaving enough evidence that even Kaname says he doesn't know, whoever did it is no ordinary powerhouse. A single possibility surfaced in my mind. An assassin from the White Room, huh? And first year of unknown capability sent by Tsukishiro to get Kiyotaka expelled. Did that person target an excellent student from their own year to test their methods, acting as a rehearsal, or a personal trial of skill before going after Kiyotaka? If that was the case, Hatano was an incredibly unfortunate sacrificial lamb. The presence of an invisible enemy was beginning to cast a distinct shadow over this board. No way. Hatano-kun finally managed to become a fellow member of the student council. No matter how much of an exam it is, for him to be expelled in this manner is so tragic. Ichino's lowered her brows painfully, offering comforting words to check on Yagami and Tozen. Her bottomless kindness likely provided a small salvation to them after losing a comrade. Since the school year is different, there is nothing we can do about it. Ichino's, there's no need for you to worry yourself over it to that extent. Cutting through the sunken atmosphere, Nagumo stood up from his desk, tossing out realistic and cold words. The first years have their own battles. If Hatano was framed, then that was an opening he left. We in the student council do not move on sympathy. I understand, Nagumo-senpai. Ichino's nodded softly, taking a deep breath to compose herself. Now, that's enough mourning for the first years. Let's switch the atmosphere. Stepping into the center of the room, Nagumo looked across all of us, declaring in a majestic voice, I gathered you all today for no other reason than this. There is a major task that concerns the future movements of the student council. At those words, the air in the room instantly tightened. The special exam conducted during summer vacation. The school has notified us that this time, it will be a massive enterprise conducted as a 3-year joint exam. A 3-year joint exam, you say? Yagami's eyes went wide in surprise, and Tozen's expression stiffened slightly. For those who had just recently entered the school, a large-scale exam intersecting directly with upperclassmen was bound to be nothing but unknown territory. President Nagumo. Even if we are student council officers, is it truly all right for us to be granted such crucial exam information in advance? Wouldn't this pose an issue from the standpoint of fairness? The serious Tozen tossed out a question anxiously. Nagumo let the corner of his mouth tilt up slightly, piercing the first years with a sharp gaze. Naturally, you are not ordinary students. You are student council officers. You are obligated to completely conceal the information heard here today, no matter the reason. Within that voice lay an absolute pressure that permitted zero compromise. If it is discovered that you leaked information regarding this special exam, an extremely heavy penalty including expulsion will be imposed. Do not ever forget that. Yes, understood. At Nagumo's warning, Yagami and Tozen gasped and nodded deeply. Shouldn't you explain this system a bit more clearly to the first years? Kiryuin, who had been elegantly savoring her black tea on the sofa by the window, chimed in with amusement. Nagumo nodded, saying, "True," and continued his explanation. Listen well. Fundamentally, the rules and implementation period of special exams are entirely decided by the school side. Even for us in the student council, no information enters in advance. That is the grand principle. However, Nagumo paused, turning his gaze out the window. Occasionally, like this time, a brief overview of the exam is notified in advance, and the student council is granted the right to submit a certain degree of requests regarding the rules. The mixed training camp at the mountain school we experienced last year is a prime example. And the exam for this summer vacation corresponds exactly to that. The right to submit requests. That is why information is handed down to us in advance. Tozen nodded in understanding. And the simple outline of the exam notified by the school is as follows. Nagumo operated the tablet in his hand, projecting the information onto the monitor inside the room. Summer Vacation Special Exam Overview Location, to be conducted on an uninhabited island during summer vacation. Format, a 3-year joint survival exam. Duration, 2 weeks. Group formations, to be challenged by forming large groups of up to 6 people. Restrictions, groups can be freely formed with students from other classes as long as they are in the same school year. Solo participation is also permitted. Rewards, class points will be awarded to the classes of students belonging to the top 3 groups in total score across all groups. Penalties, if a group sinks into the bottom 5 groups in total score across all groups, every member of that group will face expulsion. At the sequence of overly harsh rules, Ichinos cried out as if struck. The bottom 5 groups face expulsion. Moreover, since a group of up to 6 people can be formed in the worst-case scenario, that means up to 30 students could be expelled all at once, right? Ichinos' face turned pale. For her, whose creed was to let absolutely no one face expulsion, there was no rule more cruel than this. Calm down, Ichinos. It's highly unlikely for 30 people to be expelled. Nagumo soothed her calmly. According to the rules, groups can also participate solo. If the bottom 5 groups are all solo participants, the expulsions stop at 5 people. Furthermore, it seems a relief measure for expulsion has been prepared for this exam. A relief measure, you say? Private points to cancel the expulsion. Normally, a massive sum of 20 million points is required per person, but this time, if the group as a whole pays 6 million points, they can avoid expulsion. At Nagumo's explanation, Ichinos showed a slight expression of relief. 6 million. In other words, even if a 6-person group sinks to the bottom, the expulsion can be avoided if they pay 1 million points per person. However, Nagumo crossed his arms, showing a stern expression. No matter how much of a relief measure it is, 1 million points per person is a massive sum. I don't think a group that sinks to the bottom would be able to prepare such an amount. Under these exact rules, the probability of the number of expulsions increasing is far too high. Therefore, I intend to submit a request to the school regarding this. It seems to be quite a severe set of rules. Kiryuin, who had remained silent until now while drinking tea, set her cup down with amusement, speaking up in a carefree voice. Ever since the former chairman stepped down, and the current acting chairman Tsukishiro assumed office, there seemed to be far too many incomprehensible and malicious exams. Like that irrational, in-class vote conducted solely for Aizen school year back in the spring. Kiryuin's point struck right at the extremely sharp core. The previous special exam, the partner written exam. A trap was set there to get Kiyotaka expelled, but Tsukishiro's intentions ended in failure. Is he growing reckless out of impatience? A cold light befitting an absolute ruler dwelt within my eyes. As expected, if a single exam produces expulsions on a scale of dozens of people, it should severely affect the school's public image and operations. No matter the authority of the acting chairman, it goes too far. Furthermore, with me present in the student council, there's no way I can permit such a sloppy and unbeautiful rule to stand as is. Stepping forward to the front of Nagumo's desk with a slow, elegant stride, I let a fearless smile surface, speaking with sophistication. Nagumo. The arbiter of the heavens does not permit irrationality that merely cuts away the incompetent weak. This exam rule severely lacks beauty. Exposing vulnerable ones under a scorching sun for 2 weeks cannot be called a trial. It is mere tyranny. Harshness does not polish them, it merely shatters them. Hence, that useless duration ought to be shorn away. Furthermore, the environment where the physical body, the vessel of the spirit, is placed must also be pure. An environment sunk into impurity easily births a quagmire of thought. To ensure their souls do not turn turbid, it is necessary to have them prepare an adequate place of purification. As Nagumo narrowed his eyes slightly, measuring the true meaning behind my words, I thrust forward the condition that formed the core. And then, the condition for dropping into the abyss. Beheading based on a mere absolute number like the bottom 5 groups is equivalent to the logic of a beast lacking intellect. The blade of the guillotine ought to swing down solely upon the fools who failed to cross the designated minimum boundary line. There is no need to grant useless despair even to those who merely lagged behind. At my comprehensive submission of a sophisticated counterproposal, a momentary silence befell the room. Ah, exactly. I was thinking the exact same thing. Nagumo nodded with satisfaction, smiling toward me. If your opinion and mine match, then there is no mistake in this request. A reduction of the duration, an expansion of sanitary facilities, and the introduction of an expulsion borderline. I'll apply to the school with this. I don't know if everything will pass, but the probability of preventing the worst-case scenario where the bottom 5 groups are unconditionally expelled should at least go up. Thank you very much, Nagumo-senpai, Aizen-kun. Ichino's face lit up brilliantly, directing eyes of gratitude toward us. All right, that's enough discussion regarding the special exam. We'll shift to standard operations from here. Per Nagumo's instructions, the atmosphere of the room was reset once, and from there, we transitioned into the usual student council duties. I calmly handled the assigned organizing of documents and verification work for applications from various clubs with flawless, waste-free skill. And after immersing myself in desk work for about an hour, once today's duties were entirely cleared away, today's work ends here. You guys better think individually toward the summer vacation special exam. Dismissed. Alongside Nagumo's command, the student council officers bowed respectively and left the room. After leaving the student council room and parting ways with Ichino's and the other officers, I waited alone in the quiet hallway to pick up Hiyori, who was finishing her tea ceremony club activities. Leaning my back against the window as twilight approached, I dove deeply into a sea of thought. A 3-year joint special exam during summer vacation, huh? While there hasn't been a detailed explanation of the rules yet, if all 3 school years are competing together, there's no doubt class points will shift drastically here. Outside the window, the sinking sunset dyed the grounds red. While gazing at that scenery, the faces of the leaders of each second-year class surfaced inside my brain. Class B under Sakayanagi and Katsuragi, who have completely joined hands and built an ironclad setup. Class C under Ryuin, who vows to climb back up. And Class D, containing Kiyotaka, who has finally begun showing his true colors, and Horikita, who has broken her shell and achieved rapid growth. Since Kiyotaka is bound to display his capability without regret, the alliance of the lower classes will become an existence where one cannot let their guard down at all. And the greatest key to this exam. If you're in the same school year, you can form a group with other classes too. I wonder how that will turn out. What kind of choice would Ichino's make? And as for myself, how should I grasp victory in the most beautiful, most sophisticated manner upon this chaotic board? The next trial, where the conspiracy of an invisible enemy and the motives of each class intersected complexly. But there was one more uncertain element disrupting the board. The first-year White Room student who drove Hitano to expulsion. There's no doubt that person will move in earnest during this special exam to get Kiyotaka expelled. Kiyotaka should be able to handle it without issue, but that person is also the perpetrator who unreasonably drove a fellow student council member to expulsion. I felt my own eyes reflected in the window take on a sharp, cold light. If the White Room student stirs up this school any further, to the point of causing harm even to Hiyori or my classmates, at that time, as I quietly revolved my thoughts alone, the sound of the tea ceremony club door clicking open rang out. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sōsuke. Thanks for your hard work, Hiyori. Did you spend a beautiful time today as well? Fufu, yes. It was very fun. Seeing her run over with her usual angelic smile, I pushed my complex thoughts to a corner of my head for a moment, gently escorting her as we headed home. We dropped by the Kiyaki Mall just like that, buying ingredients for dinner at the supermarket. Returning to my room, we stood in the kitchen together, completing a simple home-cooked meal, and enjoying dinner facing each other. Behind the scenes of a brutal special exam, this modest daily time was the ultimate healing for me. After eating, our standard way of spending time was either enjoying reading together on the sofa while drinking warm tea, or spreading out textbooks and notebooks across the table for a study session. Today, since tests were close, we transitioned to the latter study session. Having maintained a streak of getting perfect scores across all exams since entering the school, I was, so to speak, her exclusive private tutor. I can't be of much help in terms of exercise, so I want to raise my academic ability further, at least. Saying that as she earnestly faced the desk, I taught her the solution methods in an easy-to-understand manner. While she was inherently high in academic ability to begin with, she had been showing a remarkable growth in grades recently. While I loved the silent time spent reading books together, this quiet and gentle moment where our distance naturally closed in the process of teaching, and we would occasionally exchange glances and smile bashfully was unbearably sweet. Eventually, curfew time approached, and I escorted Hiyori to the front of her room. Well then, see you tomorrow. Get some good rest. Sōsuke. It happened exactly as I uttered my parting words, and was about to turn on my heel. Hiyori leaned forward slightly, gripping the cuff of my shirt tightly with her small hand. What's the matter? Turning back, Hiyori was staring straight up at me with slightly moist eyes. Though she didn't put it into words, the lovely lingering attachment of "I don't want to part yet" was conveyed painfully well from that expression. While mobilizing every ounce of my sophisticated exterior to maintain self-control, I softly overlapped my own hand over hers as she gripped my sleeve. And closing the distance by one step, I gently dropped a goodnight kiss onto the soft lips of her slightly upturned, closed eyes. Just like that, I embraced her slender body, wrapping her completely inside my arms. Good night, my moon. Good night, Sōsuke. Hiyori narrowed her eyes with satisfaction, disappearing into the depths of her room's door while her cheeks flushed bright red. After seeing her off, as I walked alone down the hallway leading back to my room, I exploded the emotions I had been desperately holding back until just now all at once. She's way too cute, bro. What was with that destructive power just now? That upturned gaze and moist eyes. An angel? No, a goddess. If I'm treated to something like that, I'd listen to her even if she told me to conquer the world. I had no intention of neglecting my vigilance toward the approaching storm of the special exam, and the assassin from the White Room, but that immensely destructive reaction from Hiyori melted my cold thoughts with utter ease. Hiding a face completely loosened into a doting grin in the darkness of the night, I returned to my room with a supremely fulfilled stride. Chapter 85, 3,905 words. Around the time the humidity of the rainy season began to blur the window glass, a heavy air carrying a premonition of the gruesome battle awaiting them during summer vacation drifted through each classroom of the Advanced Nurturing High School. Homeroom for second-year Class A. From the mouth of their homeroom teacher, Hashinomiya-sensei, who stood at the podium, the notification and detailed rule explanation for the next special exam, the Uninhabited Island Survival, were being delivered. On the brand new whiteboard newly introduced from this school year, the overall schedule of the exam was written out in marker. July 19th, boarding the ship, final explanation of the rules. July 20th, special exam begins. August 3rd, special exam ends. Rankings announced on board the ship, rewards distributed accordingly. August 4th, free time for shipboard cruising. August 11th, arrival at the port. Return to school and dismissal. This special exam is a survival event on an uninhabited island conducted as a joint enterprise across all 3 school years. The duration is a whopping 2 weeks. Everyone, put your back into it. Contrary to Hoshinomiya-sensei's light tone, the numerous detailed rules projected onto the monitor were extremely complex and harsh. On the uninhabited island, the exam will be conducted over 2 weeks by forming large groups of up to 6 people consisting of students from the same school year. Up to 3 days before boarding, students can form small groups of up to 3 people, limited to 4 people for first years only in advance. When forming a mixed-gender group, the ratio of female students must be 2/3 or higher. After the exam begins, small groups will be able to merge to form large groups. In a large group of 4 or more people, the proportion of female students must be 50% or higher. If every member retires, including medical leave, a bottom placement is confirmed. However, even if someone retires, the group can continue as long as someone remains. And the item that caused the students' eyes to change colors the most was the following breakdown of rewards and penalties. First place group, 300 class points, 1.06 million private points, 1 protect point. Second place group, 200 class points, 560,000 private points. Third place group, 100 class points, 310,000 private points. Top 50% groups, 60,000 private points. Top 70% groups, 10,000 private points. The class points for the top rewards will be collected equally from the entire school year of the bottom 3 groups. Only if the bottom groups belong to the same school year will the points be collected equally from the classes of those bottom 3 groups. Every member of a group that places in the bottom 5 groups and falls below a designated borderline will face expulsion. To cancel the expulsion, a total of 6 million private points must be split equally among the group members. However, the transfer of private points is not permitted after the exam begins. And that's the basic set of rules. How about it? Pretty hard, right? With her back to the blackboard, Hoshinomiya-sensei dropped her tone slightly as she continued. This uninhabited island survival is a truly severe exam, where every single ability you possess will be comprehensively put to the test. As Hoshinomiya-sensei paused, a stir spread through the classroom. The heavy penalty of expulsion, surviving on an unfamiliar uninhabited island, and the complex conditions for group formation. Though everyone showed slightly anxious expressions, the students of Class A starting with Ichinos did not panic. Instead, they processed the rules with serious gazes, seemingly calculating countermeasures and strategies for the exam. But don't worry. To alleviate their anxiety even a little bit, Hoshinomiya-sensei raised her bright voice. The school guarantees safety and hygiene. A considerable number of temporary showers and toilets will be set up on the uninhabited island, and there's a large communal bath at the base where the headquarters is located. I raised the corner of my mouth slightly. The relief measures I had requested through the student council, the enhancement of hygiene facilities, and the establishment of a borderline, to prevent the bottom groups from facing immediate expulsion. It seemed our overtures had been firmly reflected in the rules. Though the request to shorten the exam duration on the island didn't pass, well, considering we were dealing with the school, it can't be helped that only this much passed. It's a job well done. Next, I'll explain the cards that will greatly influence this exam. The monitor's display shifted, projecting explanations of items with various effects. Distributed randomly at 1 card per person, the following types existed. Item card types advance. The points available at the start of the exam are multiplied by 1. Addition doubles the private point rewards obtained by the owner. Halving halves the private points paid in the event of a penalty, reflected only for the owner. Free riding. At the start of the exam, the owner chooses a group and additionally gains half of that group's private point rewards. If the owner merges with the chosen group, the effect is nullified. Insurance. If the owner is disqualified due to poor health during the exam, they gain a one-day grace period to recover. Disqualification due to misconduct is invalid. Expansion. Special card. The student holding this card can exist as a seventh member of a group. The effect activates after the main exam begins and is not affected by gender ratios. Only one card exists per school year. Nullification. Special card reduces the private points paid in the event of a penalty to 0, reflected only for the owner. Only one card exists per school year. Trial. Special card grants the right to multiply the class point rewards of the special exam by 1. However, if the group fails to place in the top 30%, they will receive a penalty. The increased portion of the reward will be compensated by the school. Only one card exists per school year. These cards will be displayed on everyone's OAA tomorrow morning, and you'll also be able to browse who holds what. Hashinomiya-sensei tapped the whiteboard with her marker while adding an important rule. Furthermore, cards can fundamentally be traded as long as it's within the same school year, regardless of whether they're special cards or not. However, trading within the same class is impossible, and once a card's owner is changed, retrading is forbidden. Trading is permitted up until the start of the special exam. Also, the effects do not stack even if you hold the same card. Listening to Hashinomiya-sensei's explanation, I quietly revolved my thoughts. Transferring and trading were permitted between different classes within the same school year, and effects did not stack. In that case, it is not impossible for a single student to possess all the different types of cards. That's about all I can explain at this stage. The detailed rules on the uninhabited island will be made public right before the exam begins. The group making and card rules explained today will be viewable on your terminals by lunchtime, so make sure to check them thoroughly individually. Well then, that's it for today's homeroom. Per Hashinomiya-sensei's command, the heavy yet heated homeroom came to an end. As the air of dismissal flowed, Ichinos immediately stood up, letting her clear voice resonate across the entire class. Everyone. For now, let's gather after school and talk it over. Right, let's do that. At Ichinos' proposal, the students of Class A offered powerful answers of assent without any hesitation. The heated prelude toward the unknown, uninhabited island survival was now quietly raising its curtain. After school. True to her declaration, the entire class remained in the Class A classroom for a strategy meeting. Ichinos stood at the podium, and beside her, Shiranami held a marker, acting as the scribe to write down opinions on the whiteboard. Thank you for staying, everyone. First, I want to confirm the rules and align our general direction, but the thing we have to guard against the most is definitely the penalty if we end up as one of the bottom 5 groups. At Ichinos' words, the entire class nodded with serious expressions. Kanzaki spoke up in a calm tone while crossing his arms. Since we don't know where the school-defined borderline for expulsion will be set, we absolutely need to avoid sinking into the bottom 5 groups to begin with. Yes, that's right. Furthermore, since there's a rule where the class points of the top groups will be collected from the school year that lands in the bottom, I think it's necessary to move in a way that avoids a bottom placement not just for Class A, but for the entire second-year school year. In that case, does that mean we are factoring cooperation across the entire second year into our vision this time? Hamaguchi questioned, adjusting the position of his glasses. That would be ideal, but... Ichinos lowered her brows slightly in a troubled manner. Just then, Hiyori, who was sitting in the seat next to mine, stated a realistic opinion in a quiet voice. From the perspective of other classes, they will definitely want the top class point rewards. Since everyone is a rival, establishing an easy cooperative setup will likely be difficult. Especially since we are Class A running at the top, I don't think many classes would cooperate with us unconditionally. There would be no soft-hearted fools willing to invite Class A students into an elite group aiming for the top spots just to share the credit. Kanzaki nodded in agreement with Ichinos' words, taking over. That is precisely why we must first solidify our own class's footing. Even though safety and hygiene are guaranteed, it is still a 2-week life on an uninhabited island. Naturally, students will suffer poor health due to the change in environment. Looking across the room, Kanzaki piled on a calm opinion. If a solo participant retires, a bottom placement is confirmed at that exact moment. At the very least, we should form groups to ensure no student from our class participates solo. That's right. Regarding the final group decisions, we shouldn't lock them in immediately since there are movements from other classes, but if there's any student who looks like they might end up solo within the class, make sure to call out to them and pick them up. As Ichinos called out powerfully, the classmates chimed in unison with a dependable, understood. Movements from other classes, huh? I quietly surveyed the board internally. While the full scope of the exam isn't visible yet. If the stage is an uninhabited island and every single ability is put to the test, it is highly probable that groups centered around me, Kiyotaka, and Nagumo will occupy the top spots. Since Kiyotaka had an alliance with Class C, he would undoubtedly team up with Ryuin. Furthermore, the third years centered around Nagumo who possessed high comprehensive strength would also form a powerful group. Then, how would second-year Class B move? Of course, Class B also has high individual capabilities, and is an opponent one can never underestimate. However, since Sakayanagi cannot display her true worth in an exam testing physical capability, it will be tough for Class B alone to form a group that can break into this top contention. The possibility of them bringing a proposal of cooperation to us in Class A is highly likely. If that happened, it wasn't a bad deal for us either. If we distance ourselves too much from Class B here, the risk of Class B, C, and D uniting out of a sense of crisis to establish a Class A encirclement net increases. Moreover, the moderate tension of having Class B closing in right behind us leads to further growth for our classmates. Considering those factors, forming an alliance with Class B is fully an option depending on the conditions. Well, to avoid confusion, I'll just convey this to Ichinos and the others later. Now, as for my own group formation. Even though it's an exam split into individual groups, looking back at past special exams, situations where coordination as a class and comprehensive strength are tested will invariably arrive. In that case, the optimal solution is undoubtedly to form a group with Hiyori. I stole a glance at the adorable angel smiling beside me. Under the unique environment of an uninhabited island, when issuing instructions to other groups or classmates, her presence capable of instantly translating my poems is strategically indispensable. Though I won't deny that a large portion of personal desire to purely be in the same group as Hiyori is included. Amidst the echoing sound of Shiranami's marker, Ichinos delivered the conclusion to the entire class once more. Well then, let's summarize today's meeting. Since we don't know the movements of other classes yet, I think we shouldn't lock in our groups immediately. However, as a basic policy, I want a setup that can firmly support the girls who might have anxieties regarding physical strength, so I think it's best to form small groups based on 1 boy, 2 girls as a foundation. Having said that much, Ichinos directed her gaze toward the boys with a slightly apologetic look. In that case, due to the numbers, some boys will inevitably be left over. We'll need the remaining boys to form boys-only small groups. Can I ask that of you? If we're aiming to raise the baseline of the entire class, that's the most reliable way, and having a group of just guys allows us to utilize mobility better. Leave it to us. We'll handle any amount of heavy lifting. Kanzaki nodded calmly, and Shibata struck his chest powerfully to accept. When it comes to a survival life on an uninhabited island extending over 2 weeks, male labor will definitely be required for setting up bases and procuring food. It's a rational policy. At the dependable reactions of the boys, I deeply agreed internally as well. Thank you, everyone. Well then, as for our policy, we'll work together as a whole class to form groups that will absolutely not sink to the bottom, and arrange groups that go for the win to target the top rewards. Let's move with these 2 axes as our core. Toward the harsh battlefield of the unknown uninhabited island survival, Class A took its first step with firm unity and calm strategy. After finishing the strategy meeting in the classroom, I headed to the student council room, swiftly and elegantly wrapping up the daily operations alongside Nagumo and the others before returning to my own room. Tonight, Ichinos, Kanzaki, and Hiyori were scheduled to gather in my room to align our policies and conduct a detailed strategy meeting. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sōsuke-kun. I've finished chopping the vegetables. Thank you, Hiyori. A very beautiful cut. There is zero hesitation in your knife skills. Thank you very much. Before starting the meeting, we had to fill our stomachs first. Hiyori and I stood in the kitchen together, efficiently advancing the dinner preparations. Hiyori helping out with cooking so happily while wearing an apron is way too cute. Internally, I was unable to suppress my emotions from running wild out of pure delight, recovering massive amounts of my healing gauge every time I saw her smile. From the outside, however, I remained strictly the figure of an elegant powerhouse providing a perfect escort. As the completed dishes, a vibrantly colored stir-fry and a broth-rich soup were lined up on the table, Ichinos and Kanzaki, who had been waiting on the sofa, lit up their eyes. This looks incredibly delicious. Aizen-kun, Hiyori-chan, thank you so much for making this. You must be tired from student council duties, yet you did this. My apologies. Gratitude is unnecessary. Granting supreme vitality to you all is also a duty of one who stands in the heavens. As I elegantly crossed my arms, Hiyori smiled, saying, "Let's eat before it gets cold," and we began eating dinner around the table. As the meal progressed and the atmosphere settled, the topic naturally shifted to the matter of the uninhabited island survival. Like I said in the classroom, not sinking to the bottom is the most important thing for this exam. Ichinos opened with a serious expression, looking straight at me. If we're going to aim for the top and go for the win, I think we should form a group centered around Aizen-kun. That's correct. Kanzaki set his chopsticks down while nodding. In terms of OAA comprehensive strength, wouldn't it be ideal to create a small group of 3 boys with me, Shibata, and Aizen, and then merge with a small group of 3 girls consisting of Ichinos, Shina, and Sub on the actual uninhabited island to form a large group? At Kanzaki's proposal, Ichinos shook her head as if thinking it through slightly. But it's not guaranteed that we can form a large group exactly as desired during the actual exam. The time Aizen-kun can display his strength the most is definitely when Hiyori-chan is next to him, so I think it's better to have Aizen-kun and Hiyori-chan start in the same small group from the very beginning. That's true. To accurately understand Aizen's words and smoothly run command, Shina's presence is indispensable. Looking at Hiyori smiling next to me, Kanzaki also nodded as if deeply convinced. That's why I think it'd be best to add a girl with high OAA comprehensive strength, like me, Sub-chan, or Hatsukawa-san, to make a small group of 3. In that case, me and Shibata will each form a small group with 2 girls, and on the actual island, one of those groups will merge with Aizen's group to form a large group. Yes, I think that would be the most reliable and powerful lineup. If we were aiming for the top solely within Class A, that would indeed be the optimal solution. However, if the movements of other classes are factored in, it's a different story. Elegantly raising my cup of tea, I quietly opened my mouth. If we were to aim for the distant apex by ourselves, that formation would indeed be supreme. However, the White Queen may step into an inviolable domain to protect her own throne. As I let a sophisticated poem resonate through the space, Hiyori understood the true meaning, nodding softly in agreement before immediately overlaying her translation with a bright face. He is saying, if we're aiming for the top as Class A, that formation is the best. However, there is a possibility that Sakayanagi-san will come to negotiate an alliance between Class A and Class B specifically for this exam. At Hiyori's translation, Kanzaki furrowed his brows. But even if they form an alliance and share the top spots here, the class point gap between us won't narrow, right? Her eyes are not so clouded that she cannot measure the difference in strength between us and them. Facing the 3 absolute peaks towering in the heavens, she will not commit the folly of challenging them alone. Though, if she harbors the madness to challenge the throne single-handedly without fearing her own bloodshed, that is another matter. As I declared magnanimously, Hiyori nodded and continued her interpretation. He means, Sakayanagi-san should understand that Class B alone cannot form a group with a clear chance of winning against the group Sōsuke-kun is in, the alliance of Ayano-kuji-kun and Ryuin-kun, and the third-year elites led by Nagumo-senpai. Of course, even so, the probability of Class B challenging us alone isn't zero, though. After showing a gesture of slight contemplation, Ichinos nodded in understanding. As long as Aizen-kun is in the same group, the probability of placing in the top 3 rises exponentially, after all. Hiyori took a sip of her tea, delivering a calm analysis. From our side as well, if we pull too far ahead of Class B this time, there is a risk that the 3 classes will unite out of a sense of crisis to establish a Class A encirclement net. There is a benefit to preventing that in advance, but it can also be said that it's better to firmly widen the gap when we have the chance to pull away. It's a difficult judgment. Taking over Hiyori's words, Kanzaki placed his hand on his chin, nodding deeply. Hearing their opinions, Ichinos also nodded with a serious expression. If the cup presented is not sweet poison but brings definite blessings, draining it together would also be quite exquisite. Therefore, if the conditions are advantageous to us, I believe it's fine to form an alliance specifically for this exam, is what he means. Even if they unite as 3 classes to prevent an alliance, depending on the contents of the exam, it might hold no meaning. Since there's a great benefit to widening the gap here, we need them to present a definite benefit to our side. The power to decide the path upon the board is your privilege as the king. Whichever command you wield, I shall support its trajectory. Though I likely will not be invited to the secret meeting with the White Queen. He says, the leader of this class is Honami-chan. Whichever decision you make, I will support you with all my strength. Besides, I probably won't be called to the place of negotiation. Receiving Hiyori's translation, Ichinos locked her serious gaze onto us. I also think there is a large benefit to cooperating across the school year for this exam. Plus, if Sakayanagi-san waits at the headquarters as a commander in a special format, she can control things well from the outside to ensure our class's students don't sink to the bottom. I think it's viable. After the cards of fate are dealt, an invitation from the White Queen shall arrive by twilight. The item cards will be distributed tomorrow morning, so Sakayanagi-san will likely make contact after school on that day, is his prediction. Hearing Hiyori's clear translation, Ichinos nodded deeply with conviction. The usual soft smile vanished from Ichinos' expression, tightening firmly, as an intellectual light dwelt within her eyes instead. Just as Aizen-kun says, Sakayanagi-san probably won't call Aizen-kun to the place of negotiation. Just by Aizen-kun being present, there's no telling which way the flow of the discussion will turn. As expected of her, she will definitely take precautions out of vigilance. After delivering that calm analysis, Ichinos exhaled softly. The words spun next carried a firm determination completely different from her previous speculation. But no matter what situation arises, straightening her posture perfectly, she looked forward with a powerful, unhesitating gaze. As the leader of the class, I will absolutely make the choice that benefits everyone in the class when that time comes. It was a powerful declaration that established her own unshakable belief. At those straightforward words, I felt the hearts of everyone present unite as one. While surrounding a delicious home-cooked meal, the bonds and strategies of Class A's executives grew even more ironclad. The quietly approaching uninhabited island survival. To conquer a board filled with uncertain elements, we were steadily advancing our preparations. Chapter 86, 4093 words Kiyaki Mall after school. In a room of a karaoke box filled with dim lighting, and the faint scent of soundproofing material, not a single person held a microphone. Facing each other across the table were Ryu and Kakeru, who ruled over Class C, alongside his strategist Kaneda Satoru, and Horikita Suzun, a leader figure of Class D, with Ayano-kuji Kiyotaka quietly holding the real power behind her. On the very day the harsh rules of the uninhabited island survival special exam were announced, these two classes in an allied relationship had immediately set up a place for a secret meeting. This is an exam where we can fully utilize our alliance to its heart's content. Ryuan leaned his back deeply into the sofa, smiling aggressively as he swirled the ice in his glass. While relieving the students of both classes to ensure they do not sink into the bottom is a matter of course, what separates victory from defeat is breaking into the top placements. Ryuan-san and Ayanakuji-san should form a powerful small group and aim for first place. Kaneda pushed up the bridge of his glasses with his middle finger, coolly presenting the optimal solution. That's exactly right. Horikita also crossed her arms, agreeing with a serious gaze. In that case, as for the third member to add to you two, Hirata-san or myself, or perhaps Takedo-san or Ike-san, who have shown rapid growth recently, would these be the candidates? Kaneda operated the terminal in his hand, listing the names of the candidate students. Out of those, Hirata, who has the best balance, is ideal. Ryuan immediately concluded as such, looking at Kaneda with a snort. With your physical ability, you wouldn't be able to keep up with us on an uninhabited island. Besides, I don't know much about Ike, but I'll pass on Takedo. Ever since the mixed training camp, he talks in an arrogant, annoying way. At Ryuan's words, spat out with a thoroughly disgusted face, Kaneda also let out a sigh of deep agreement. While he no longer rebels against you, Ryuan-san, he has become like a completely different person. You two seem to be having a hard time as well. Horikita muttered with distant eyes that carried a trace of sympathy, as if sharing a mutual fatigue. For a brief moment, a strange sense of solidarity as Aizen's victims, and a silence flowed through the room. After that, Horikita cleared her throat softly to bring the discussion back to the main track. Regarding the main boys group, let's adjust things in a direction that incorporates Hirata-kun. And under the rules where a larger group operates more advantageously, it's ideal to form a small group of girls who can also aim for the top, rather than just the boys, and then merge within the uninhabited island to construct a large group. Since the stage is an uninhabited island, it's naturally better to balance students who have physical strength and can move well with those who specialize in academic ability. For the girls, it'd be best to combine you, Kikyu, and Wong from your class, and Ibuki, Yajima, and Kinoshita from ours to efficiently create multiple powerful groups. Ryuan instantly named specific members. A mixed elite squad of Class C and Class D, pairing students who possessed both physical strength and mobility with students who carried the brains. While it was a rational selection of personnel, Horikita frowned slightly. Yes, I have no objections to that selection of members. I still have some anxiety about whether a group can be formed cooperatively with Ibuki-san. Her hostility toward me is quite strong. Koku, there's no problem. She's an idiot, but if I order her, since we're aiming for a win, do as you're told, she'll obey. Don't go doing anything to provoke her unnecessarily either. I'll do my best. Averting her eyes from Horikita, who replied with a sigh mixed in, Ryuan directed his gaze toward the man sitting directly in front of him. Hey, Ayanakuji. What do you think? Addressed, Ayanakuji looked back at Ryuan with flat eyes that read of no emotion, quietly opening his mouth. Hirata has high capabilities, and is by no means bad as a third slot. However, if we are aiming for first place, that alone isn't enough. As long as Aizen Sōsuke is present, we need to reinforce our fighting power even further. The moment that name left his mouth, the air in the room tightened by another degree. Academic ability, physical ability, and a bottomless capacity for thought. The existence of Aizen, who overwhelmed all others in every aspect, was the greatest barrier for them in aiming for a win. Could it be? Noticing Ayanakuji's intention, Horikita widened her eyes. We'll have no choice but to get Kuenji to cooperate. The greatest wildcard held by Class D, a man harboring bottomless potential. Though as a minimum condition to move Kuenji, it will probably be necessary to hand over all of the top reward private points to him. But knowing him, even if we form a group, wouldn't there be a higher danger of him retiring shortly after arriving on the uninhabited island? Naturally, that danger is high. I also demonstrated a certain degree of my true capability to the class during the previous exam. Ayanakuji spoke flatly. While showing a glimpse of that power had birthed distrust and confusion within the class, it had simultaneously granted him a voice that could not be ignored. When an exam that drives students to expulsion occurs, like the in-class vote, I will maneuver to ensure Kuenji is absolutely never expelled. We have no choice but to strike that kind of contract. Does that mean you intend to grant him absolute freedom for his remaining school life? To Horikita's question, Ayano-kuji offered a short affirmation, yeah. Either way, he's a piece that can't be moved properly in normal exams. In that case, even if it's just this once, we should utilize Kuenji in this uninhabited island exam where massive class points will shift. We don't have the luxury of holding back. Kokoku. Ryuan leaked a laugh from the bottom of his stomach with immense amusement. To think you'd grant freedom to a madman like that. That's the only move to firmly make him act. Within Ayano-kuji's words lay zero hesitation. A chillingly cold calculation of profit and loss, and an obsession with victory. Horikita fell silent for a short while, eventually exhaling as if giving up. Very well. May I leave the negotiation to you? I'll do it. Obtaining Ayano-kuji's commitment, Kaneda opened his mouth once more. Then the formation policy for aiming for first place is decided with this. Afterward, we should finally adjust the remaining students of both classes by balancing them based on their OAA values as a standard, ensuring as much as possible that students do not suffer solo retirements due to a lack of physical strength or capability. As long as we don't fall into the bottom 5 groups, expulsion can be avoided. We'll thoroughly raise the baseline. Kaneda nodded at Ryuan's words, solidifying the basic policy for the formations. At that timing, Ayano-kuji quietly spoke. This is limited strictly to this exam, but there is a possibility that Class A and Class B will also join hands. I don't think there's much benefit for either side. For Class A, it's a situation where they'd want to distance themselves from Class B, and conversely, it's a chance for a reversal for Class B. Are you saying they would just let that slip away? Kaneda raised his doubt while pushing up the bridge of his glasses. Yes, I feel the same way Kaneda-kun does, though. Horikita also tilted her head, but Ryuan laughed from the back of his throat after showing a gesture of slight contemplation. For Class A, if they distance themselves too much from Class B here, there's a risk that a solid Class A encirclement net will be established by our 3 classes out of a sense of crisis. For Class B, they cooperate precisely to ensure the gap isn't widened any further. So a definite benefit exists for both sides, huh? Of course, it depends on the contents of the exam, but since comprehensive capability is put to the test, Sakayanagi should understand that creating a group that firmly surpasses Aizen's solo Class A group, our C and D Class Alliance, and President Nagumo's third-year elites is difficult for Class B alone. Even if other influential groups are formed, those 3 are prominent. If that happens in the worst-case scenario, even if we place in the top ranks and obtain class points, if they take first place, the gap between the upper and lower classes will only widen. Horikita muttered with a grim expression. But would that bastard Aizen even care if a 3-class alliance is formed? If Sōsuke held all authority as the leader of the class, that would be true. However, looking at his movements up to now, he leaves the leader role to Ichinos and devotes himself to a supporting role. Knowing Ichinos, the probability is high that she will take a safe measure to ensure her classmates do not sink to the bottom via an alliance with Sakayanagi. It will be quite troublesome if those 2 classes form an alliance. Since they naturally have many students with high initial capabilities, they can prepare multiple powerful small groups. Since there's no guarantee we can firmly form our desired large groups on the uninhabited island, simply having a high number of powerful small groups will operate extremely advantageously. As Horikita's vigilance heightened, Ayano-kuji stated in a flat tone, but that doesn't mean there is no chance of winning. We just have to crush both Aizen and Sakayanagi and win. That's all. Ryuan surfaced a fearless smile, popping his knuckles. As the discussion progressed, Ayano-kuji sank alone into a sea of quiet thought. Tsukishiro must know that I won't sink into the bottom 5 groups. If that's the case, there will definitely be interference from outside the board. Furthermore, I need to guard against the first years who are targeting me for the 20 million point bounty. Normally, to avoid involving other students in his circumstances, he should participate solo. But doing that would make it impossible to defeat Sōsuke. The face of a man surfacing a fearless smile flickered into Ayanokuji's mind. Besides, even if Tsukishiro or the first years set a trap, if Ryuin and Kuenji are in the same group, we'll be able to firmly handle it no matter what happens. Visualizing the board, Ayanokuji quietly devised his best move. Right before the exam begins, or after it starts, if I convey this crisis of expulsion to Sōsuke, would he, knowing about the White Room, and Tsukishiro, move cooperatively with us? Ayanokuji revolved his thoughts slightly, immediately deriving an alternative, secure route. No, regardless of how Sōsuke judges it, if Class A forms an alliance with Class B, Sakayanagi, who knows my circumstances, will cooperate with me. In that case, if Sakayanagi is in a position to coordinate with Sōsuke due to the alliance, I can throw Sōsuke at Tsukishiro, and the first years through her as a checkmate. And by forcing him to deal with that response, his group's advance will consequently stagnate. It becomes a move that kills two birds with one stone, satisfying both aims simultaneously. It matters not how mighty in existence you are, or how vicious the traps Tsukishiro sets may be. A survival on an uninhabited island where the calculations of invisible adults and the ambitions of powerful enemies complexly intersected. No matter how chaotic a board filled with uncertain elements it might be, a supreme path leading to victory invariably existed. Amidst the clamor of the karaoke box where Ryuin and the others' heated discussion continued, Ayanokuji brought his thoughts to a quiet close alone. Tsukishiro, the assassin, Sakayanagi, and even you, Sōsuke. I will utilize everything to its absolute limit, and I will win. While Ayanokuji was quietly drawing his path to victory, with a cold light harboring deep within his pitch-black eyes. Around the same time, the main fighting forces of second-year Class B had also gathered in Katsuragi's room, staring intently at the board. Gathered in the room were 6 individuals: Sakayanagi, Katsuragi, Hashimoto, Komuro, Kido, and Sanada. These were the core members anchoring Class B. While the class points obtainable this time are incredibly large, sinking to the bottom carries the risk of expulsion. While forming groups with a moderate balance, we should create at least one solid group that can aim for first place. Crossing his arms, Katsuragi opened the discussion with a stern expression. It's exactly as Katsuragi says. With our class's comprehensive strength, aiming for the top rewards shouldn't be impossible. Hashimoto, who was leaning his back against the wall, also nodded in agreement. However, Sakayanagi, who was elegantly seated on a chair in the center of the room, smiled softly and quietly shook her head. For this exam, I am considering forming an alliance with Class A. Even if we team up with Class A, we won't be able to narrow the class point gap. Komuro instantly threw in a retort as if exasperated. Sharing points with Class A, who held the top spot, meant they would never be able to pull off a reversal no matter how much time passed. I am aware. Even though the detailed rules of the exam are still unknown, this is a survival event where comprehensive ability is tested, and since it is an exam based on groups rather than classes, the story changes. If we were to form a group capable of firmly winning against Aizen-kun, Ayanokuji-kun, and President Nagumo within Class B alone, it would be extremely difficult. Those 3 are certainly threats. Katsuragi nodded deeply with a grim expression. Particularly Ayanokuji. He seemed to have hidden his power until now, but his perfect score on the previous exam, and the overwhelming physical ability he showed during the sports festival, plus, if we factor in his alliance with Ryuin and the others, I have no choice but to call him a substantial threat. But Princess, Hashimoto voiced his suspicion while scratching the back of his neck. If it's Aizen, won't he see right through our hidden intentions even if we propose an alliance? To begin with, there's too little benefit for their side to team up with us. Won't our proposal just get kicked away? Knowing Aizen-kun, he must also be considering the danger that if they distance themselves too much and widen the gap here, a firm anti-Class A encirclement net will be established by the other 3 classes. Of course, since there is also a massive benefit for them to pull away here, I believe it will be necessary to present conditions, such as yielding the top reward private points, or protect points to Class A, Sakayanagi-san's opinion is indeed the most realistic defensive measure. Sanada placed his hand on his chin, entering the analysis with clear logic. Katsuragi also aligned with Sanada's words. If we challenge them solo aiming for a single-shot reversal here, and we fail to place in the top 3, while Aizen takes first, an unrecoverable gap will be opened all at once. Is it a solid judgment to intentionally form an alliance here, keeping the gap stable to avoid a fatal wound? Kamuro looked down at Sakayanagi with slightly surprised eyes. If it were you, Arisu, I thought you'd say something like, I shall crush them with my own hands and challenge them solo. How unexpected. At Kamuro's blunt words, Sakayanagi cast her eyes down, replying with a soft yet resolute voice. Is that so? If it were the previous me, I would have chosen that option without hesitation. I too now think, I want to graduate from Class A together with everyone in this class. Sakayanagi raised her face, looking straight across at her classmates inside the room. If discarding my pride allows us to aim for Class A together, it is a cheap price to pay. At those words, the air in the room trembled faintly. A definite change that considered the entire class, shown by the girl who had once never hesitated to act entirely on her own. Sakayanagi. After opening his eyes slightly in surprise, Katsuragi bowed his head deeply with respect. For you to place the class first even to the point of throwing away your own pride, you have my gratitude. Since individual capability seems like it will heavily affect this exam, I've decided to take a solid measure, but I don't think for a moment that we cannot win against Class A in terms of comprehensive class strength. Ah, that's exactly right. We also need to raise the baseline of the entire class, building a firm collective capable of completely defeating Class A solo in any exam. Katsuragi nodded powerfully, proposing the next move. In addition to the study groups currently held after school, we should work on improving our class's weakness. Physical ability, which will undoubtedly be tested in this uninhabited island exam. Me and Kidu will take command after school, prioritizing students who have leeway in academic ability to train their bodies. Yes, an excellent proposal. I shall leave it to you. Kidu-kun, I can count on you too, right? Kidu, who had remained silent with crossed arms, responded in a short but powerful voice. I believe the alliance proposal will likely pass, but of course, there is a possibility it will be rejected. To ensure we can aim for the top even if that happens, let's exhaust all preparations available to us. With that command from Sakayanagi, the unity of Class B was sublimated into something even firmer. Meanwhile, in the student council room after school. After Aizen Sōsuke and Ichino's Hanami had departed, the remaining student council officers had also finished their daily duties, and were leaving the room one after another. Kiryu and Fuka, who had been held back by Nagumo Miyabi with a stay for a bit, watched the last officer close the door before slowly turning toward Nagumo's desk. To send the other officers home, and leave me alone. Could it be that you intend to confess your love to me? Kiryuin surfaced a faint, teasing smile without any sign of bashfulness. Her elegant behavior radiated her unique, isolated aura unbound by anyone despite her position as a student council officer. Cut the unfunny jokes. I have a proposal for you. Nagumo let out a light sigh, locking his serious gaze straight onto Kiryuin. An invitation to form a group for this special exam, correct? I don't mind. At the excessively casual response, Nagumo involuntarily furrowed his brows. He had prepared several arguments to persuade her since she disliked collective action, but he had beautifully received a complete anticlimax. To think you'd accept with such immediate compliance. There's nothing strange about it. We are graduating this year. This special exam might be the last chance to fight directly against the second-year Aizen, after all. Even I am not so conceited as to believe I can defeat Aizen by participating solo. Kiryuin, who boasted the highest peak of capability in both academic and physical strength, admitted with her own mouth that she cannot win solo. It was proof of how highly she evaluated the man named Aizen Sōsuke. If accepting your invitation is the ticket to challenge him most efficiently, I will gladly accept it. But you're the one who surprised me. I fully thought you would command your favorite entire school year to oppose Aizen. As the absolute top of the third years holding overwhelming authority, it would be easy for Nagumo to mobilize the entire school year to establish a perfect encirclement net. However, Nagumo quietly shook his head. Even if I mobilize the entire school year to surpass Aizen's group, could that truly be called defeating Aizen with my own ability? Don't deprecate yourself so much. In response to Nagumo's words, Kiryuin curled the edge of her lips with amusement. Even that Horikita Manabu or Aizen Sōsuke couldn't completely rule and lead an entire school year. No matter the method, I think the fact that you accomplished it is something to be proud of. That's because there was no existence capable of being my rival in our school year. Nagumo replied quietly, his gaze remaining fixed outside the window. If you had taken command of a class instead of Kiriyama, the environment of this school year would have been different as well. Though even if you had taken command, I don't think I would have lost. There's no way I would take command of a class. Kiryuin let out a pleasant laugh. To begin with, the guarantee of a desired career path, prepared by this school, is something one ought to achieve solely through one's own power without relying on others. How like you? Nagumo snorted as if exasperated, and then returned to a serious tone. I want to fight on equal terms with Aizen Sōsuke. That's what I thought. If he constructs the supreme group for the actual exam, I will also discard my title as the ruler of the school year and stand on the same stage. Only by winning head-on in a pure clash between groups will it serve as proof that I have completely surpassed him. Maximizing pure individual strength and group strength to their absolute limits, staking his everything to challenge that man head-on. That was the answer Miyabi Nagumo had derived. Hearing Nagumo's heated words, Kiryuin exhaled softly in admiration. Quite an admirable mindset. So is the other member Asahina. Nazuna should be fully capable of keeping up with you and me. Or rather, when it comes to an excellent female student who can properly communicate with you, there is no choice other than Nazuna. Hearing that, Kiryuin let out a chuckle from the back of her throat with immense amusement. To speak of a lady like me, who can associate smoothly with anyone, as if I were a tomboy. Look who's talking. Nagumo snorted as if exasperated, advancing the topic. Of course, I want to ensure no bottom groups emerge from the entire third year, but I'll leave that to Kiriyama or someone else this time. Kiriyama leaves me a bit anxious, but indeed, as long as you're facing Aizen, you won't have the luxury to worry about such things. Kiryuin nodded in understanding. Besides, a large group of up to 6 people can only be formed after the exam begins. In addition to our group of 3, I intend to prepare several small groups of excellent third years in advance. After the exam starts, you'll merge with one of them depending on the situation to complete the large group, then. It doesn't matter what strategy Aizen devises, or what kind of group he constructs. We will simply challenge him to a pure match and grasp victory. Staring into the darkness outside the window, Nagumo declared quietly, yet with certain passion. I'll challenge him with everything I've got. You're making a fine expression, Nagumo. Perhaps influenced by Nagumo's heat, Kiryuin also surfaced a combative, almost ferocious smile that was unimaginable from her usual aloof attitude. I have no intention of quietly devoting myself to supporting you either. Before an out-of-spec monster, I am not so withered that my blood doesn't boil. Staking all the power I possess. Aizen Sōsuke, let us strike down that man head-on. Inside the quiet student council room, the tremendous heat and determination of 2 powerhouses echoed lowly. About 1 month remained until the coming uninhabited island survival exam. On the board where the opening gun for group formations had just been fired, various intentions were already beginning to cross beneath the surface. Ayanokuji maneuvering behind the scenes to control the board, Nagumo and Kiryuin challenging an out-of-spec monster with everything they had. And Aizen awaiting to intercept them at a distant height, along with Sakayanagi secretly plotting to make contact with Class A to strike the next move. The prelude to a harsh special exam where each individual's ambition and obsession swirled. The quiet and heated battle toward the actual event had already firmly begun to move. Chapter 87, Chapter 87 3298 words. The morning after the announcement of the uninhabited island special exam. The cards to be used in this exam were distributed and displayed on the OAA of all students' terminals. So I got more, Remaining seated on the bed in my room, I confirmed my card displayed on the screen, and quietly revolved my thoughts. The effect was a pure increase in the private point rewards obtained after the exam ends. While it lacked a dramatic effect that could heavily alter the war situation, it was a highly welcome boon from the perspective of the entire class's savings. Now, what became of the special cards? The 3 cards possessing powerful effects, with only one of each existing per school year. I searched for their possessors on the OAA to organize the situation. More people: Asako Amakura, Class A; Nullify Koharu Yano, Class B; Trial Kiyotaka Ayanakuji, Class D. The more people card going to Amakura of Class A was structurally significant. Since Amakura herself was an excellent student, even if Class A chose to challenge the exam solo, they could utilize it effectively. However, if they entered an alliance with Sakayanagi of Class B, the breadth of their strategy would expand even further. The optimal move would be to have Amakura trade this card to Kohei Katsuragi, adding him to my small group. That way, we could form a solid group of 4 from the very beginning. Next was the Nullify card that went to Class B. It was an insurance policy that cancelled out the expulsion penalty for falling into the bottom 5 groups, but it was entirely meaningless if one didn't sink to the bottom in the first place. And the final piece, the Trial card, had been drawn by Kiyotaka Ayanakuji of Class D. The boon of multiplying class point rewards by 1/5 is massive. The penalty condition of expulsion if failing to place within the top 30% is practically meaningless against Kiyotaka. While Kiyotaka was expected to face interference from Tsukishiro and the assassins from the White Room, it was impossible for him to drop out of the top 30% regardless of the predicament. Good morning, Sōsuke. Morning, Hiyori. Bringing my thoughts to a close, I walked down to the dormitory lobby where Hiyori was already waiting. She, too, surfaced a soft smile, likely having finished checking her card. Things are finally starting to move in earnest, aren't they? Ichinos will probably be contacted sometime today. Shall we go? The 2 of us walked side by side toward the campus bathed in the morning light. And after school? In a corner of a quiet cafe inside Kiyaki Mall, the negotiation for an invisible alliance quietly opened its curtains. I apologize for calling you out so suddenly, Ichino-san. It's totally fine. This is a proposal to form an alliance with our class for this exam, right? Facing each other across the table were Hanami Ichinos, the leader of Class A, and Arisa Sakayanagi, the leader of Class B. Without wasting time on probing, Ichinos pierced straight to the core. Sakayanagi lightly stroked her chin with the handle of her cane, narrowing her eyes with amusement. As expected of you. Yesterday, Aizen-kun told me that Sakayanagi-san might propose an alliance. So I was mentally prepared to some extent. Fufu, it seems Aizen-kun saw right through me after all. Then this makes things quick. Ichino-san, what do you think of this proposal? To Sakayanagi's question, Ichinos replied with a straight gaze. Personally, I don't think it's bad. Simply put, both Class A and Class B have many highly capable students, so if we cover for each other, the risk of sinking to the bottom can be completely eliminated. A strong light took root in Ichinos' eyes. I believe we wouldn't sink to the bottom even if we challenged it solely with our Class A comrades. Yes, I believe in everyone. So an alliance is off the table. That depends on the conditions. Carrying her awareness as a leader in her chest, Ichinos took her place at the negotiation table without backing down a single step. Certainly, if we fight the exam without an alliance and widen the class point gap with Class B, we will stand at an even greater advantage. That simultaneously carries the hidden danger of an anti-Class A encirclement net being formed by Classes B, C, and D. Sakayanagi smiled delightfully. If an alliance cannot be formed here, and it becomes obvious that the gap will widen further, an anti-Class A net will undoubtedly be formed. This is a discussion where both sides have a merit. Do you require conditions beyond this? Depending on the special exam, there are rules where an alliance itself becomes meaningless. We need definitive merits for both sides. Receiving Ichino's words, Sakayanagi quietly closed her eyes, then opened them. Then the private points obtained as rewards for placing in the top 3, and the single protect point granted for taking first place, we shall yield all of them to Class A. How is that? Without letting it show on her face, Ichino's calmly ran the calculations in her head. If Aizen and Sakayanagi joined hands, taking first place on the uninhabited island was by no means a dream. A protect point, which could nullify expulsion exactly once, carried immeasurable value for the class. Trying to pull further concessions from Sakayanagi would only increase the risk of a rupture. As Aizen had said, even if placing in the top ranks solo was difficult for Class B, it was by no means impossible. Since the detailed rules of the exam hadn't been fully revealed yet, there were many uncertain elements. If she refused here, Sakayanagi would definitely wrap Ryuan and Ayanakuji into a firm encirclement net. We must absolutely avoid a situation where Ayanakuji-kun, whom that Aizen-kun recognizes as a rival Sakayanagi-san with her bottomless resourcefulness, and Ryuan-kun, who bears his fangs by any means necessary, join hands. Then I accept the proposal. As Ichino's nodded powerfully, Sakayanagi smiled with satisfaction. Then the alliance is established. Though it is strictly limited to the duration of this exam. We both have merits this time, after all. But we have no intention of yielding the seat of Class A either. Foo-foo, how reassuring. Well then, shall we decide on just the group that will aim for first place right now? Sakayanagi spread her own notebook on top of the table. Aizen-kun, Shina-san, and myself. Let's have your class hand over the more people card to Katsuragi-kun, and form a small group of 4 including him. Yep, I think that's best. And I will team up with Kanzaki-kun and Kamuro-san, merging with Sakayanagi-san's group during the exam, right? Yes, that is ideal. However, there is no guarantee we can form our desired large groups during the actual exam. Therefore, let's form multiple influential small groups aside from that, and merge with whichever one is appropriate based on the situation. Sakayanagi tapped the floor with the tip of her cane. Furthermore, I will participate in a semi-retired state near the headquarters. I will take overall command to ensure that if any group looks likely to sink to the bottom, they can merge with other small groups to construct a large group. That sets my mind at ease. I'll be in your care, Sakayanagi-san. Yes, likewise. The moment the 2 leaders shook hands, the power map for this exam was heavily rewritten. However, the establishment of this mighty alliance inevitably meant driving the other classes into an overwhelming disadvantage. Particularly for Class D, which aimed to break out from the bottom, this was a matter of life and death. And within that Class D, there existed a bomb far more troublesome than the movements of other Classes A men possessing the school year's top capabilities yet lacking any sense of cooperation. Rokusuke Kuenji. Kiyotaka Ayanakuji, who had quickly predicted a future where Class A and Class B joined hands, had quietly begun moving to take the reins of that eccentric, ahead of the uninhabited island exam that would separate the class's fate. On the path home, slightly removed from the after-school bustle, Ayanakuji was quietly tailing the massive back of the man walking leisurely ahead. Rokusuke Kuenji. Let alone footsteps, even his breathing and presence were perfectly blended into the surrounding environment. It was a tailing technique nurtured in the White Room, completely imperceptible to anyone. However, after advancing for a short while, Kuenji suddenly stopped his steps and spoke without turning around. What business do you have with me, Ayanakuji boy? I should have perfectly erased my presence. As expected, this man is bottomless. Without showing a shred of agitation, Ayanakuji quietly stepped closer and cut straight to the point. How do you intend to move in this exam? I am myself. That should be a matter unrelated to you all, no. Do you intend to retire immediately after the start and get expelled? Who knows? I shall be taking my leave now. Ayana threw words at Kuenji's back as he attempted to walk away indifferently. For this exam, I want you to cooperate with me and Ryuan to form a small group and aim for first place. Kuenji's steps came to a dead halt. He slowly turned around, directing a sizing-up gaze toward Ayana. There is no need for me to obey you. You can take all of the private points obtained from the top rewards. Furthermore, even if an unreasonable exam like the in-class vote occurs in the future, I promise to maneuver to ensure you are absolutely never expelled. The corners of Kuenji's mouth curled up with amusement. In exchange for guaranteeing my absolute freedom, you want me to put forth my full effort in this uninhabited island exam, is that what it means? Naturally, we are aiming for first place, but even if we don't take it, as long as I can judge that you took it seriously, your freedom will be guaranteed. Not a bad proposal. I don't mind accepting it. Kuenji flashed a sharp glint in his eyes, staring straight into Ayana. I cannot trust a verbal promise. Particularly from someone like you. I will prepare a written contract tomorrow. If I break the promise and drive you to expulsion, or do anything to your disadvantage, I will voluntarily withdraw from school myself. How about that? That should suffice. At the exceptional collateral of Ayana-kuji's own expulsion, Kuenji nodded with satisfaction. However, right after, he questioned as if suddenly remembering something. But considering the previous exam as well, it seems you've stopped using Horikita Girl as a smokescreen. The change in mindset of Ayana-kuji, who had stubbornly played the black cloak and avoided standing out until now. Having that accurately pierced, Ayana-kuji replied flatly, yet with certain intent. Once I graduate from this school, the opportunity to compete with someone superior to me, like Aizen Sōsuke, will disappear. I simply reconsidered that I want to challenge him with everything I have. Heh, ha 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 ha. Kuenji let out a loud laugh from the bottom of his stomach with immense amusement. It seems you've become somewhat better than your previously boring self. Thanks for that. Besides, regarding this exam, I was originally considering competing with the fashionable boy anyway. Your proposal is a discussion of pure profit for me. Is this his true intention? Or does he simply want to frame it as me swallowing a unilaterally disadvantageous condition in the negotiation? I don't know his true meaning, but... Staring at the fearlessly smiling Kuenji, Ayana-kuji calmly analyzed inwardly. Well, fine. If he truly wants to compete with Sōsuke, the possibility emerges that he might capriciously cooperate with the class in future exams as well. If that happens, it's a bonus. Kuenji elegantly swept up his bangs, leisurely walking away this time without looking back. With this, a prospect was established to incorporate Kuenji, the greatest uncertain element, into the ultimate sphere that was the small group with Ryuan. The board was steadily being prepared. The second years forming invisible alliances, Nagumo and Kiryuan attempting to challenge Aizen by staking their everything, and the first-year assassins and Tsukishiro operating behind the scenes. Amidst numerous intersecting calculations, Ayana-kuji stared at the massive board that was the uninhabited island, quietly stepping forward to strike his next layout. Meanwhile, in the martial arts dojo after school. Today was the once-a-month day, where I gave martial arts training to Ike due to his passionate entreaties. However, this time, Kan-Aim had also requested, please let me participate as well, so the three of us ended up heading to the dojo. No, why did Kan-Aim come too? Well, you're definitely the type who'd want to participate, though. Before the two figures clad in doji uniforms and radiating an abnormal amount of fighting spirit, I threw a fierce retort internally while keeping my expression completely unperturbed. The fact that Ike, a student of another class, had begun piling up blood-soaked efforts after being influenced by me since the mixed training camp was highly favorable in itself. However, more than that, perhaps because my influence was a bit too strong, they were finishing up in various strange directions, causing me to feel no small amount of responsibility. Kan-Aim, Ike. Come at me simultaneously. As I quietly beckoned them, the two charged at me simultaneously from the left and right with extremely sharp exhalations of shi-yi. No, that's terrifying. You're way too fired up. While sweating coldly internally, I didn't move a single step. The swinging fists and the sharp kicks were all beautifully parried in a circular manner by flawless principles. Showing an overwhelming difference in strength on a completely different dimension, it looked as though they were collapsing into the empty void on their own. Why yes, sir. Directing my words at Ike, who stood at attention while catching his breath, I began instructing with a cool voice. Unlike Kan-Aim, you are by no means blessed with a large physique. If that's the case, instead of head-on strength, acquire a different power A technique that utilizes the opponent's strength and mass to strike their blind spot. Delude the opponent's brain with a single gaze, a single shift in center of gravity. That will be the way of fighting you ought to walk. Thank you very much, Aizen-sama. No, why are your eyes tearing up as if you received a divine revelation? I only spoke about a relatively basic center of gravity, though. That said, the fact that he is facing himself so seriously and continuing his single-minded efforts is genuinely admirable. Yes, he's working incredibly hard. You have experience in martial arts, and your aptitude is extremely good. Your flowing, waste-free movements are worthy of praise. I swept my eyes narrow, letting a bottomless dread ooze out. Your sword is far too clean. No matter how precisely you polish the forms, if an absolute will and resolve to shatter the opponent do not accompany it, it will not pass against a true powerhouse. Clothe yourself in an overwhelming pressure that breaks the framework of form. I shall carve it into my soul. Even at the cost of this life, I shall invariably attain that realm. I told you not to stake your life. This is just training like an extension of club activities, okay? Exactly what do you intend to fight? The eyes of the two were like those of fanatics receiving divine teachings, deeply impressed by my every action and gesture, sending heated gazes my way. We conducted thorough training after that, and a comfortable sense of fatigue wrapped around the dojo. After finishing the cleanup, Ike wiped his sweat and stepped forward before me with a timid yet death-defyingly resolved face. Aizen-sama. I have one impudent request. What is it? Could you also call me, well, by my name, Kanji? It was a painfully serious expression, as if asking for his very reason for being. Just calling you by your given name. Why are you making a tragic face like you're right on the verge of volunteering for a suicide squad? While throwing a fierce retort internally, I suddenly recalled his recently updated OAA values. Second year Class D, Kanji Ike, Academic Ability, B73. Physical Ability, B63, Adaptability/Thinking, C53, Social Contribution, C51, Comprehensive Strength, B61. Come to think of it, Kanji's OAA has grown incredibly again. Compared to his evaluation in April, his numbers are visibly rising. Though his adaptability/thinking dropping slightly is a bit concerning. Regardless, the boy called one of Class D's 3 idiots is no longer there. His daily discipline and attitude towards studies are steadily manifesting as results. While smoothly feeling admiration for his single-minded efforts internally, I perfectly concealed my perturbation, surfacing a picture-perfect, fashionable smile. Kanji, Kan-Aim. Yes, sir. I shall grant you to the signpost to the next summit. As I spoke coolly, the two caught their breath, straightening their postures even further. The shape of your soul should not be something that fits inside a vessel of merely this level. First, attain the high ground of an OAA comprehensive strength of 70. And show me the sight of your further evolved self. Yeah. Even if I burn out this life and soul, I shall invariably arrive at that state. And Kan-Aim. Since you stand beside me as my assistant, allowing yourself to settle for a mediocre position is unforgivable. Seize the throne of first in the school year, in comprehensive strength, the peak of your generation. If you are to chase my back, I would be troubled if it were anything less. Ohu. Just as you wish, Aizen-senpai. Staking my entire body and soul, I shall invariably present that throne to you, senpai. No, what do you mean burn your life and soul, Kanji? And Kan-Aim, you don't need to present the throne to me, win first place for your own sake. Heavy, you both are way too heavy. I had merely given them martial arts training and set their next goals, but the two deeply bowed their heads with tearing eyes as if overcome with emotion. While executing a fierce internal retort, I maintained a perfect aura of fashion on the surface, quietly turning on my heel. Well then, I shall take my leave. I look forward to the day I meet you two having achieved your next evolution. Yes, sir. Take care, Aizen-sama, senpai. Receiving the enthusiastic voices of the two seeing me off from behind, I dashed out of the dojo, making my way to the front of the tea ceremony club room. Before long, the door opened and Hiyori revealed herself. Thank you for your hard work, Sōsuke-kun. Today was your training day with Ike-kun, wasn't it? Walking side by side on the path home, Hiyori smiled softly at me. Without showing a hint of the internal storm from earlier, I replied fashionably with a gentle tone that nonetheless drifted with the dignity of a ruler. Kan-aim came today as well. The three of us broke a sweat. Both of them possessed truly splendid enthusiasm. They worked very hard. When I spoke with a manner filled with benevolence and composure, Hiyori's face lit up with happiness like a blooming flower. You seem somewhat happy as well, Sōsuke-kun. I am glad too. The gentle wind of dusk blew softly between us. With the harsh trial that was the uninhabited island exam drawing near, a quiet and fulfilling slice of daily life flowed for just this moment. Chapter 88, 2,867 words. The day after the alliance was formed through negotiations between Ichinos and Sakayanagi, the leaders of Class A and Class B. We had gathered in a room at a karaoke box on our day off. The ones who showed up were Hanami Ichinos, Chiaki Kanzaki, myself, and Hiyori Shina from Class A. From Class B, it was Arisa Sakayanagi, Kohei Katsuragi, Maya Kamuro, and Masayoshi Hashimoto, a total of 8 people. The spacious party room, equipped with soundproofing, functioned perfectly as a confidential conference room to align our strategies and determine group formations in secret. Thanks for gathering here on a day off, everyone. Once everyone was seated and drinks had been served, Ichinos opened the discussion with a serious expression. As proposed by Sakayanagi-san yesterday, we've decided to form an alliance strictly for this uninhabited island special exam. Everyone from Class B, we look forward to working with you. Yes, we look forward to working with you as well, everyone from Class A. In response to Ichinos' greeting, Sakayanagi smiled elegantly and gave a graceful bow. Following that, she began reviewing the contract details of the alliance they had formed. As agreed upon yesterday, regarding the top-ranking rewards, Class A will receive the Protect Point awarded only to first place, as well as the private points awarded to the top 3 places. Furthermore, as the main group that will definitely aim for first place, we will have a 4-person team consisting of Aizen-kun, Shina-san, myself, and Katsuragi-kun, who will use the more people card. Aside from that, the basic policy of this alliance was to organize several powerful small groups mixing students from Class A and Class B, which would then merge to form a large group during the actual exam. Well, as far as conditions go, it's not bad. If we get the Protect Point this way, I can assign it to Hiyori. I silently analyzed the situation while listening quietly. Since our side proposed the alliance, it's only natural to make concessions. Besides, I have no objections to the composition of the group aiming for first place. Crossing his arms and nodding heavily was Class B's Katsuragi. Kanzaki chimed in to agree. I think it's not bad either. Are we going to decide on the composition of those small groups to some extent today? That is the plan. Aizen-kun, what do you think? Sakayanagi's probing gaze quietly drifted toward me. Setting my glass gently on the table, I surfaced an unfathomably deep, serene smile. I have no objections either. Now that the board has already been set, there isn't a shred of hesitation in the path we must tread. Fufu, how reassuring. Since we've formed an alliance, let's trust each other and aim for victory. Having Aizen-kun and Sakayanagi-san team up is incredibly encouraging. While Ichinos' face brightened with delight, Katsuragi knitted his brows slightly and spoke up. Since Class A and Class B are teaming up, it's unlikely that our groups will sink to the bottom. Still, Sakayanagi intends to take overall command to ensure that any group struggling near the bottom can merge with others. Of course, since we don't know the full details of the exam yet, we can't rule out the possibility that commands might not go through. I have a thought regarding that. Hiyori spoke up modestly, but with an intelligent light dwelling in her eyes. Since the school has permitted Sakayanagi-san's participation, shouldn't instructions be able to get through to some extent? The moment they allowed her to be placed outside the board, it was already promised that her voice would reach the battlefield. While it masquerades as a conflict of individuals, in reality, we are being tested on our coordination as a swarm. She means, even though it's under special conditions, considering that Sakayanagi-san's participation is permitted, and that this exam absolutely requires cooperation across the entire class, a means of communication will undoubtedly be provided. With a lovely, blooming smile, Hiyori translated flawlessly. I anticipate the same. Following Hiyori's fluid interpretation, Sakayanagi also nodded with a confident smile. The issue is the movements of the other classes and school years. Hashimoto, who was leaning against the wall, put a hand to his mouth as his thoughts revolved. That's true. As expected, Class C and Class D will probably join hands. However, I intend to put forth my full effort for victory. Since Aizen-kun might be wary that I might intentionally hold him back, let me declare this beforehand. Sakayanagi stared straight at me with a fearless smile. I am not wary. However, even though the proposal for an alliance itself was within expectations, in my eyes, I could also see a future where someone like you, under the illusion that you could cleave through everything with your own blade without anyone's help, stood on the board entirely alone. He means, I'm not wary. However, although I predicted the proposal for an alliance, given Sakayanagi-san's personality, I had also assumed a scenario where Class B would fight solo. When I posed my fashionable question, a sudden look of seriousness entered Sakayanagi's eyes. That's true, the old me would have done exactly that. But as I looked back at myself and interacted with everyone in the class, I found myself thinking, I want to bring this class to Class A. That is why I decided to opt for a rock-solid strategy for this exam. By teaming up with Katsuragi, Sakayanagi is growing in a good direction too. While genuinely admiring her internally, I let a picture-perfect smile slip across my face. A splendid resolve. Taking my words as a cue, the slight tension hovering over the room dissolved, shifting into a positive, enthusiastic fervor. After that, we aligned our strategies regarding the specific layout of the mixed small groups for the actual exam, as well as the utilization policy for the cards randomly distributed to each student. Regarding the trading of cards, for our main group aiming for first place, should we prioritize gathering cards like Advance, which grants an advantage at the start of the exam, or More, which multiplies rewards? Let's concentrate the surplus cards as much as possible onto the other small groups that are expected to merge into the large group during the actual exam. Sakayanagi proposed smoothly while operating her terminal. Right, that's definitely the way to go. On the flip side, for students who might have some anxiety about their physical stamina, or groups with a potential risk of sinking to the bottom, I'd like to prioritize giving them cards like half to reduce penalties, or insurance to grant a one-day grace period before withdrawal. Ichino's offered gentle support, as if visualizing the faces of everyone in her class. Well, that's the most rational approach. In the end, when you don't know the detailed rules of the uninhabited island exam until right before it starts, the only things you can do in advance are fix the group frameworks and gather the cards in their optimal placements like this. I deeply agreed internally and nodded quietly. In this manner, after a meticulous alignment of strategies including the card trading policy, the joint meeting came to a successful close. Well, let's wrap up the joint discussion here. For us in Class A, let's continue our meeting over food at Aizen-kun's room. Then we shall remain here in the karaoke room to hold Class B's strategy meeting. Ichino's and Sakayanagi exchanged parting words, and the four of us from Class A left the karaoke box ahead of the others. After finishing grocery shopping at the supermarket, we decided to discuss our countermeasures for the exam while preparing dinner in the kitchen of my room. Standing in the kitchen alongside Hiyori and efficiently prepping dinner, Kanzaki, who was seated at the dining table, spoke quietly over my back. This turned out to be a good discussion. By teaming up with Class B, the risk of any group sinking to the bottom has decreased exponentially, and aiming definitively for first place is now a realistic goal. It's a bit of a shame that we won't be able to widen the point gap with Class B by much, but with how we are now, we'll definitely be fine. Ichinos agreed with an upbeat voice to Kanzaki's calm analysis. Listening to their exchange behind me, I efficiently checked on the pot. Beside me, Hiyori was arranging the salad with adorable movements. Then, Hiyori suddenly paused, and with a blooming smile, turned back toward the dining table. It's just as Honami-chan says. Besides, while preventing a three-class alliance is obviously important, I personally think this current situation, where we're competing closely with Class B, is a very good thing. What do you mean, Shina? Kanzaki furrowed his brows in curiosity, and Ichinos also stared at Hiyori with interest. Of course, I don't think a single student would slack off just because our position as Class A became completely secure. However, precisely because there is a powerful rival right behind us, and the tension that we could be overtaken at any moment exists, it leads to further growth for both sides. I think having someone to refine ourselves against so close by is a wonderful thing. Hiyori, are you reading my mind? You're thinking the exact same thing as me. I was spectacularly astounded internally. What a magnificent synchronicity of thought. Far from just completely grasping my intentions, it felt as though she was viewing the exact same scenery at a soulful level. However, without letting a shred of that internal agitation and joy show on the outside, I turned off the stove, quietly set down the ladle, and let words drift into the space with a voice carrying an unfathomably deep, intelligent resonance. The light only gains strength because the darkness constantly threatens to distort its outline. True evolution does not visit absolute tranquility. The footsteps pressing from behind are what turn our stride into something far more unshakable. Just as she says, this current sense of distance is the most beautiful stage to keep us sharp. She means in order to keep aiming higher with a constant sense of urgency instead of becoming complacent with our status as Class A, the current distance between us and Class B is ideal. While maintaining her gentle, beaming smile, Hiyori translated my fashionable lines into perfect words without a moment's hesitation. It's true that back when we were first years, it was precisely because Class B was chasing us by a narrow margin that nobody grew complacent and everyone doubled their efforts. Just as Shina and Aizen say, the existence of a rival is an indispensable element to elevate the quality of an organization. Crossing his arms, Kanzaki nodded as if deeply convinced. Yeah, it's exactly as Hiyori-chan says. Graduating as Class A is our absolute goal, of course, but it's not just about that. When that time comes, everyone in the class needs to be able to hold their heads high and say, we are students worthy of Class A. Clenching her fist slightly, Ichinos affirmed with a sunflower-like, full-faced smile. A gentle yet firm resolve characteristic of her wishing from the bottom of her heart for the growth of the entire class seeped through. Deeply, deeply moved internally, I looked at everyone with a warm feeling. On the surface, however, I confined myself to returning an ample, fashionable smile that made it look as though I foresaw everything. Now then, the food is ready, so let's continue talking while we eat. As I carried the warm, completed dishes to the table, Hiyori efficiently laid out the small plates and chopsticks. The four of us surrounded the dining table and clapped our hands together, saying, "Itadakimasu." Taking a bite of the food I made, Ichinos and Hiyori blossomed into smiles, saying, as expected, Aizen-kun's cooking is delicious, and yes, it truly tastes like happiness. Seeing this, my internal happiness level soared to absolute zenith. Amidst the congenial atmosphere, once the meal had progressed a bit, Ichinos suddenly adopted a serious expression and spoke. Hey, about the strategy for this uninhabited island special exam. I have a proposal for everyone. A proposal? As Hiyori tilted her head slightly, Ichinos nodded powerfully. We're already gathering volunteers after school for study sessions, right? In addition to that, I was thinking we could all do stamina building together. Stamina building. With an uninhabited island as the stage, there's no doubt that physical stamina will speak just as loudly as, if not more than, academic ability. Kanzaki immediately caught onto Ichinos's intention and nodded. Daily running, basic training, even things that are painful to do alone can surely be sustained for a long time, if the whole class cheers each other on. That will absolutely help us during the actual exam. At Ichinos's positive proposal, Hiyori's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, I think that's a wonderful proposal. I don't have much confidence in my stamina, so I was a bit worried. But if it's with everyone, it's reassuring, and I can do my best. Yeah, I agree too. Since it's going to be a grueling stage where physical toughness is tested, raising the baseline for the girls and students anxious about their stamina is essential. Let's call out to the class right at the start of the week. Kanzaki also strongly agreed, seemingly mapping out the specific arrangements already. Watching their reliable exchange, I quietly lowered my eyes and surfaced a fashionable smile. Splendid. Forging the body is synonymous with fortifying the mind. Let us raise a great tree with our own hands, one that will never break even amidst the raging storms of a desolate island. She means, just as Honami-chan says, building stamina will be a very important countermeasure for the uninhabited island exam. Let's cooperate and make thorough preparations together. Thus, with the grueling uninhabited island exam looming ahead, we in Class A forged even greater unity and took a steady step toward the unknown battle. Meanwhile, in the karaoke box after Class A had departed, a discreet strategic meeting continued among the 4 remaining members of Class B. For now, it's a relief that the discussion wrapped up smoothly. As decided in our advance meeting, we can now establish a rock-solid defensive line. Hashimoto agreed in a light-hearted tone with Katsuragi, who was nodding heavily with folded arms. Absolutely. By the way, Princess. Once we have some breathing room with private points, how about the idea of recruiting Ayanakuji? Ayanakuji. Katsuragi listened to Hashimoto's suggestion with a serious expression. It would bridge the class size gap, and he has the academic ability to score a perfect mark on that incredibly difficult test, not to mention the overwhelming athletic capability he showed at the sports festival. As a hand to counter Aizen, he's a talent we need so bad we can taste it. However, Sakayanagi shook her head slowly but firmly. Fufu, I highly doubt Ayanakuji-kun would nod yes to moving to our class, though. It seems he has stopped hiding his abilities, so he must finally be in the mood to challenge Aizen-kun seriously. Besides, even if he did come to our class, with myself and Katsuragi-kun here, it would be difficult for him to drive the class's decision-making as he pleases. But shouldn't we just discuss and align our opinions as classmates? Sakayanagi cut through Katsuragi's sound argument with a chilly voice. He possesses absolute confidence in his own abilities. And he has no hesitation whatsoever in taking methods far more ruthless and cold-blooded than I would. If a situation arises where sacrificing a single person ensures the class's victory, he will discard a classmate without a shred of hesitation. Katsuragi-kun, could you agree with his way of doing things? That is. At Sakayanagi's point, Katsuragi frowned at a loss for words. For Katsuragi, who placed great importance on his comrades, that philosophy was utterly unacceptable. Maybe back when it was Princess's solo dictatorship it would be one thing, but for the current Class B, which is running smoothly with Katsuragi's cooperation, Ayanakuji could end up being a dangerous drug. Meaning there's no need to welcome him into a class with such a good atmosphere, while taking such a massive risk. To Kamuro's conclusion, Sakayanagi nodded with satisfaction. I want to win against Class A with this class. But I have no desire to break the class to achieve it. Sakayanagi's concern is entirely justified. We should build a sturdy class in our own way, and gain the strength to defeat Class A head-on. In an exam like this one, where an individual's comprehensive ability and physical prowess are heavily questioned, we certainly won't be a match for Aizen-kun. However, defeating Class A with the organizational power of a class is by no means impossible. Eventually, I will invariably break that composure-filled expression of his. Faced with a clash against unfathomable geniuses, Arisa Sakayanagi beneath her quiet smile burned with a fierce obsession and hot fighting spirit for Class B's victory. Chapter 89, 3,170 words July 16. The day of the first semester closing ceremony. Having listened to the speeches by the principal and Nagumo in the gymnasium without any incident, we were quietly burning with fighting spirit for the grueling uninhabited island special exam that was finally about to begin. This day was also the submission deadline for group formations in the uninhabited island exam. Under meticulous cooperation with Sakayanagi and the rest of Class B, the members of Class A, including myself, had decided on our optimal group layout and successfully completed the submission. After the closing ceremony concluded, I dropped by the student council room to take care of a brief errand, only to be stopped by Nagumo and Kiryuin-senpai, who had remained inside the room. Yo, Aizen. I took the liberty of looking at your group's submission status. Turning around, there stood Nagumo with a composed smirk, and beside him was the powerhouse third-year female student, Kiryuin-senpai, casting a captivating gaze my way. Looks like you've joined hands with Sakayanagi and Class B. Well, since we're the biggest rivals competing for first place, and anyone can check group formations by looking at the OAA, of course he'd be curious. Peering into each other's hands and estimating the layout of the board is a pastime for those who vie for the summit. However, measuring victory or defeat solely by the pieces in plain sight is the height of folly, Nagumo. As elusive as ever, Junior. Kiryuin-senpai shook her shoulders amusedly at my fashionable checkmate. But I have been looking forward to this opportunity to clash with you directly from the bottom of my heart. On this vast stage called the uninhabited island, I shall challenge you with everything I have. I shall firmly receive your entire soul. However, are you certain it will end with merely a light burn? As I replied coolly, Nagumo took a step forward. Since Katsuragi from Class B holds the more people card, does that mean he's entering your group, and you're starting with 4 people from the very beginning? Precisely. There is no reason to skimp on the foundation when building a mighty castle. Standing upon the battlefield with an unshakable formation is a king's necessity. As I affirmed fashionably, Nagumo's composed smirk deepened. Just as I thought. For us, it's me, Kiryuin, and Nazuna. Furthermore, we had Soma from Class C hold the more people card. With this, we both start as a 4-person group from the beginning. Soma-senpai. It's been since the mixed training camp. I knew he held the more people card, but as expected, he's joining Nagumo's group. It seems he's been promoted to Class C since then, and although we're enemies this time, I'm looking forward to it. I felt my internal hype building at the participation of the senior, with whom I had once shared a large group during the mixed training camp. Naturally, however, I did not let a single millimeter of that joy show on my face, keeping my eyes fixed on them with a serene smile. Let me declare this first. For this special exam, I won't do something like commanding the entire school year of the third years to fight. I will challenge you and defeat you with pure power between groups. Ohu. That's incredibly hot. If it's Nagumo, he could command all the third years to manipulate an overwhelming advantage, yet he's deliberately throwing away his strongest weapon. A pure battle of ability, fine by me, I won't lose either. However, since we're aiming for first place by teaming up with Sakayanagi and the others this time, we intend to establish a system where the classes cooperate to fully support our main group with everything they've got. It won't be a battle entirely restricted to a single group, so I should convey that. My internal voltage had reached a crescendo, much like the protagonist of a shonen manga. The pride and aesthetics Nagumo possessed as a powerhouse certainly made my heart tremble with excitement. Naturally, however, I didn't show a millimeter of that heat on the outside. Slowly opening my downcast eyes, I dominated the space with an unfathomably deep, heavy tone. If a lion steps down from the throne that governs the pride to tear the void with only his own fangs and claws, I shall express my respect for that pride. However, let me offer you one piece of advice. What is it? We by no means stand upon the board as a lone army. To construct the inevitability known as victory, we have deployed an unyielding castle, and shield comprised of our own camp and sworn allies behind us. It will take the form of our entire formation intercepting the pure blow you speak of, but do you mind? At my fashionable clarification, Nagumo and Kiryuin-senpai nodded as if understanding. Ah, you mean the rear support and assistance from the rest of your class. Well, that's only natural. We plan on having that level of support as well, so it's not a problem at all. Nagumo curled the corner of his mouth, responding with a composed smile. What I want to say is that I won't do something as boorish as using the entire third-year school year to thoroughly encircle or obstruct your group. Rest assured on that point. That's how it is. Let our respective camps clash with the best performance we can muster. Then, words are no longer necessary. But do not forget. The one who stands in the heavens is always but one. Even your absolute full strength, I shall cleave in twain with a single strike from the distant heights. As I declared that flatly, both Nagumo and Kiryuin-senpai blinked their eyes in brief dazed astonishment before bursting into laughter. That's just like you, Aizen. I look forward to seeing you on the uninhabited island. Fufu, at the very least, don't bore us. Leaving behind refreshing smiles, the two nodded at each other with satisfied expressions. After exchanging a few more trivial words, we disbanded. Leaving the student council room, I returned to my dormitory room once, changed into private clothes, and met up with Hiyori in the lobby. Tonight, an end-of-first semester celebration and a class pep rally aimed toward the impending summer special exam were scheduled. Clad in a cool, light blue summer dress, Hiyori showed a blooming smile the moment she saw me. Thank you for waiting, Sōsuke-kun. I've only just arrived myself. It suits you beautifully, Hiyori. Fufu, thank you very much. You look very wonderful too, Sōsuke-kun. Escorting her with a gentlemanly and fashionable demeanor, I headed toward the restaurant in Kiyaki Mall that was serving as the venue. Inside the reserved restaurant, the members of Class A had already gathered, and the place was overflowing with vitality. Once everyone was seated and drinks had been distributed into glasses, Ichinos, the leader of the class, stood in the center and lightly raised her glass in place of a microphone. Everyone, truly great job this first semester. Every member of the class directed their gaze toward that clear, bright voice. I'm truly happy that we were able to welcome the summer break with everyone smiling, without a single person missing. And soon, the special exam on the uninhabited island will finally begin. I think it will be a harsh environment. But this time, we've firmly established a cooperative system with Sakayanagi-san and Class B. Ichinos looked around at everyone with powerful, straight eyes. Our goal is one. In this special exam as well, absolutely allow no expulsions. And combining everyone's strength, aim for first place. No matter the hardship, with how we are now, we can definitely overcome it. Well then, toward the upcoming battle. Cheers! At Ichinos' splendid speech, the morale of the entire class skyrocketed, and the sound of clinking glasses resonated grandly. While offering a round of applause internally, I took a sip of orange juice. Hiyori, sitting next to me, was also smiling warmly while holding her glass with both hands. After the toast, it became a mingling session while enjoying luxurious buffet-style dishes. Thanks to the daily study sessions and the newly introduced stamina-building training, the countenances of my classmates had become significantly tighter and more reliable compared to the beginning of the first semester. As I helped dish out food and chatted with Hiyori, Ichinos and Kanzaki walked over to us. Aizen-kun, Hiyori-chan. It's finally time. Let's definitely win first place together in this exam. Ichinos clenched her fist with a sparkling smile. The path we tread is precisely the trajectory of victory. Dominance over the board will never waver. She means, let's both do our best and definitely take first place, right? Hiyori immediately translated my fashionable response perfectly and gently. Ichinos gave an energetic, yeah. Then Kanzaki, who was standing beside her, opened his mouth quietly while cloaking himself in a remarkably heavy aura. A vast miniature garden floating upon the isolated sea, within it, there is no guarantee we can reach the coordinates we agreed upon. However, there is no need to worry. Even if our paths are divided, all trajectories will converge into a single peak known as victory. Let us go together. At Kanzaki's statement, the space was enveloped in a few seconds of silence. Ichino's blinked her eyes, peering into Kanzaki's face in surprise. Hold on. Kanzaki-kun. My apologies. My feelings just slipped ahead of me for a moment. Snapped out of it by Ichino's merciless retort, Kanzaki came back to his senses. Kanzaki. Why is it that whenever your feelings get pumped up, you can't suppress the fashion? While executing an internal retort, I fashionably patted Kanzaki on the shoulder. Do not mind it. Resonance of the soul occasionally requires the ornamentation of words. Your resolve, I have firmly received. I'm counting on you. At my fashionable follow-up, Kanzaki averted his gaze slightly in embarrassment. Amikura, Shiranami, and the others who were watching the series of exchanges also raised harmonious and amused laughter, saying, "Oh, Kanzaki-kun is always copying Aizen-kun, and Fufu, but it's reliable." The restaurant was wrapped in a pleasant bustle, filled with the unity and warm bonds of Class A. An uninhabited island where harsh survival awaited. However, if it was with these comrades, we could shatter any difficulty. Gazing at the night view outside the window, I quietly sharpened my thoughts for the impending fierce battle. And on July 18th, the day before boarding the luxury cruise ship, we students were busy with final shopping in preparation for the impending 2-week uninhabited island survival exam, as well as the 1-week shipboard cruising scheduled after it. I too visited Kiyaki Mall with Hiyori, enjoying a date under the pretext of shopping. Sōsuke-kun, I want to spend time in relaxed clothes on the ship. How about this summer outfit? It harmonizes flawlessly with the aura you wrap around yourself. It is as if it were tailored for you from the very beginning. Fufu, thank you very much. It makes me a little embarrassed. While offering fashionable praise to Hiyori, who smiled while matching a straw hat and a cool summer dress against herself, I proceeded with the shopping. We selected a new novel to read together during free time on the ship, and bought necessary daily necessities, sharing a relaxed and sweet time. Walking side by side through the mall like that, I suddenly saw familiar faces walking over from ahead. It's Kiyotaka. Shopping with everyone from his class. Stopping my steps, I narrowed my eyes as we passed each other, opening my mouth while radiating the aura of an unfathomable powerhouse. What a coincidence, Kiyotaka. Are you all also arranging your hands in preparation for the approaching storm? At my sudden, fashionable call-out, Yukimura, Miyake, and Hasebi jolted their shoulders in surprise, instantly displaying wariness and bracing themselves. Hi! To top it off, the timid Sakura even let out a small shriek, hiding behind Ayanakuji's back like a small animal and starting to tremble. She means, hello, Ayanakuji-kun. Are you all also shopping for the cruise? Right on cue beside me, Hiyori perfectly translated and followed up with a lovely, beaming smile. With friends from the class. With flat eyes devoid of any readable emotion, Ayanakuji responded concisely to Hiyori's words. Yoa, Sakura-san is incredibly terrified. I mean, considering the deliberation of Pseudo's violence incident, it can't be helped if it became a trauma. I'm sorry, Sakura-san. While apologizing profusely internally, I showed none of that agitation on the surface, looking down at Ayanakuji with an arrogant smile filled with composure. I have seen your layout. It seems you have taken an absolute heresy and a hungry beast into your camp, but no matter how much you fill the board with chaos, the logic of the heavens where we sit will not waver. At the very least, entertain me. She means it seems you've formed a powerful group with Kuenji-kun and Ryuen-kun. We won't lose either. Let's both do our best, right? Hiyori translated the fashionable and arrogant declaration of war I unleashed into a soft cheer without a hitch. Hearing that, Ayanakuji's inner thoughts were heavily rippling. What is his intention behind deliberately contacting me and bringing up the names of Kuenji and Ryuen? It can't be a simple declaration of war. Don't tell me this guy has even seen through the fact that behind the scenes of me going for first place with Kuenji and the others, I'm planning to have Tsukishiro's assassins and the chaos of the first years throw themselves at Sōsuke himself to hold him back. A color of dread flashed deep within Ayanokuji's flat eyes. No matter how much you fill the board with chaos, I will not waver. A powerful warning that he will crush even Tsukishiro's traps and threats outside the board, and continue to reign at the peak regardless. As expected, he is a man whose bottom is unknown. Ayanokuji raised his caution level to the maximum, staring intently at me. Kiyotaka has stiffened with a really difficult face again. Well, there are probably a lot of things to think about before an exam. It'd be bad to disturb him further. Interpreting his sharp expression as tension before the exam, I turned on my heel gracefully. Then, you may go. I shall await you at the end of the karma that must intersect. Well then, see you on the uninhabited island. Please enjoy your shopping. I bade a fashionable farewell, and Hiyori gave a soft wave as we left the spot. Having successfully completed our shopping, we returned to my room in the evening. Sōsuke-kun, I'll wash the vegetables here. Ah, thank you. I shall get to prepping the main dish. Standing side by side in the kitchen, we spread out the ingredients we bought and began preparing dinner. The sight of Hiyori, who had efficiently put on an apron, had completely blended into this room's kitchen. The time we spent cooking while matching our breathing and exchanging harmonious conversation was gentle and calm, enough to make us forget about the grueling survival exam about to begin. A perfect finish. Come, let's eat before it gets cold. It looks very delicious. Arranging the completed dishes on the dining table, we sat facing each other. Clapping her hands together for itadakimasu and taking a bite of the food I made, Hiyori's face brightened, her cheeks loosening happily. As expected, the food Sōsuke-kun makes is the absolute best. I wanted her to build up her energy as much as possible before a harsh lifestyle. While executing a mental fist pump, I smiled elegantly and replied, I'm glad it suits your palate. Amidst the flowing tranquil dinner time, Hiyori suddenly adopted a slightly serious expression, and gently set down the chopsticks she was holding. It's finally time for the special exam on the uninhabited island, isn't it? The board is set, and all that's left is for us to advance our pieces. Sōsuke-kun. Hiyori squeezed both hands tightly on top of her lap, staring at me with eyes concealing a strong resolve, but mixed with a tiny bit of anxiety. I worked hard on the stamina-building training with everyone in the class. But even so, I am by no means good at sports, nor do I have confidence in my stamina. Within the harsh environment of a vast uninhabited island, I think there will surely be moments where I hold Sōsuke-kun back. I will absolutely not give up. In order to be of help to Sōsuke-kun and everyone even a little bit, I will do my absolute, utmost best. Clenching a small fist in front of her chest, Hiyori declared with plenty of motivation. Hiyori with her motivation pumped up is incredibly cute too. I mean, holding me back is completely out of the question. I've been helped by Hiyori a countless number of times up until now, and in the first place, if Hiyori wasn't there to perfectly translate my fashionable remarks, I would have been isolated long ago, okay. While feeling warmed internally, in order to dispel her admirable anxiety and convey my overflowing gratitude, I spun a deep, fashionable tone filled with benevolence. There is no need to worry, Hiyori. Sōsuke-kun. An event such as you slowing my stride does not exist anywhere on this board. Rather, it is precisely the soft moonlight you emit that illuminates the scenery I gaze upon so gently. Slowly extending my hand, I gently enveloped Hiyori's slender hand, which was trembling with anxiety. Until now, I have been saved by that moonlight a countless number of times. Therefore, this time, I shall protect everything about you. Even if a storm blows or heaven and earth turn upside down, I shall cleave through all the dark clouds that conceal you. You need fear nothing, just be at ease by my side and emit that beautiful light. You mean, please don't overdo it. I've been saved by Hiyori a countless number of times until now, and since I will support Hiyori with all my strength, please rely on me with peace of mind. Correct. Absolutely correct, Hiyori. That's exactly what I wanted to say, word for word. Hiyori had translated my lengthy fashionable poem into perfect nuances without a moment's hesitation. As if receiving warmth from my hand enveloping hers, she blossomed into a bright, angel-like smile. Thank you very much, Sōsuke. By your side, I will do my best to ensure that light doesn't fade. Our bond will not yield to any absurdity. The certain trust and warmth we had spun filled the quiet room. Staring at Hiyori's smile, I deeply engraved a hot, unshakable resolve in my heart. No matter what happens in the uninhabited island survival, I will absolutely protect Hiyori to the end and win. Chapter 90, Chapter 93,897 words July 19th. The day to board the ship heading for the uninhabited island had finally arrived. Towering before my eyes was a non-standard, massive luxury cruise ship, looking as though an entire city had been lifted and set afloat upon the sea. Yo-woo. What is this? It's way too huge. Last year's luxury liner was amazing, but this one is on a completely different scale. The magnitude is insane just because all 3 school years are boarding. What do you mean there's a pool, a movie theater, a shopping mall, and a restaurant district? My hype is breaking through the roof. While I was thrown into a state of immense internal excitement fighting the sudden urge to thrust both arms into the air and start sprinting, I didn't let a single trace of it surface on my face. Maintaining a thoroughly composed demeanor, I allowed the sea breeze to rustle my hair as I let slip a sharp, fashionable smile. As an arc tasked with guiding us to a new stage, it might be a synchronized shade too opulent. Translation: last year's ship was amazing, but since it's holding all 3 years, this one is massively huge and exciting. It really is enormous. Hiyori, having perfectly understood my words, chimed in with a warm, beaming smile. Today, the students were scheduled to split up by school year to receive a detailed breakdown of the uninhabited island special exams rules inside the ship. However, until that time, it was completely free hours. Come, Hiyori. A fleeting respite before the decisive battle. Let us walk the ship's interior for a bit. Yes, Sōsuke. Gently taking Hiyori's hand, I escorted her as we began to walk. We passed through the glittering, open-ceiling entrance hall, elegantly enjoyed tea and cake at a cafe overlooking the ocean, and chatted on the top-floor observation deck while soaking in the sea breeze. Though a grueling life on an uninhabited island awaited us, this exact moment felt like a thorough, extraordinary resort date. Hiyori's hair, swaying in the ocean breeze, reflected the sunlight and shimmered brilliantly. Her sheer cuteness caused the words to slip from my mouth involuntarily. An endlessly unfolding, beautiful azure canopy. And yet, before the brilliance of intellect dwelling within your eyes and your sheer loveliness, even the sculpted beauty of Mother Nature grows hazy. While her cheeks flushed a bright pink, Hiyori offered a bashful, sweet laugh. Thank you very much. I'm incredibly happy that I get to look at this beautiful ocean together with you, Sōsuke. As we shared such a tranquil and sweet time, a bouncing, bright voice suddenly vibrated my eardrums from behind. Aizen-senpai and Shina-senpai. Turning around, I saw the first-year Ichika Amasawa waving at us with a mischievous, devilish grin. Amasawa, is it? What a coincidence. Did you also come to bathe in the wind of the observation deck? Nfufu, something like that. More importantly, you two are together for the uninhabited island exam as well. Lovey-dovey as always, I see. Lovey-dovey. At Amasawa's teasing words, Hiyori's face turned completely red as she fell into a visible fluster. To so easily confine an formless concept like love into the framework of mere words. I do not dislike your innocent sensibilities. Cutting my sentence short there, I shifted my gaze toward the great ocean stretching out past the railing. I have no intention of letting this end as mere playful banter. The place we step into next is no lukewarm extension of a game. It is a ruthless board where all things are culled, and for me to manifest the absolute logic known as victory upon it, the power she possesses is an absolute necessity. She means, we didn't form a group together out of a mere desire to play around or go on a date. To seize first place in the grueling uninhabited island exam starting tomorrow, Hiyori's support in terms of mental strength and overall coordination is absolutely vital. That is precisely why I teamed up with her, is what he's saying. Despite her bright red face, Hiyori cleared her throat with a small ahem, and perfectly translated my fashionable poem. Perhaps throwing back a counter of absolute trust and necessity, with zero bashful deflection to a remark meant purely to tease, was entirely unexpected. Amasawa's devilish grin vanished for a fraction of a second, her eyes widening slightly in dazed surprise. However, she recovered her usual pace almost immediately, waving her hands rapidly. Is that so? Ah, whoops. We first years have our orientation meeting soon, so that's it for today. See ya, senpai. With light footsteps, Amasawa zipped back down the path she had come. She left like a whirlwind. An elusive child as always, isn't she? Yet even an ungraspable wind eventually dictates the direction it moves. For now, it is fine to simply let it blow as it pleases. Foo-foo, that's true. Hiyori smiled quietly at my fashionable affirmation. Meanwhile, Amasawa, who had walked away from the duo, was coldly running calculations beneath her playful demeanor. For that Aizen-senpai to say he needs Shina-senpai's power for victory, huh? What surfaced in Amasawa's mind was the overwhelming aura of a powerhouse that constantly seeped from the man named Sōsuke Aizen. The extraordinary monster expelled from the White Room. A different existence from Kiyotaka Ayanakuji, whom she revered, another legend from the old days of the facility. To her, he was an entity that pulled at her bottomless curiosity. Though it was explained beforehand that having more people in a group is advantageous for this exam. If it's Aizen-senpai, he'd be significantly stronger completely on his own. Shina Hiyori's physical ability evaluation was a mere D+. On an uninhabited island that demanded brutal survival, it was blatant that she would be baggage. Is he planning to beat Ayanakuji-senpai while dragging around baggage on purpose? Or does he truly need Shina-senpai's power? I can't wait to see who wins between Ayanakuji-senpai and Aizen-senpai. The upcoming survival on the uninhabited island. The masterpiece and the expelled monster. Amasawa curled her lips into an amused smile at the impending clash where two variables would intersect. A short while later, a calm electronic chime echoed through the ship, and the announcement for the second year's rule orientation finally began to play. Notice to all second-year students. We will shortly begin the explanation of the rules for the special exam. All second-year students, please gather in the movie theater. Repeating, hearing the broadcast, I quietly pulled myself away from the observation deck's railing. It's finally starting. So this is where every single rule gets disclosed. Time to lock in. It appears the opening fanfare has sounded. Yes, looks like it's time. Let's head to the orientation venue, Sōsuke-kun. Giving a quiet nod, I walked toward the movie theater, the stage for the rule breakdown, while keeping my hand intertwined with Hiyori's. Every student of the second year gathered within the dimly lit expanse of the theater. Amidst the filling silence, Mishima-sensei, the homeroom teacher of Class B, stood on the stage before the screen. Speaking into the microphone with a composed voice, the full scope of the uninhabited island special exam finally began to unveil itself. I crossed my arms in the seat next to Hiyori, listening quietly while organizing the massive influx of information inside my brain. In short, the rules of this uninhabited island survival were as follows: basic items and retirement conditions. Forced retirement, inflicting injuries, poor health, or committing rule violations results in forced retirement. Large groups, satisfying later stated conditions, unlocks the creation of a large group of up to 6 people. Disqualification, the moment all members belonging to one's group retire, the group is disqualified, and their final rank is locked in. Basic movement rules and scoring. Designated area announcements. 4 times a day, 3 times on the first and final days, the target area is announced. Arrival windows, 7 to 9 o'clock. 9 to 11 o'clock, 13 to 1500 hours, 15 to 1700 hours. Area patterns. 3 times a day, the area is within a range of 2 squares up/down/left/right. and 1 square diagonally from the previous area. Once a day, it is a completely random designation from all areas, no consecutive randoms. Order of arrival rewards, points are granted to groups in the order they reach the designated area: first place, 10 points, second place, 5 points, third place, 3 points. Note, the record at the exact moment the entire group arrives is referenced. Arrival bonus, reaching the area within the designated arrival window grants a baseline 1 point per person, regardless of order. This stacks with the order of arrival rewards. If a 3-person group arrives first, they get 10 order points plus 3 bonus points equals 13 points total. Pre-existing presence, if a group is already inside the designated area at the time of the announcement, they only receive the arrival bonus, the order of arrival reward becomes invalid. Penalties, skipping a designated area arrival 3 consecutive times incurs a point deduction. However, reaching an area even once resets the accumulation. If at least one person from the group makes it, the skip penalty is avoided, though the arrival bonus is only granted for the number of people who actually arrived. Supplied items, wristwatches and tablets of gear. During the exam, all students are provided with a wristwatch and a synchronized tablet. Biometric management via wristwatch. Health status is monitored 24 hours a day. If abnormalities like damage are detected, acquiring points becomes impossible. Alert function. Alerts sound based on health conditions. If the emergency alert triggers, the student must return to the starting point for a medical check. If left sounding for 5 minutes, a medical team immediately rushes to the location. Movement tables. There are 12 distinct tables across the wristwatches. The sequence of designated areas varies by table. Not all students always head to the same location. Tasks and group expansion. Tasks are set up all over the uninhabited island. Completing them yields points and rewards. Task appearance, positions are marked as red dots on the tablet, but when, where, and what task appears is entirely unpredictable. Active windows, tasks appear dynamically between 7 o'clock and 1700 hours. From 10 o'clock onward on day 1, up to 1500 hours on the final day. Task genres, consists of 40% academic, 30% physical, and 30% miscellaneous. Top-ranking participants are awarded points, food, etc. Large group conditions, from the 4th day onward, tasks appearing will include rewards that unlock the maximum group capacity. First place unlocks a 3-person slot, second place unlocks a 2-person slot, third place unlocks a 1-person slot. Groups that have acquired the maximum expansion right can no longer participate in this task. Gatekeep. This expansion right can only be obtained by roughly 20% to 30% of the entire pool, making it a narrow gate. Merging mechanics. When groups merge and expand, the points accumulated by both sides up to that point are averaged out for the restart. I quietly exhaled after finishing Mishima-sensei's explanation. It really is an exam that tests overall comprehensive ability. Furthermore, since you can't expand group slots without placing high in tasks to begin with, there's no solid guarantee you can firmly secure a 6-person group. While the strictness of the exam tightened my focus, I was simultaneously relieved. For now, I'm glad the safety measures like the watch's biometric system and the standby medical teams are solid. However, if a group rushes into reckless movements out of panic for points, it will ultimately lead to injury or retirement. Before the exam begins, I must tell everyone in the class absolutely not to overdo things. Right after Mishima-sensei's rule explanation hit a stopping point just as a wave of tension and muttering rippled through the students' A shift occurred. Swapping places with Mishima-sensei, a man wearing a daring smirk slowly stepped onto the stage. Acting Chairman Tsukishiro. Maintaining that politely insolent smile on his lips, he gripped the microphone and spoke deliberately. As a school, we will put forth our maximum effort to maintain safety and order. However, even then, we cannot say our eyes will catch everything. In a long-haul uninhabited island life stretching across 2 weeks, we cannot deny the possibility of issues arising from differences in gender. If sexual trouble occurs, it will result in expulsion, and in malicious cases, a direct report to the police. Tsukishiro delivered the notice to all students in a chilling voice. That's only natural. That is precisely why I included the request to shorten the duration via the student council. Well, with a warning hammered down this harshly, it's highly unlikely any student will go out of their way to cause such a problem. The gender ratio settings are likely tailored for that as well. I nodded internally, calmly chewing over Tsukishiro's words. However, his true objective was concealed in his next sentence. Furthermore, one more thing. As the stay on this uninhabited island lengthens, frustrations will naturally accumulate. Our policy is to tolerate minor skirmishes between students resulting from this to a certain extent. So he's tolerating a certain degree of violence just to get Kiyotaka expelled. What a absolute joke. However, Kiyotaka is grouped with that Kuenji. No matter how skilled a White Room assassin might be, forcefully crushing those two simultaneously is impossible. In that case, the goal is separation. Tampering with the issued watch to intentionally trigger the emergency alert, forcing Kiyotaka back to base camp. And then, once he's isolated, they intend to reliably take him down. As I deduced Tsukishiro's underhanded method, Mishima-sensei on the stage hurriedly walked up to Tsukishiro and whispered something into his ear. He was likely protesting as an educator, demanding he refrain from remarks that condoned violence. However, Tsukishiro adjusted the microphone without a shred of remorse. I was just requested to retract my previous statement, but I have no intention of retracting it. Trouble is something that happens because it is bound to happen. Though, naturally, there is a limit. If we deem an act malicious, we will hand down punishment without mercy. Clashing assassins against an isolated, separated Kiyotaka, developing it into a conflict involving violence. To a White Room assassin, getting expelled from this school doesn't hurt or matter at all in the first place. If their intent from the start is to take Kiyotaka down with them in a double expulsion, it doesn't matter what punishment is handed down. Accurately mapping out the intent behind Tsukishiro's words, I secretly cranked my internal caution level even higher. That is all from me. Please act in a manner worthy of advanced nurturing high school students. Leaving behind those words, Tsukishiro stepped off the stage. Standing before the microphone once more, Mishima-sensei showed a slightly stern expression, but quickly collected himself to resume the presentation. Thank you, Acting Chairman Tsukishiro. Now, finally, we will move on to the explanation regarding the purchase of food and tools, which are indispensable for living on the uninhabited island. Material Purchase Rules Summary. Initial points. Points granted to individuals stand at 5,000 points. Preceding card benefit. Students holding a preceding card receive an additional 2,500 points stacked on top. Purchase deadline. All items are catalogued in the manual and can be purchased until 6 a.m. tomorrow. Local procurement penalty. After the exam starts, restocking at the uninhabited island's port is allowed, but local purchases cost double the price. Amenities. Basic amenity items are distributed free of charge. Returning to the starting point provides the required quantities. Resource transfer. Passing on or sharing supplies purchased by other groups is permitted within the rules. Next, regarding the functions of the provided tablets. Tablet function summary. Core features. Viewing the uninhabited island map, checking designated areas, and tracking one's own current location in real time. Task disclosure. Enables viewing active task locations and reward details. Rank verification. From the 4th day to the 12th day, the score and ranking of the top 10 and bottom 10 groups across the board can be verified. GPS search feature. Unlocks from the 6th day onward. Consuming 1 point allows viewing the current locations of all students on the map. Message reception. If an issue affecting the entire exam occurs, messages may arrive from the school side. Battery management. If the battery runs low, recharging is possible at the starting point or specific designated locations. That is all. Looking at the manual's list, there are walkie-talkies. This is a mandatory item for information transmission, along with a basic tent and minimal food and water. Food and water can also be obtained as task rewards, and on an uninhabited island, worst-case scenario, local foraging is possible. However, a certain amount must be purchased using initial points. Staring down at the manual in my hands, I rapidly constructed the point distribution for my group inside my head. Following this, material samples will be on display in the adjacent room. You are free to inspect them until midnight tonight. Ensure each of you reviews them thoroughly. With this, the orientation for the second years is concluded. Mishima-sensei set down the microphone and bowed deeply. Amidst the buzzing movie theater, Hiyori turned toward me and spoke softly. As expected from the prior explanation, the larger the group size, the greater the benefits. The more a flock forms, the more the light increases. First, let us go scout the materials that will serve as our sword. Afterward, we shall converse with Ichinos and Sakayanagi regarding the future board. Translation: That's exactly right. Let's go look at the supplies first, and then have a strategy meeting with Ichinos and Sakayanagi. As I displayed fashionable agreement, Hiyori nodded with a lovely, blooming smile. We stood up, blending into the wave of other students, as we headed toward the side room displaying the material samples. Inside the spacious display room, various tools and food items utilized for survival were packed tightly side by side. Checking them one by one, I layered simulations inside my mind. The free distribution backpack. Selecting the largest size, and having me carry Hiyori's luggage portion would be ideal. Walking the uninhabited island for long stretches demands physical stamina for movement. I want to minimize the burden on Hiyori since her stamina is a concern. Well, worst comes to worst, I can just piggyback Hiyori along with the luggage. Next, my eyes drifted to the sleeping tent samples. A single-person tent is the safest bet. The rules strictly forbid opposite genders from sleeping in the same tent, and on the flip side, sharing a single tent with Katsuragi in a cramped, suffocating two-man space is. Yeah, no thanks. I doubt I'd get any deep sleep. Sōsuke-kun. A single-person tent, one walkie-talkie for the group plus water and food. These are mandatory up to this point. That will form the baseline lifeline. However, regarding the invisible thread, let us purchase enough for every person in our group. Enough for every person. Hiyori tilted her head in slight curiosity. Our target is the distant heights, an absolute first place. To grasp every task appearing on the board, there is no need to constantly remain as a single flock. Dividing the formation based on the situation, striking multiple targets simultaneously. Everyone should hold that invisible thread for that purpose. Ah, that's completely true. We won't know how frequently or where tasks will take place until it actually begins, so moving separately to efficiently rack up points is a highly plausible scenario. Rather than freezing up at a single point, there will definitely be scenes where splitting up to clear tasks is more efficient. Though having Hiyori walk the brutal uninhabited island alone is out of the question, so the plan is basically for me and Hiyori to never separate. If a task location pops up where sprinting at full power means I can make it in time, the safest play would be for me to pull ahead alone while Hiyori rests up with Katsuragi. Applauding Hiyori's perfect comprehension internally, I gave a quiet nod while mapping out a formation that prioritized her safety above all else. In this exam, our Class A's objective was to capture the top spot while suppressing groups sinking to the bottom to zero. For that purpose, factoring in prior negotiations with Class B, we had consolidated high-benefit preceding cards and additional cards by trading them onto key members, myself, Hiyori, Sakayanagi, and Katsuragi. As a result, our group possessed a massive margin of safety regarding initial points compared to other students. In addition to that, let us purchase mobile batteries for the tablets, cooking utensils, and multiple sets of tableware. True, tablet charging issues will definitely crop up, so mobile batteries are a must. Furthermore, moral and physical strength won't hold on portable rations alone, so proper cooked meals are necessary too. Hiyori agreed with a cheerful tone. Even in survival, the quality of food directly correlates to morale and health. Leveraging our abundant points, I intended to make the environment as comfortable as possible. While pinpointing the necessary supplies, I turned my thoughts over once more regarding the earlier rule breakdown, specifically the tablet functions. The GPS search feature unlocking on the 6th day. Having this is immensely massive. If Sakayanagi acts as the commander, grasping the whole layout to direct movements, the risk of any group from our class sinking to the bottom drops to practically zero. Since it exacted a penalty of consuming 1 point, it couldn't be spammed recklessly. However, after identifying groups on the verge of dropping into the bottom ranks, we could have groups with surplus points execute the GPS search, allowing Sakayanagi to output optimal directional instructions in a smooth cooperative strategy. As expected, forming an alliance with Sakayanagi and Class B to establish a system covering the entire class was the correct play. With this, I can move to hunt for first place with zero lingering anxieties. Walking beside me, Hiyori exhaled a sigh of relief while staring down at the supply list. Gazing at her soft side profile, my thoughts shifted to the other focus point. If it's Kiyotaka, he's likely noticed Tsukishiro's underhanded motives, and he should be able to handle it on his own without issue. Furthermore, Tsukishiro must be heavily on guard against my existence as well. An out-of-the-box threat that wouldn't be simple to untangle. I projected the vast uninhabited island we would land on into my mind, accelerating my calculations further. If his plan is to reliably take down Kiyotaka, he'll likely strike by timing it when I am in a far-off area, physically incapable of rushing over. In an emergency, relying on kan-aim or kanji is an option. Feeling the path to victory grow even clearer by folding even the dark clouds looming over the board into my own hand, Hiyori and I completed our supply selection entirely, steering our steps toward the ship's free space designated for our strategy meeting. The grueling uninhabited island survival finally kicking off tomorrow. To perfectly dominate that massive stage and lay down the final chess piece for our ascent to the throne. Chapter 91, 3,508 words. The free space inside the ship had been designated as the venue for the strategy meeting. Gathered there already were Ichinos and Kanzaki from our Class A, alongside Sakayanagi, Katsuragi, Hashimoto, and Kamuro from Class B, with whom we had formed an alliance. To an outside observer, this gathering of both classes' brains and executive forces likely appeared to be a highly unusual and intimidating group. Once Hiyori and I took our seats, Ichinos kicked off the discussion in a bright voice. Everyone, thank you for gathering. Now that the detailed rules are out, let's talk things over in preparation for the start of the exam tomorrow. At Ichinos' words, Sakayanagi nodded quietly, lowering her gaze to the tablet in her hand. For starters, let us have each small group purchase at least one walkie-talkie. Being unable to share information would be a fatal flaw. Beyond that, tents, water, and food. Let us make sure each class thoroughly instructs their members to select these baseline necessities. Sakayanagi paused for a moment, narrowing her eyes slightly as she added a caveat. However, putting aside Aizen-kun's group, which goes without saying, for groups like Ichino-san's or Hashimoto-kun's, in other words, the small groups that possess a high probability of merging with our main group later on, it would be wise to carry multiple walkie-talkies. There will undoubtedly be scenarios where we must split up to clear tasks across this vast island. Indeed, Sakayanagi is entirely correct. If we are to repeatedly merge and disperse, securing a means of communication must take absolute priority over all else. Katsuragi crossed his arms, nodding deeply as he built upon Sakayanagi's point. Furthermore, to ensure no one sinks into the bottom ranks, each small group must firmly accumulate points through tasks and movement across designated areas. However, groups that seem to have a comfortable margin of points should establish a system to support us, the group aiming for first place. Having them back us up in terms of information gathering or transferring supplies in an emergency would be incredibly reassuring. That's exactly it. If we have multiple walkie-talkies, we can coordinate smoothly when it's time to provide support. I'll tell everyone to make their own group's safety the #1 priority, but to assist with backup if they have room to spare. Ichinos readily agreed. Then Hiyori, who had been listening beside me, brought up a crucial point for verification. Once the GPS search unlocks from the 6th day onward, would it be ideal for groups other than ours to execute the searches under Sakayanagi-san's direction? It is exactly as Shina-san says. Sakayanagi chuckled softly, expressing her consensus. If push comes to shove, we can perform searches using our own group's devices, but since it consumes points, I would prefer to avoid it as much as possible as someone aiming for the top spot. Therefore, the most efficient method would be to have the support groups in the rear, who have points to spare, execute the GPS searches periodically, allowing me to act as the commander who adjusts and directs the overall movements based on that data. As expected, Sakayanagi has arrived at the exact same conclusion as me. Our main force running through the front lines to rake in points, and Sakayanagi commanding the whole layout from the rear to support the main unit, while preventing anyone from falling into the bottom ranks. A flawless formation. I nodded deeply in my mind, satisfied that a strategy identical to my own thoughts had been seamlessly shared. With the foundational rules and roles firmly established, our meeting ventured even deeper into the core of the examination. Aizen-kun, do you have any concerns or insights regarding the rules beyond the current plan? Sakayanagi rested both hands on her cane, tilting her head slightly as she questioned me. Well, as far as a basic policy derived from the current rules goes, this is pretty much it, right? All that's left is how to handle the large group formation which unlocks from the 4th day onward. Well, even without a GPS search, as long as we're sharing info via walkie-talkies, merging to form our intended groups shouldn't be difficult at all. I slowly lowered my eyes, letting a thoroughly composed smile play upon my lips. There are no blind spots in our hand. If I were to name a focus, it would merely be how to grasp the logic of expansion that manifests from the 4th day onward. As long as we remain linked by invisible threads, connecting the stars together will be a trivial matter. He means, the basic plan is already perfect. All that's left is how we secure the slots for large group formation when they unlock from the 4th day onward, but as long as we keep in touch via walkie-talkie, merging our intended groups won't be difficult at all, is what he's saying. At Hiyori's flawless translation, Sakayanagi smiled in genuine admiration. Please leave that aspect to me in the rear. I will take command to ensure that the small groups with high points and our main force can merge smoothly by the 4th day. Yeah, that's undoubtedly the best way to handle it. The remaining factor is the movement of Kiyotaka and Nagumo's groups. The strategy we need to adopt will shift dramatically depending on whether we share the same movement table. If we're on the same table, the probability of frequently clashing during movements and tasks skyrockets, leading to a war of attrition. On the flip side, if we're on completely different tables, the opportunities to directly beat them in tasks decrease, making it harder to pull ahead in points. Directing a cool gaze toward the empty air, I quietly spun my words. While it is we who govern the board, the paths trodden by the tigers and dragons aiming for the opposing throne will also dictate the fork in our destiny. If we trace the same trajectory, it will become a blood-washing conflict. If we travel separate paths, we shall aim for a solitary summit. Either way, it hardly promises to be boring. He means, the key will be whether we end up on the same table as our biggest rivals, Ayana Kujikun and Nagumo-senpai's groups. If we're on the same table, we'll end up crushing each other in direct confrontations, and if we're on different tables, we'll need to find creative ways to create a point deficit, is what he's saying. As Hiyori added her gentle voice supplement, Hashimoto exhaled, crossing his arms. True, but there's nothing we can do about who gets assigned to which table until the exam actually starts. However, after the GPS search unlocks on the 6th day, should we discover that a powerful rival group is nearby, perhaps we should prioritize deliberately targeting the same tasks to directly strip them of points. At Sakayanagi's aggressive proposal, Ichino's face instantly lit up as she pumped her fist. That sounds perfect. Even if it comes down to a direct showdown, Aizen-kun's group won't lose to anyone. Though when it comes to academic tasks, both Kiyotaka and I are bound to get nothing but a perfect 100 points anyway, so it'll most likely end in a draw. The third-year top duo of Nagumo and Kiryuin-senpai is also incredibly formidable, and above all, that Kuenji is grouped with Kiyotaka. Yeah, this is getting hot. The excitement won't stop. Imagining the impending clash with these formidable foes, my internal hype reached its absolute peak. Standing up, I looked down at Ichinos and the others, declaring boldly, "Rest assured. No matter what manner of fierce warrior stands in our path, I shall bring them all to their knees equally. For the path we tread is precisely the trajectory toward absolute victory." "Fufu, you are incredibly reliable." Sakayanagi nodded with immense satisfaction. After coordinating a few final details regarding communication methods and code words, the joint strategy meeting came to a close. As I watched the students leave their seats, I turned back toward Hiyori. Just then, Sakayanagi quietly called out to me. "Aizen-kun. Do you have a moment to spare?" "Very well." I placed a gentle hand on Hiyori's shoulder. "Please head back first with Ichinos and the others." "Yes, I understand. I'll be waiting, Sōsuke-kun." Hiyori offered a warm smile, and left the free space alongside Ichinos and Kanzaki. Katsuragi and Hashimoto had already exited as well, leaving just Sakayanagi and me alone in the room. What is this matter that could only be shared with me? When I questioned her, Sakayanagi rested her weight on her cane, speaking quietly. For this uninhabited island exam, it is highly anticipated that acting chairman Tsukishiro, along with assassins from the White Room, will make their move in earnest to get Ayano-Kujikun expelled. No doubt about that. That's precisely why Tsukishiro made that statement condoning a certain degree of violence and altercations. He's trying to grind down Kiyotaka's physical and mental stamina as much as possible over this grueling 2-week stretch. While agreeing deeply in my mind, I didn't let a single muscle on my face twitch. In addition to that, are you aware of this special exam that has been handed down to a select portion of the first-year students? What's that? A special exam for the first years? I haven't heard anything about that. It has not reached my ears. Meaning there are still invisible pieces lurking upon this stage. It appears that a staggering special exam is being held in the shadows, offering a reward of 20 million points to any student who manages to get Ayano-Kujikun expelled. Say what? 20 million points. What kind of absurd bounty is that? Which means that on top of Tsukishiro and the assassins, even first-years blinded by points will become enemies hunting Kiyotaka. It's safe to assume Kaname doesn't know about this bounty either. If he did, he absolutely would have reported it to me. So even a meager pack of wolves will join the hunt, aiming for his head. In fact, the other day, Ayano-Kujikun approached me and asked, "Lend me a hand if push comes to shove." Sakayanagi let slip a small chuckle. Personally, I believe Ayano-Kujikun can repel them without any issue. Above all, for the sake of our own victory, I have no intention of deploying our main group to assist him. However, I felt it best to bring this to your ears, seeing as you are his friend. Well, with Kiyotaka's abilities, he can handle almost anything without a hitch. But for Kiyotaka to go out of his way to request cooperation from Sakayanagi. Does even Kiyotaka deem this difficult to handle? No, that's not it. By forcing my group or Sakayanagi's group to move, his goal might also be to indirectly stall our ability to gather points. However, I absolutely cannot tolerate Kiyotaka getting expelled over such a pathetic, underhanded plot. I have no intention of throwing away my class's victory, but I'll assist him within the margins of what I can afford. I have no desire to see a farce where he is forced off the stage by mere background noise unworthy of vying for the throne. However, when they make their move, it will undoubtedly be at a moment when I am in a far-off area, physically out of reach. Yes, I quite agree. Seeing as acting chairman Tsukishiro is heavily on guard against you, that is the highest probability. But aside from you, is there any student capable of matching an assassin from the White Room? In the blind spots where my hands cannot reach, I possess swords named Kaname, Kanji, and Takedo. Should the need arise, they shall repel any absurdity. At my fashionable declaration, the quick-witted Sakayanagi accurately grasped the true meaning behind it. Tozen-kun, Ike-kun, and Takedo-kun, is it? You believe those three can handle a White Room assassin? Takedo and Kanji are in the same group, and I firmly believe that if those three are assembled, they can smash through any hellish situation. Their strength carries my absolute guarantee. Understood. Coordination may prove difficult since they belong to different classes and years, but I shall keep it in mind as an option for emergencies. Personally, I would also like to avoid seeing Ayana Kuji-kun get expelled exactly as acting chairman Tsukishiro desires, so let us cooperate within a range that does not impact our victory. Saying so, Sakayanagi slowly extended her right hand. For the next 2 weeks, let us both give our absolute best for the victory of our respective classes. We shall engrave our overwhelming power upon this island. I shook her small hand in return, our quiet fighting spirits intersecting. Exiting the room, Kimura was waiting just outside, leaning against the wall for Sakayanagi. Offering a brief nod of farewell, I left the spot. Walking down the connecting corridor, I met up with Hiyori and the others who had been waiting for me. Ichino's pumped her fist tightly, priming her motivation. Ah, Aizen-kun. It finally starts tomorrow. I'm sure it'll be an incredibly tough exam, but let's all work hard together as a class. It will be a brutal survival, but let's support each other and do our best. Beside her, Hiyori bloomed into a lovely smile, nodding in agreement to Ichino's bright voice. Receiving the words of my dependable comrades, I let slip a soft, effortlessly charming smile. Fear nothing. As long as you walk alongside me, no matter what occurs, no enemy shall stand before us. She means as long as we're together, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Let's definitely win together, everyone, is what he's saying. As Hiyori translated in her gentle voice, both Ichino's and Kanzaki nodded powerfully with unswerving eyes, returning bright smiles. At long last, the 2 weeks on the uninhabited island where everything would be tested was about to raise its curtain. Meanwhile, around that same time, in a private room allocated to Kiyotaka Ayana-kuji within the luxury cruise ship's cabin area, a joint strategy meeting was quietly being held by the leadership of both classes C and D. Gathered inside were Ayana-kuji, Horikita, Class C's leader Ryuan, and his strategist Kaneda. Movement and tasks on an uninhabited island, huh? It really is an exam that tests comprehensive ability. Seated on the edge of the bed, Ryuan cracked his neck boredly. On top of that, there are many things to consider before the start, such as how to allocate the points used to purchase supplies. Regarding supplies, every group aiming for the top ranks will likely end up with a similar setup. Walkie-talkies for communication between individual small groups, a tent, minimal food and water. Furthermore, a mobile battery for the tablets is highly desirable. At Horikita's analysis, Ryuan scoffed in agreement. The tablet is a mandatory item. We need to eliminate waste like tracking back to the starting point base camp, just to charge, or wasting time hunting for charging spots as much as possible. As for the movements of the Class A and B Alliance, Sakayanagi will likely remain near the starting point base, operating as the commander. Kaneda voiced his deduction while pushing up his glasses. No doubt about it. Supporting the main forces aiming for first while outputting directions to each group to ensure no one sinks to the bottom. With that, they're establishing an environment where that bastard Aizen can unleash his full power with zero lingering anxieties. It's exactly as Ryuan and the others say. If those two are joining hands, they will undoubtedly adopt that strategy. Considering Tsukishiro's statement, a certain degree of violence is tolerated in this exam, but looking at Sōsuke's track record, he won't resort to such petty tactics. He will come to crush us with pure ability, utilizing a completely orthodox approach from an unshakable position. We need to assume a certain degree of overall command as well. If any of our groups sink to the bottom, not only is there a risk of expulsion, but the class points for our entire year will take a massive hit. It would be ideal to have the small groups consisting of myself, Hirata-san, and Yukimura-san handle the overall direction. At Kaneda's proposal, I gave a quiet nod. Ryuan and I will output instructions via walkie-talkie as needed, but we'll leave the coverage and rescuing of groups on the verge of sinking to you guys. There's no way you guys will sink to the bottom anyway. Go wild with the GPS searches as long as your point margins allow it. At Ryuan's instruction, Kaneda bowed, saying, "Leave it to us." Furthermore, what are our countermeasures against Eisenhower's group? Worst case scenario, I don't mind if Student Council President Nagumo's group surpasses us, but if we don't beat our direct rivals, Eisenhower and the others, we won't be able to close the gap in class points. Even if a certain level of violence is permitted, directly picking a fight with that bastard Aizen could easily backfire. He'd just leverage his student council authority to drive us into expulsion instead. Ryuan clicked his tongue in irritation. Besides, even if you, me, and Kuenji combined forces, there's no solid guarantee we could reliably defeat Sōsuke. Wadash. As I stated the flat fact, Kaneda was left speechless, his eyes widening in shock. For you to go that far. But if we don't execute a certain degree of obstruction, we won't stand a chance. It will have to wait until the GPS search unlocks, but we can encircle them with multiple small groups to block their march route, or intercept tasks they're heading toward to prevent them from participating. As long as we don't resort to violence ourselves, he won't use violence against us. Relying purely on numbers and positioning to commit to physical harassment, No matter how much we encircle him, completely stopping Sōsuke is impossible. However, as long as he's traveling with Shina, Sōsuke will refrain from any reckless breakthroughs. It should yield a decent effect as a stalling tactic. I contacted Sakayanagi to throw the assassins and first years at him, but how effective that will be remains an unknown variable. Furthermore, as long as I'm moving alongside Kuenji and the others, the White Room assassins shouldn't be able to make any overtly massive moves against me either. It's safer to assume some kind of trap has been laid on my wristwatch. If that happens, I'll be forced into acting alone to return to base camp. If the enemy is going to strike, that will be the moment. As I simulated Tsukishiro's movements internally, Horikita corrected the trajectory of the conversation. Regarding the large group formation from the fourth day onward, it's settled that myself, Ibuki-san, and Matsushita-san will merge into Ayana Kujikuin's group, correct? That's the ideal shape. As long as we maintain communication via walkie-talkie, the merge itself shouldn't be difficult. Ideally, it would be incredibly helpful if we take first place while Aikun and Takedo-kun's group places within the top 3. I won't say it's impossible, but with Eisenhower and President Nagumo around, it might prove remarkably difficult. As Kaneda spoke with a wry smile, Ryuan let out a completely exasperated sigh. Ike and Takedo. To be forced into an alliance with those two eccentric weirdos. This is the first time I've ever genuinely felt bad for Pseudo. Pseudo-kun's disastrous academic ability has improved significantly, and as far as groups our alliance can construct go, they are undoubtedly the most potent group next to yours. If possible, we should have them merge smoothly with Kushida-san's group to aim for the top ranks. As Horikita seriously defended them, Kaneda nodded in agreement. The growth of Aikshire and Takedo-shire is truly astronomical. With the recent OAA update, Takedo-shire has skyrocketed to number 1 in overall capability within our class. But can't something be done about the way that guy talks? Spouting off in that pretentious, Chunibu tone every single time, just listening to it pisses me off. Ryuan's irritation was entirely justified. Having been thoroughly captivated by Aizen's overwhelming prowess, I had developed a severe case of 8th grader syndrome, and Takedo had fallen into a remarkably similar condition. The mental fatigue inflicted on Pseudo, who was placed in the same group, was immeasurable. We're getting off track. I let out a small breath, pulling the conversation back to the main thread. At any rate, this covers the supplies and basic strategy. All that's left is to see who gets assigned to which table. Let us put forth our absolute best as well. At Horikita's resolve-filled words, Ryuan and Kaneda gave quiet nods. The hidden motives of each class, and the presence of an invisible enemy. With all the pieces set upon the board, the grueling survival of unprecedented scale was finally set to begin tomorrow. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.